Sonic the Hedgehog CD is my favourite video game of all time, and there's no quick answer as to why. I like to tell people it's because the game is dense, which is another way of saying it'll take 2 hours or so before really getting to the heart of the matter. Nobody's gonna get this reference. Have you ever had that feeling that a work was made for you? Where all the pieces just fit together and everything is in its right place. Every facet, every choice, every last detail is exactly what it should be. How often can we really say we've come across a piece of media like that? Personally, in my life, these kinds of miracle works are few and very far between, so I'm definitely protective of the ones I do have. In fact, the older I get, the more infrequent these kinds of works become, which is a real shame. Maybe I'm just not as adventurous as I used to be. But I also think it's probably inevitable, right? It can't be overstated just how big a role the stuff we're exposed to in our formative years end up shaping our tastes and values. We like to think we get more sophisticated as we get older, and we do in some ways, but we can also get a lot more rigid in our assessments of worth and quality. Maybe it's unreasonable of me to expect something brand new to reach me on that same raw emotional level, like the stuff that got to me when I was young. But then there's another kind of work. The kind that doesn't really reflect your pre-existing ideas of quality at all, but through its sheer power and brilliance, it opens your mind and changes your tastes. This is the kind of work we'll be discussing today. Sonic CD is a weird game. Like, truly bizarre. Amongst the 16-bit Sonic the Hedgehog family, this game is, was, and likely will always be the black sheep. The outlier. As you're likely aware, Sonic CD as well as Sonic 2 fill the role of equal yet opposite sequels to the original Sonic the Hedgehog. They're like twins separated at birth and raised by two different families on opposite ends of the planet. But for as much as you'd expect them to have in common, they couldn't be more different from one another. Sonic 2, the beloved, iconic, console-defining side-scroller, perhaps the title that represents better than any other the absolute peak of Sega in the global market. Then there's the bizarre, obtuse little riddle of a game that is Sonic CD. To borrow an analogy once employed by Derek Buck in comparing Majora's Mask to Ocarina of Time, if Sonic 2 is a Hollywood blockbuster, Sonic CD is that weird little indie flick that swept the awards season, but like 10 people actually saw. And only 4 people understood. As such, Sonic CD's always been left out in the cold. Never invited to the reindeer games, never entitled to the same respect and consideration of other mainline Sonic titles. It didn't even get invited to the Symphony, and yet the game still has this wonderful mystique about it. There's something to be said for the fact that of the untold hundreds of games I've played over the years, this one consistently comes out on top. You never quite know how CD's gonna sit with an audience. Of all the classic Sonic games, this has always been the one in which opinions are most likely to grow and evolve over time. With that said, I still do find as of late that the discourse around the game has stagnated to a disappointing degree. Bring up Sonic CD in a crowded room of Sonic fans, and you can count the seconds on your fingers before you'll be inundated by the same old cliches and talking points. Exploration, weird level design, trippy graphics, Sonic 1 on steroids. For a game so ridiculously inspired, the way we talk about it has become quite rote and predictable. You're either on one side of the aisle making identical points or the other. With all due respect to the folks who've brought the conversation as far as it's come over the years, it's like the game has become trapped in this box of consensus. Now obviously consensus is a useful thing, but it also has a tendency to get a little too rigid over time. When certain talking points become so naturalized and accepted that we just find ourselves repeating them without a second thought, it can create this illusion that the topic is now a solved issue that doesn't need to be investigated any further. And this is Sonic the Hedgehog we're talking about. I think anyone who's ever been a fan of this franchise knows exactly what it's like to see something you love be at the mercy of a tired, lazy consensus. It's a particular shame for me, since this might just be the game that got me so interested in video game analysis in the first place. If ever there was a 90s platformer begging you to crack it open and suck the juices out, it's this one. As such, Sonic CD has come to represent this burden for me. Every time I'd look at the game, or see conversations about it, I'd feel this pressure. I knew I had so much to say, so much to contribute to the topic, and seemingly no one was going to say these things for me. So today, I intend to take a closer look at Sonic CD than perhaps anyone in human history ever has, in an attempt to convey why this game means so much to me. If you're not the type that enjoys listening to someone ramble about Sonic for half a millennia, then this video may not be for you. If you're like me, however, and live for content like this, then grab a drink and strap in, because I've got a lot to say and I intend to be very thorough. But because analysis is so personal and subjective, none of this really means anything without some context. So if I might be so bold, I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey. I know we all hate the obnoxious video essay preamble, but considering this is the very first time I've discussed video games on this channel, and the sheer magnitude of the topic at hand, it just wouldn't feel right to not properly set the table before we enjoy the meal. So if you'll permit me, I've got a medium-sized prologue in store. I promise it'll be worth it. Just trust me, please. Now, when I was a little lad growing up with my trusty PlayStation 2, my whole conception of gaming was built around a single genre, the colourful mascot platformer. Everything else was just a side dish. If it didn't have some cartoony running and jumping, I frankly wasn't interested. And by me, I mean my brother. I was pretty young. First it was Crash Bandicoot and Rayman, maybe a little Klonoa on the side. Then we started getting stuff like Ratchet and Jack, even cooler games with even bigger worlds and even richer characters. And then, one day, I vividly remember seeing a TV ad for a game called Sonic Heroes.
In 1991, a supersonic hero was born. Today, still wanted the world over, he works as part of a crack team, united in the fight against evil. If you have what it takes, and if you can afford them, you too can join the Sonic Team.
It was just a few brief glimpses, but I was completely taken by it. Of all the colourful, upbeat, running and jumping games I'd come across, this was definitely the best of everything. I eventually got to try the game for myself at a friend's house, and the menus alone completely floored me. The colours, the energy, the characters, the music. It's like this feel-good event that everyone's invited to, and it was just spellbinding for an 8-year-old. Needless to say, I got the game for myself and absolutely loved it. No matter what you think of Sonic Heroes today, or what I think of Sonic Heroes today, in 2004, this game was a miracle. This explosion of color and speed and variety. It had such a fun, happy vibe to it, which put me in a great mood every time I picked up the controller. I had gone from a kid who'd never heard of the franchise to being hopelessly obsessed with everything Sonic. This was actually intentional on Sega's part. The game was purposely tailor-made to be a no-frills introduction to the series for the untold millions of kids who'd never touched a Sega console. But key to this story is that this really was my game, not my brother's, and that hadn't really happened before. I felt an attachment to Sonic and his world that was just a bit more personal than Crash or Ratchet. It might have been the very first game I was actually good at, like really good. I did everything there was to do in Heroes, but it was never enough. I was ravenous about Sonic. I'd draw pictures, I'd buy the toys, I'd sing the stupid songs. Any future game with Sonic on the cover was basically a guaranteed purchase. Eventually, Sega came out with something called the Sonic Mega Collection, and me and all my cousins were so excited. A whole collection of awesome Sonic games on one disc. Surely, this will be Sonic Heroes times 10. We popped the game in, perused those awesome menus, picked the first game on the list, and... Huh. What is this? This cute little mini Sonic, these chunky tile graphics? Eventually I took note of all the mentions of classic and old school on the box, but honestly, it was surreal. I had never seen something this ancient. The oldest game I could even imagine was like Rayman 1. This was just a whole other level of prehistoric gaming. The other kids quickly lost interest. They probably felt swindled after wasting money on something so decrepit. But I was fascinated. I just kept throwing myself at the game, collecting rings, looking for shortcuts, trying the special stage, and dying. I was horrible at this game. I never even came close to clearing Green Hill Zone on that first try. But even still, for as different as it may have seemed, this was Sonic the Hedgehog. There was no denying it. And for each new game on the list that I'd try, they'd look a little nicer. They'd introduce a new character and a new element to the series that slowly made it more familiar. For me, the appeal of Sonic at the time was all the colourful worlds and characters, and seeing them slowly come together piece by piece in this chronological fashion was really fascinating. The whole collection made me feel like I was time traveling, losing myself in the rich history of this character I loved so much. I'd flip through the manuals of these ancient games for long-lost consoles nobody's ever heard of. I'd read comic books advertising products that were long out of production. I'd veg out to those dreamy, nostalgic tunes. I wanted so badly to get my hands on this weird controller. Some of these games were just hilariously primitive. but that just made the other games stand out as that much more impressive. I started to appreciate the distinct artistry of these vintage games, and the unique fun that only they could provide. I spent months unlocking all of the collection's secrets, some of which were entirely new games that were just as awesome as the others. The whole thing felt like a time capsule, a one-of-a-kind portal to a world where games just look and sound and feel different. While everyone at school was playing Vice City or Need for Speed Underground, I was chasing high scores on Flicky. Which sounds ridiculous, but I've got the save states to prove it. Sonic Team's intentions with Mega Collection was to introduce a new generation to Sonic's roots, and maybe keep the flame of classic Sega alive in an industry that had seemingly moved on. And I don't think anyone on the team could have possibly imagined just how successful this whole initiative would end up being. I became so obsessed with these old school games that I started buying Sega compilations that didn't even headline Sonic, just so I could get another hit of these old magical experiences. And suddenly, all of these other games became a part of my childhood too. In the blink of an eye, I went from a Sonic fan to a die-hard Sega fan, and that flame roars on to this day. But deep down, my absolute favourites were those original Sonic side-scrollers, especially Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I just drove everyone crazy with how much I played that game. Within the span of less than a year, these went from games that I couldn't even beat the first level of to games where I could actually get the good ending. But there was actually another Sonic collection I didn't mention, one that my mother actually bought for me on the exact same day as Mega Collection. And what really made this collection stand out was that it didn't work. After so many years of service, my old PS2 was on the fritz, and certain games, for whatever reason, just wouldn't load. For what felt like an eternity, Sonic Gems collection just sat there on my shelf, taunting me. What made it worse was I didn't even have a clue as to what might be on the disc. All I knew was that I couldn't play it. But hell if that didn't stop me from trying every single day, because every now and then, for some reason, you get those 1 in 50 odds, where the laser massages the disc in just the right way, and the game miraculously loads. And when Sonic Gems collection loads, you drop everything you were doing and you play the damn game. That title screen was like the face of Jesus himself. The whole premise of this collection was to showcase some obscure, forgotten corners of the Sonic pantheon. Games that nobody remembers and nobody can play. And it only turns on when it feels like it. It really did feel like discovering buried treasure. A 3D Sonic fighting game, an on-foot racing game with a soundtrack made up of love songs, so many characters I'd never seen in my life. It was all so surreal, it felt like a dream. I knew that the second I turned off the PlayStation, the game would disappear for who knows how long. So I played that disc for hours, soaking in all of these strange Sonic experiences. It was one of those magical gaming sessions that you just don't forget. It was everything that made Sonic Mega Collection such a delight, but even more unusual. The slick menus, that unforgettable music, an awesome museum to fill with artwork across the franchise, and some of the strangest goddamn games I'd ever played. And perhaps the strangest one of all was the game the collection seemed to take the most pride in, Sonic CD. Why was it called Sonic CD? I had no clue. This game redefined surreal. At a glance, it looked just like the other Sonic platformers, but it didn't feel like one, it certainly didn't sound like one, and everything about it was just slightly off. Even the simple visual of this Sonic 1 sprite inhabiting these insane environments was trippy. Why was the jumping sound different? Why were the animations so stylized? Why was the music so realistic and alien sounding, instead of the deets and doots I'd grown accustomed to? Why did it have this amazing anime intro when none of the other games had anything like that? Oh, and also, why am I traveling through time? What in the world is happening here? Frankly, this felt like a Sonic game from another planet. It's taken a similar form, but it is clearly not of this earth. Now, I mentioned earlier that Sonic CD tends to be a game that players appreciate more and more over time, and that's definitely the case, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't love this game from the moment I laid eyes on it. For one thing, I more or less loved every Sonic game inherently by simple virtue of being Sonic games, so I certainly wasn't scared off by the fact that it did things differently. But more importantly, all the things that made Sonic CD feel so foreign just made it all the more distinct and charming to me. I didn't understand it, but I still loved it as its own unique Sonic experience. I loved the awesome new running animation. I loved the stupidly edgy game over theme, which always made me and my brother laugh. And I saw that screen a lot because the game was pretty tough. CD was the one game that didn't let you abuse it with save states, so I actually had to play all the way to the end the old-fashioned way. And it took me a decent while to get good enough to conquer that challenge. I distinctly remember the first time I beat the game. It was my 9th birthday, I believe. All of my friends were gathered around me, I'd wasted all my lives on that stupid bottomless pit, and I was up against the final boss with no rings and no idea how his strategy worked. But I took my time, I played it smart, and I actually took him down. It was one of those truly righteous gaming moments. My friends and I all watched that awesome ending cutscene together for the first time. That was a fun day. Anyway, the PS2 era came and went, and this unfortunately meant the end of my time with the old Sonic collections. My family was fortunate enough to land a PlayStation 3 really close to launch, and what's a young kid to do if not sell their PS2 and damn near all of its games to raise the £50 necessary to afford the one thing he wants more than anything. Okay, that's enough of that. Anyway, it's 2007, and needless to say, I wasn't really a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog anymore. It was like snapping out of a trance and suddenly seeing none of the appeal in something you used to love so much. And looking online, it seemed like a lot of other people were feeling the exact same way about this series. I started reading gaming magazines and was hyping myself up for all the hot new next-gen releases. The only reason I even wanted a PS3 was to play Sonic, and after trading my entire gaming childhood away for what I can only describe as a scheming Japanese abortion, I was feeling some type of way about the franchise. I associated these games with being a little kid, and now that I was a bit older, I was content to just move on. Even the 3D Sonic games that I used to like, I suddenly didn't want to look at or think about anymore. They just had this stink on them. But even still, I could never quite bring myself to part with Mega Collection or Gems Collection. I didn't even have a PS2 to play them on, but I just held on to them. So anyway, the years ticked on, my tastes continued to evolve and expand, and I was right on the cusp of being a teenager. I think it was early 2009 when I came across a little game called the Sega Mega Drive Ultimate Collection. Dozens of my old favorites compiled in one place, and even some games I'd never seen before. And right there on the back of the box was that classic Sonic experience that felt like a distant memory. This seemed to be right at the dawn of a massive retro revival in gaming. Thanks to things like the Wii Shop channel and especially the blossoming indie space, suddenly games that looked like this were all the rage. All at once, genres that had been more or less abandoned proved themselves to be perfectly fertile ground for new ideas, with Mario, Rayman, Mega Man, and Donkey Kong wiping the slate clean and going back to their roots. And let me tell you, those Sega games, what an absolute breath of fresh air. It was such a good feeling knowing these games didn't have to just be memories anymore. I could keep them with me forever. The Sonic games especially were sheer bliss to reacquaint with. These weren't just a good time, they had instantly become my favorite games all over again. Coming back to them after I'd grown up a bit, I had a whole new appreciation for what they brought to the table. They were somehow better than I remembered them being, but more importantly, I was better. I was exceptionally better. I was just slaying these games. I don't know if I just matured as a gamer, or maybe my childhood skills had time to ferment in my lizard brain over the years, but all of a sudden, these games that gave me such a hard time in the past were putty in my hands. The ways to play them seemed limitless. I was pioneering all these crazy skips and pulling off deathless runs. I started watching others play the games on YouTube and learning from their stunts. I even rebought the Sonic Mega Collection for my PC so that no matter where I was, I could be playing Sonic in a few minutes. Even compared to all the big, amazing next-gen games I'd been enjoying over the years, these Sonic games were unequivocally my favorites. Sonic 3 was my absolute favorite amongst my favorites, and I just couldn't get enough. Sega even went as far as announcing a direct sequel to Sonic 3 coming soon. For a while, it seemed like everyone was obsessed with these games. So now, I'm a full-on classic Sonic nut. I've got this itch that I cannot stop scratching. I'm watching Sonic YouTubers, I'm playing around with ROM hacks, I'm jamming out to classic Sonic remixes, I'm even indulging in the odd Sonic fan game from time to time. I remember really vibing with this one project called Sonic Nexus, which had music so good that I ripped it to my iPod Nano to keep me company on those lonely train rides to school. This project, along with basically every fan game at the time, nudged my attention towards another classic Sonic game, the one I left behind, Sonic CD. For those who weren't around at the time, the Sonic fan game scene back then owed like 95% of its style to Sonic CD. You could see the inspiration everywhere. It was clearly a really important game for die-hard 2D Sonic fans. And for good reason. It was sort of this mystical, forgotten Sonic game that rarely saw any re-releases, and virtually never with its elusive original Japanese soundtrack. And you know, CD was never a favourite of mine, but I was curious. Just how much would the game have changed after all these years? How would it compare to the other games I'd grown so attached to? What's that Japanese soundtrack saying? Incidentally, my family was going overseas for 3 weeks to a remote African village with next to no internet access. While I originally intended to load up my hard drive with old Boondocks episodes and play Sonic 3 till my fingers fell off, I figured this would be as good an opportunity as any to reconnect with an old friend. So I downloaded a ROM, got myself a confusing Mega CD emulator, and figured I'd just make it all work. So we fly off on vacation, and predictably there's no internet, and I'm just sat there trying my damnedest to get this stupid game to load. And after hours of wrestling with dot bins and dot queues and seeing this stupid screen over and over again for reasons I still don't understand, I'm this close to giving up and just doing something else. But eventually, finally, it works. Now that was a pleasant sight. Anyway, hopping back into the game after all this time, I was surprised to see just how beautiful it was. Equipped with this rad new soundtrack, I was ready to enjoy a nice trip down memory lane. I'd always had a chip on my shoulder about never getting all the time stones in CD. The special stages were just too hard, making this the only game that I'd never seen the good ending of. So I run through the game and try my best to get the time stones. It's a lot easier than I remember, but it's still too hard for me to get a good ending. So I try it again. This time I'm really combing through the stages, grabbing every ring I can so I always have a shot at the special stage. So I'm just playing around, exploring Palm Tree Panic, when I happen to stumble upon this thing. Had I ever seen this thing before? I don't know. I destroy it and move on, and I'm suddenly greeted by this text. Had I ever seen this before? I'm not sure, but since they mention the future, I warp there at the start of the next act, and it's the same future it's always been. I must be misunderstanding something. Eventually, I stumble upon the same device again in this act. Had these really always been here? I travel to the past and destroy it, and once again, Sonic made a good future. But it was the start of the next level that really blew my mind. I was standing in a stage that I had never once seen before, listening to music that was pure honey in my ears. It slowly dawned on me that I'd just discovered a mechanic that I didn't even know existed in a game that I thought I'd fully experienced years ago. But how could that be? I read that manual over and over again like 50 times. Did Sega really forget to tell people how to play Sonic CD? Does every level do this, or just a handful? How much of this game have I not seen? That moment was the start of something. A journey. Suddenly, the way I looked at every stage had totally transformed. These levels that I thought I knew were completely recontextualized, and I had to learn how to play them all over again. And it was actually tough. This easy side-scroller was suddenly about 10 times as challenging, but it was also 10 times as rewarding. It was so big, so different. That skill ceiling I loved so much, limitless in CD. Every level was like this puzzle to solve, this web to unweave. I had to save this planet, just to see what would become of it. What's it gonna look like? What's it gonna sound like? It became clear that something very special was happening. This game that I thought I knew, that I thought I liked, it turned out I'd barely even played before. This old game had suddenly become new and different. No matter how hard it got, I was always motivated by the promise of more magic and mysteries. The visuals consistently blew my mind. The music was unbelievable. All I wanted was a quick blast from the past. But Sonic CD was opening up before me like a blossoming sakura bud. There were seemingly endless ways to play, endless things to find. I just couldn't believe it. It was like the game had a mind of its own. And I know that's a ridiculous way to describe a side-scroller from the 90s. But you weren't there, man. You didn't see the things I saw. No matter how much I put into the game, it would always give back and then some. I couldn't fathom just how much could be done with these stages. I was completely under the game's spell. I think it was around the moment I traveled to the Good Future and Stardust Speedway for the very first time. When I saw those visuals, and heard that music, and felt these fireworks going off in my soul, that was when it dawned on me that I was playing, hands down, one of my favorite games of all time. And that was such a good feeling. There was something transient and ethereal about the whole thing. It didn't feel quite real. Like the second I looked away, Sonic CD would up and disappear from my life, leaving nothing but a memory and a warm feeling. In case you couldn't tell, this was a pretty big moment for me. I remember it today as one of my most cherished and revelatory gaming experiences ever. I'd loved plenty of games before, but truly discovering Sonic CD for the first time is something I will never forget. And thankfully, the game didn't disappear. I was able to take Sonic CD home with me, and burden all the people in my life with months of ceaseless, uncut obsession. Really, ask anyone who knew me at the time and they'll tell you. It was pure Sonic CD mania. Non-stop playing the game, non-stop talking about playing the game, non-stop listening to the music from the game, non-stop listening to remixes of the music from the game. I would take any and every opportunity, online and off, to push my CD propaganda on anyone who would listen. And when Christian Whitehead descended from the heavens to not only port the game to newer systems, but also systematically fix every single one of the very few issues I had with it, while simultaneously making it something I could carry with me forever for the rest of my life, yeah, that was the moment where I had to admit to myself that Sonic CD had soared past Sonic 3 in my estimation, and truly become my very favorite game. And I wanted everyone to know. I kept scrolling through blogs and YouTube videos trying to find other people who felt the same way about this game that I did. I'd force friends to play it, I'd bicker in comment sections, I'd watch review after review hoping someone would eventually say the words that jived with me. And it was so frustrating. Even when people were praising the game, they never quite said the things that I really wanted to hear. I wanted someone to explain what this little side-scroller was doing to me, but it just never quite seemed to happen the way I wanted it to. In fact, the pendulum seemed to swing in the exact opposite direction. All of a sudden, Sonic CD was overrated and mid, and it was really alienating. How could nobody in the world see how incredible this game is but me? I'm exaggerating, of course. CD had its fans back then just as it does now, and on the occasion that someone does praise the game, they will start pouring in out of the woodwork. But that didn't make me any less defensive. If you take a look back at some of the older Sonic CD videos still left on this platform, there's a moderate chance you'll find a few manifestos left by a younger version of myself. Teenagers, am I right? But really, it was frustrating. I wanted someone, anyone, to see in this game what I saw in it. Really, I just wanted someone to say all the things that I felt, and it eventually dawned on me that only I could say those things, go figure. And that's where that sense of burden comes from. For at least half a decade now, I knew this video was coming. It was actually the release of Sonic Origins bringing the game back into the limelight that finally broke me. I was out of excuses. I had to make this video. With that being said, I want to make it clear that this video is not in defense of Sonic CD, or something to that effect. Not only because I don't think that kind of defensive stance is the most constructive way to approach an analysis like this, but more importantly, this isn't really a game that's begging for someone to defend it. It's a critically acclaimed title with tons of fans, has been played and loved more than most any other SEGA game that doesn't have a blue hedgehog on the cover. There are dozens of other titles I can think of from this company alone that could use the exposure more. Rather, this video is just about me saying my piece, and contributing to the game's legacy in a way that only I can do. So, with all that said, let's finally dive into Sonic CD. Sonic the Hedgehog CD was released for the Sega Mega CD in late 1993, and was the consequence of some pretty bizarre behind-the-scenes politics at Sega. While Yuji Naka and the boys were cooking up a direct, timely sequel to the original game in the States, Sonic's other creator stayed home and very slowly developed his own concept for an original Sonic follow-up. In comparison to the hectic, demanding nightmare that the Sega Technical Institute was facing in America, Naoto Oshima was more or less free to do whatever he wanted with this experimental project, built on experimental hardware for an experimental platform. And he did. Sonic CD depicts the struggle between Sonic and Eggman to control the future of Little Planet, a wandering celestial body that seems to have run afoul of the gods of time. How one ties a planet to another planet like a balloon is beyond me, but it sure makes for a cool visual. Anyway, while hanging out on this temporally unstable nightmare world, Sonic and Eggman find themselves slipping in and out of different time zones to screw the other over and mess up their plans. To win the day, the player has to fight the past to save the future. What a neat tagline. Now, unlike the vast majority of people on this planet, I actually like the Sega CD. There's something so bizarre about playing otherwise normal 16-bit titles like Earthworm Jim and Mickey Mania with these out there, trippy soundscapes and visuals. It feels so surreal and alien, even today. The new format inspired devs to get truly creative and bold with what they put out. This mostly resulted in a lot of bizarre novelties, especially from Western developers, but let's not discount the moments of genuine innovation here. Contrary to popular belief, the Mega CD really wasn't this giant joke of a failure that we remember today. It was designed to be experimental luxury hardware that gave a glimpse at where the industry might be headed. And when all was said and done, we were left with a decent little selection of titles, a handful of which were just legitimately excellent. The best Sega CD games were never about reinventing the wheel, but rather piling certain enhancements over top a solid, familiar 16-bit skeleton. This was absolutely the case with Sonic. Oshima knew that disrupting the fundamentals of such a new and successful series for the sake of cheap hardware gimmicks would be monumentally stupid. He instead went back to that original title and carefully considered how its strengths could be complemented by CD technology. But we really can't even begin to deep dive Sonic CD without first firmly understanding what made the original Sonic the Hedgehog so very special. I think we can all agree that Sonic 1 was nothing short of a miracle moment for Sega. The product of endless focus testing, market research, internal design contests, and a frankly diabolical desire to knock Mario off his hard-earned throne. All the ingredients were there for a limp, cynical product that reeked of corporate desperation. And yet, by some billion-to-one fluke, they not only created a title that achieved everything they wanted to, but also revolutionized the action platformer permanently. Turns out, with the right talent and a splash of Sega magic, even the wildest dreams can come true. I think the part of the story that gets lost sometimes is that while yes, Sega needed a mascot to challenge Mario's title, Yuji Naka was also a fan of those old Super Mario games. Rather than simply rebelling against the plumber, Naka instead chose to iterate on him and move the genre forward in the process. Beyond just cementing our current perception of the platformer, Super Mario Bros. Was also the landmark, definitive side-scroller. The blank, static screens that all but defined gaming during the early Famicom age felt like a whole world away from the adventure offered by Mario. Players weren't just performing a simple task, they were on a quest, going somewhere in a world that actually changed as you played. That infectious horizontal flow from the early stages was Naka's primary influence for the flow and pacing of Sonic. Mario's world was vast and dynamic, but it was also very limited. The game exclusively focused on forward progression, with the engine only capable of scrolling horizontally. The sequel then feels like a natural next step for the genre. Mario 2 was built around the concept of vertical movement, with the final game being made up of towering vertical platforming, underground tunnel digging, and more familiar horizontal stages. The game world is becoming increasingly vast and complex. It's something the player has to think about a little more to properly traverse. But there's still a lot of progress to be made. Super Mario Bros. 3 represents an astronomical leap for the genre and the medium as a whole. Nintendo builds on the kinetic horizontal flow of the first game, as well as the precarious vertical climbs and descents of the second game, but it also fused them with a free-flowing diagonal camera that really pushed hardware limitations. Combine all of this with Mario's robust new movement physics, and Mario 3 achieves a level of fluidity and variety that was completely unheard of in the 1980s. Mario can steer himself in mid-air to bounce on enemies and return to the peak of his jump, basically turning every Goomba and Koopa into an expendable platform. You're swimming up and down waterfalls, you're navigating complex mazes, you're riding airships that bob and weave in real time. You could tackle a simple challenge, something like this, or you could pull off something like this.
That's nothing. Look, talking all that bullshit. Brooklyn style, baby! Brooklyn style!
It's almost like they designed 2 or 3 levels in one that you can weave in and out of based on your inventiveness and skill, all of which will be hugely relevant to what will become Sonic. Mario 3 was a watershed moment for platform games, but there are still limitations. While players are often rewarded for pushing the boundaries of the screen, the vast majority of the actual level design is still fixed to the bottom of the play space where it's always been. The camera often keeps the player locked on to the prescribed tasks, and while there are multiple ways to approach most challenges, you still have to do the challenge in most cases. For all the evolution we've just blazed through, there's still ground to be explored. The NES trilogy brought the genre so far in so little time that the early 16-bit era didn't really know how to build on that foundation meaningfully, even Nintendo themselves. For as incredible of a game as Super Mario World is, it still feels like it has the heart of an 8-bit game, just with the scope and polish of a new generation. The way Mario engages with the stages hasn't changed much from Mario 3. In fact, I think Mario 3 at its best might boast the more creative set pieces and level layouts of the two. The game is still so grounded, and the world still feels like a series of obstacle courses with very deliberate solutions. None of this is a bad or wrong way to design a platform game, it's just telling, considering I know where this story goes. Mario World flirts with the idea of slopes and cannons that shake up Mario's movement physics, but these moments are too fleeting and too scripted to really change up the core experience. It seems that even to an untrained eye, putting these two games next to each other reveals one to be doing a hell of a lot more new for the genre. It was time for the next big revolution. All of a sudden, the gold medal went to the guy that was running the fastest. Leading scientific minds have spent decades wrestling with the question of what exactly makes classic Sonic gameplay tick. Some have suggested that Sonic uses situational bursts of speed and a deceptively zoomed-in play window to disguise what is in fact a totally pedestrian side-scroller. Some have stated that Sonic employs the concept of speed to provide context and character to his adventures that other platformers lack. Others yet have posited that Sonic's infamy was just a marketing ploy that actually reveals fundamental design flaws at the heart of games that just weren't that good.
Sonic will never be great because he never was great. Therefore, he earns no.
All interesting theories in their own right. But eventually, someone just about hit the nail on the head. In early 2015, the Honorable Shame debuted Sonic Spitball. This Leviathan series is, for my money, the absolute finest writing on Sonic the Hedgehog that exists in video form, and actually gave me perspective on games that I've been playing for most of my life. It is very much worth your time. One of the seminal points Shame establishes early on is that it's wrong-headed to think of Sonic's speed, platforming, exploration paradigm as 3 isolated elements that exist alongside each other, but rather they are fueled by and consequences of one another. To play Sonic optimally is to be applying and capitalizing on all 3 of these elements simultaneously, creating wholly unique gameplay opportunities that don't exist outside of this series. So to answer the question, what makes classic Sonic gameplay tick, my answer would be that. Right there. That. Something that was only lightly gestured towards in Mario 3 and World would be fully realized in Sonic the Hedgehog. Combine this simple, naturalistic topography with the shockingly robust momentum-based physics engine, and what you're left with is gameplay potential that I don't even think the developers fully understood the power of. For as fast and fluid as Mario had become over the years, he still had a gauge to fill and a little runway he had to build speed on like a biplane. His programming just didn't allow for any complex interplay with the terrain. Sonic, on the other hand, doesn't have a top speed. He'll move as fast as you make him move, yielding to the logic of his environment, meaning that under the right circumstances, even his jump height is completely negotiable. This blows the roof off the level designs and sends the skill ceiling soaring into the stratosphere. I could wait around on this boring block, or I could do something like this. I could stand around waiting for these rectangles to perfectly align, or I could leap clean over the level entirely. Even Labyrinth Zone, so maligned and universally shamed, is full of moments to show off your understanding of Sonic's movement. I could play it safe and slowly ride these platforms to this switch, or I could not. And the coolest part is these aren't sequence breaks or exploits. I didn't have to look them up or have them explained, they're just the natural, elegant consequences of creatively applying the moveset that Sonic Team gave us. Sonic is always subtly coaxing the player to experiment, and it incentivizes this process with an unusually forgiving health system. This effectively drops the mandatory skill floor even lower than those old Mario games, but with exponentially more room to grow and improve. But the game didn't just bring the mechanics, it also brought that much needed next-gen glow-up to the setting. Sonic traverses a world, not an obstacle course, not an abstract dreamland, a lush, gorgeous, dynamic world. And when Sonic blazed through these environments, it felt like he was in his element, like he was home. And I think that life, that energy, and that vitality is what really left an impression on players back in '91, even more so than the speed. I mean, there had been fast games before, but there had never been a character that moved in so many directions, seemingly all at once, and with such fluidity. Can you imagine how it must have felt after years of growing up with games where you gingerly shuffle to the right, to suddenly lay your eyes on this?
Like, this is basically my reaction, was just...
A fast-scrolling camera wasn't the half of it. What Sonic the Hedgehog really brought to the table was an utterly unprecedented sense of dynamicism. And it was so intoxicating that the industry seemingly transformed overnight just to catch up. Here's a handful of pre-Sonic side-scrollers: Ghosts and Goblins, Revenge of Shinobi, Alex Kidd, Moonwalker, Castle of Illusion. Don't get me wrong, I love these games for their own reasons, but you were just glued to the ground as you play them. It's like trudging through the mud by comparison. If you're ever going to see the top of that screen, it'll be if and when the game says so. They're grounded, blocky, and stationary. Now here's a few post-Sonic side-scrollers: Donkey Kong Country, Tiny Toon Adventures, Yoshi's Island, Shinobi 3, Mega Man X, Ristar, Super Friggin' Metroid. It's night and day. Suddenly the entire screen and beyond is the domain of the player. And all of this dynamic variety was made possible because of what started right here. The springy bounding of Yoshi, the rhythmic stomping of Donkey Kong, the lightspeed athleticism of Shinobi 3, everyone walking through the door that Sonic kicked down in 1991. Nothing was ever the same after this game. But we're still not done. Sonic Team didn't just give us a cool game full of personality, revolutionary design, and unthinkably deep play mechanics. They wrapped it all up in a context that gave it additional weight and meaning, turning a great game into a classic. This is something about the original Sonic that I actually feel is underappreciated at times, something that was invaluable to its long-term success and appeal. Let's discuss the heart of Sonic the Hedgehog. You see, Sonic 1 actually has a story, which you can read all about in your handy-dandy game manual. But what makes that story actually compelling is that you don't really need to read the manual. The game does a great job of speaking for itself. A mad scientist is imprisoning animals and creepy robots and intends to take over the entire island. Sonic's goal is simple: save the animals, stop the egg. And yet, even the presence of a few badniks can't disrupt the wonder of Green Hill Zone. In every way, it feels like this environment was made for Sonic. That blue sky, the open ramps, the little nooks and crannies, it's a safe, open, idyllic stage to practice your moves and learn how Sonic works. It's the rest of the stages then where you'll have to apply what you've learned to survive. Marble Zone is another naturalistic environment, but it's in a state of decay, with timed lava challenges and man-made traps controlling the pace of your movement. Spring Yard Zone is sort of a fusion of the two. It's got the slopes and ramps of Green Hill, but now they're increasingly artificial. It's got the time challenges of Marble Zone, but they're particularly demanding. Labyrinth really throws you into the deep end. Low ceilings, suffocating tunnels, and jutting booby traps. It's a naturalistic environment turned death trap, presumably by the influence of man. That sense of freedom from level 1 feels like a distant memory. Starlight Zone is the first entirely artificial stage, suspended over a vast glimmering city that feels decidedly removed from Sonic's home. It's not a particularly sinister environment, but you do get the feeling that Sonic's been removed from his element. You're pulling off these precarious jumps and looping around on this unfinished scaffolding, your movement restricted by high-powered fans. It all feels so controlled and organized. What was once an effortless expression of the soul is now a carefully executed dance with increasingly high stakes. And then we have Scrap Brain Zone. The transformation of Sonic's world has reached its peak. Everything that made the previous stages so imposing is cranked through the roof. Lower ceilings, faster traps, mercilessly timed challenges, even more claustrophobic, even more controlled. The game world that once reflected the ideals of Sonic has completely transformed to reflect the folly of Robotnik, and the gameplay has totally warped alongside it. What used to be naturally occurring corkscrews are now grinding automated machines. What used to be crumbling rocks and soil are now lethal traps. Skies that were once so blue and inviting are now a murky brown, and eventually there's no sky at all. You increasingly feel like a rat in a maze, a guinea pig yielding to the ego and hubris of man. The final boss is the ultimate cherry on top. It's an easy enough fight, but it's so cramped, so suffocating, so thoroughly at odds with Sonic, just a perfect conclusion to this game's little story arc. After persevering through increasingly oppressive conditions, Sonic concludes his adventure not by turning into a Super Saiyan, but returning to Green Hill Zone, rich with life and greenery, and using the magic of the Chaos Emeralds to plant some flowers. End scene. Sonic the Hedgehog depicts the plight of an untouched, naturalistic world slowly being encroached upon by man, and it presents this process to us in a linear fashion. After dropping us into this living, breathing environment that we felt so at home in, the game world suffers this death by 1,000 cuts, each stage introducing a new industrial, mechanical, or technological twist that communicates to the player just how much of a threat Eggman really represents. And maybe some of you are thinking, don't Donkey Kong Country and Crash Bandicoot communicate the exact same thing with their levels? Yeah, they definitely took a good deal of thematic influence from Sonic, as did many works of the 90s, but I don't think any of them are quite as effective as Sonic 1, because never did the gameplay itself transform quite so radically in tandem with the world. Every stage of Sonic is built on completely different terrain, and therefore completely different gameplay. While the aesthetics of the games evolve as you progress, the way you actually play Crash and DK largely remains the same. Sonic 1 communicated its narrative and thematic arc through gameplay, and in doing so created a stronger link between the player and the game world than I think any similar action platformer. Some people consider this nature versus technology slant a superfluous element of the games, just a little something to spice up the levels and give context to the adventure, and I could not disagree more. This series introduced a whole new layer of depth and detail to what used to be a simple obstacle course, and through doing so, imbued the player with a sense of responsibility for the game world. The relationship between Sonic and his environment is to me the heart and soul of the series, something that SEGA understood from the very beginning. This is why the world of Sonic seemed to have more staying power than those of his contemporaries. Mario may have given us a really charming world, and Donkey Kong may have given us a really vivid world, but Sonic gave us an emotional world. And it's emotional because we, the player, are responsible for it. The developers put an unusual degree of thought and care into the relationship between player and setting, something that is reinforced by every facet of the game, mechanically and aesthetically. Sonic 1 is a work of exceptional focus and cohesiveness, something that's really tied together by the character design, equal parts rebellious and wholesome, a voice for the voiceless, the embodiment of freedom, a fresh urban antidote to Nintendo while still building on the themes and characters that laid the groundwork before him. There's no big twist to Sonic, no superhero origin to unpack, there's nothing innately special about him. Just like so many classic cartoons before him, he just happens to be the one person willing to stand up to a bully.
You know, the other woodland creatures are too gentle to bother this guy. Good thing for them I'm around.
And I think that makes him particularly likable and easy to identify with. This sleek, analogous, modern character was built for this game world, which was built to serve these mechanics, which were built to tell this specific story. Yuji Naka and the boys basically created an instant classic. It's almost a masterpiece. But like most masterpieces, it wasn't strictly perfect. So we've established that the true mechanical hook of Sonic the Hedgehog was this new complex interplay between vertical and horizontal movement. It's not necessarily a game about running fast, but rather the thoughtful application of speed to expand gameplay opportunities. Thoughtfully applied vertical momentum translates into horizontal momentum, and thoughtfully applied horizontal momentum translates into vertical momentum, a largely non-existent dynamic in prior side-scrolling adventures. The faster Sonic is moving, the more susceptible he is to damage, while also exponentially expanding his options, which results in an engaging dance of risk and reward. Oh, and remember how Mario totally changed the game with a bounce that basically turned enemies into expendable platforms? Well, Sonic can do that too, but like times 50. Using the Badnik bounce, a skilled player can consistently return Sonic to his peak vertical trajectory with every successful attack, effectively turning him into a blue Mexican jumping bean. All of this leads to a dizzying amount of potential movement opportunities. The problem then is that the game's stages don't always seem to know how to capitalize on that potential. Sonic 1 has this thing with ceilings, which funnel the player through these tight corridors and put a hard cap on your vertical movement options. This is a very prevalent trait of the game's design, which when combined with all manner of timed hazards that limit Sonic's horizontal movement, lead to a play experience that's a little too grounded, a little too off. It's absolutely to the credit of a stage like Marble Zone that there are so many speedy ways to negotiate the challenges, but it's never quite enough. All too often, the game asks me to wait for the game world to align itself in such a way that I can progress, rather than me using the game world to explore new gameplay opportunities. I think there's a compelling rhythm to the time challenges of Labyrinth Zone, but there's no getting around the fact that the level design runs the show here, not the player. By removing so many tools from the player's toolkit, the zone starts to feel oppressive for the wrong reasons. It's hard to be too critical though, since, like I said, I really don't believe the devs quite understood what they had on their hands here. And who could blame them? Yuji Naka reportedly struggled with the game's programming for basically the entire development process. He was making pretty major revisions to the movement physics and ring system right up until the finish line. Green Hill Zone was designed and redesigned from scratch over and over again throughout the dev cycle. It's really no wonder that this stage makes the most use of Sonic's final moveset. Another thing to consider is the needs of the market in 1991. You see, back when the game first dropped, people didn't roll their eyes at Marble Zone or Labyrinth as the obvious low points of the adventure. In 1991, Sonic the Hedgehog was considered the perfect action game, and I think that success is owed somewhat to the fact that despite being so revolutionary, Sega kept one foot steeped in tradition. Consider the kind of action experiences players have been raised on thus far. Also consider that Sonic 1 was originally a much faster game until Yuji Naka intentionally introduced the speed cap when he realized that none of the test players had any clue what was even happening on screen. Some of its choices may seem antithetical today, but Sonic 1 was a necessary transitional title, bridging together the old guard 8-bit platformers gamers were familiar with and the blistering 16-bit action games released in its wake. If Sonic 2 was the very first game in the series, a part of me wonders if it would have enjoyed the same warm reception. The consequence of all of this today, though, is Sonic 1 feels a little anachronistic. Gamers looking for the scope, scale, and energy of a Sonic experience may feel a little shortchanged by the original, and when the game does scale up the challenge, it asks for a level of precise execution that seems at ends with the character. I think I'm the one crazy guy on the planet who actually enjoys the Labyrinth Zone boss quite a bit. It's such a demanding test of timing and reflexes. I actually have to give the game my full attention whenever I reach it. It's a challenge that I would call good platform game design, but not good Sonic game design. This delineation seems to be what the devs struggled with the most. Just how far should they indulge in the mechanics that make their game distinct, or lean on proven game design principles? In the sequel, Sonic Team would further develop their understanding of the line between good platforming and good Sonic platforming. Some of my favourite moments in the game are when the stage gives me a stretch of geometry that I can just mess around with. All I need is a spring and a ramp, and the physics engine alone offers a wellspring of potential gameplay. It's like scratching an itch for me, it's just naturally, effortlessly entertaining. If only these moments served more of an applicable function in the game's design. I think of Sonic 1's shortcomings less as abject flaws and more like limitations. It's as though the game is trapped in a box, not able to truly stretch its legs or spread its wings. At its very worst, Sonic 1 was a rock-solid, if conservative, action platformer. At its best, Sonic offered players a level of fluidity and kineticism in its gameplay that was completely unmatched by anything prior, and the effect was very much felt by the industry. Thankfully, the folks at Sonic Team were more than ready to take the series to the next level. The name of the game in Sonic 2 is streamlining. You can probably tell just by looking at it that there's a massive new emphasis on horizontal movement. Sonic 2 is a very fast game, consistently so, and it manages this by being the first to implement the series' classic multi-tier design principle. If you manage to execute its challenges to a certain standard, you'll find yourself blazing through one of the stage's upper paths. Fail to execute, and the game will punish you with something much more reminiscent of Sonic 1. This leads to a game with a very negotiable skill level, rewarding the experts while still accommodating the tenderfoots. No matter which route you find yourself on though, the level design is consistently less congested and made up of these vast open runways that just dazzle you with exciting spectacle, something that you really didn't find in Sonic 1. The game keeps that excitement high with a lot more variety and exceptional pacing. Despite being a good deal longer than Sonic 1, you spend substantially less time in each zone with its new 2-act structure. Sonic 2 wants every player, regardless of their skill, to be consistently engaged and excited, and I think it did a good job, but it also resulted in a few necessary trade-offs. This new multi-tier level design makes every stage a great deal bigger, but you'll also find that you're doing less with all that space than you did in Sonic 1. Because the game is so zippy and streamlined, it sort of de-emphasizes that interplay between horizontal and vertical navigation by necessity. Equipped with the new spin dash, Sonic doesn't need to waste any time manipulating the environment to return to top speed after a mistake. It's largely a game about gunning it to the right, and for most people this is strictly a good thing. Moving really fast is the character's unique selling point. but I can't help but feel that a certain something's been compromised. Moreover, with the emphasis on overcoming moment-to-moment challenges, insta-kill deaths abound in both titles. This is a game that they wanted you to play over and over again, so a degree of memorization and reflex traps are expected. I'm not necessarily pointing out flaws, but just giving you an idea of the kind of experience Sonic 2 is trying to be. For those of you who picked up on the more bespoke qualities of the previous game's mechanics, you might be wondering if there's a way to reconcile the spectacle and variety of one game with the density of the other. Luckily, the answer is yes, which finally gives me a chance to talk about Sonic CD's spectacular level design.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, did you not hear me? I guess you didn't hear me. I said Sonic CD has spectacular level design. And we've arrived, folks. The three little words that have defined Sonic CD for Lord knows how long. One of those immutable facts that's so universally agreed upon only a madman would dare contest it. The sky is blue, the earth is round, Pixar went to shit in the early 2010s, Sonic CD has bad level design. It's just one of the truths of this universe. Or so I've been told. So now that I've driven half the audience away and likely gotten my channel reported for terrorism, let's all just settle down and unpack this. Now, obviously, a term like bad level design doesn't really mean anything without some context and perspective. What exactly constitutes good level design within the confines of a Sonic game? And for that matter, what exactly is the appeal of Sonic gameplay? As a series, Sonic means a lot of different things to different people, so the answer is of course malleable. But this conclusion never is. It's just one of those unchanging rules that people have gotten so comfortable repeating ad nauseum that it doesn't even really need to be justified anymore. That must mean it's true, right? Well, let's take a really close look at the issue and see if we can learn something new that sheds some light on this whole thing. And I want to start by closely analysing and contrasting a similar sequence from two stages: Spring Yard Zone and Collision Chaos. So in Spring Yard Zone from Sonic 1, you're likely to come across this little half-pipe section. Two U-shaped obstacles with spiked balls that can hurt Sonic. The spikes are moving fast enough that with good timing, the player can comfortably roll between both half-pipes and avoid them. This is definitely the most fun solution to this challenge and gives Sonic the most aerial movement options after the fact. Alternatively, you can just jump between the platforms and proceed. Less demanding, but less rewarding. So it's a little level design puzzle with two possible solutions. Elsewhere in Spring Yard Zone, you'll find the same challenge, but the spikes are moving much slower, making it impossible to roll between them safely. In this case, there's one solution. In yet another case, they mix up the speed of the spikes per half-pipe. Again, only one safe solution. Now let's look at a similar sequence from Sonic CD. In Collision Chaos, the half-pipes are back, but this time they're absolutely massive, giving the player about 10 times the aerial movement potential from Sonic 1. The hazardous spikes from Spring Yard have been replaced with badniks, which serve the dual function of impediments and potential opportunities. You can still roll through the ramps just like last time, but with the increased verticality, it's way more fun. You can also hop between the platforms, just as you could before. However, in addition to those two strats, you can also speed things up by bouncing on the upper parts of the half-pipe. You can show off by consecutively landing on the badniks if you want, all of which have been programmed to make just such a thing possible. And if you really want to push the game, you can leap over the sequence entirely and discover a whole new landmass, which rewards you with, oh my, isn't that fortuitous? What used to be an obstacle with one or two solutions has blossomed into a challenge with 5 potential traversal options, some of which lead to entirely different routes and outcomes, and all of which are excellent examples of uniquely Sonic the Hedgehog platforming. Even when Spring Yard Zone did present a comparably large half-pipe, it lacked application. Sonic couldn't do anything with that awesome inertia other than progress through a single tight corridor that led to the goal. And I think that right there is the key difference. More important than just increasing the player's options is this shift in design philosophy. What was once an obstacle built solely around progression has evolved into a challenge that rewards experimentation. Let's look at another sequence. Both stages have an alternate exit reserved only for the coolest of players. At the end of Spring Yard Zone Act 2, a well-timed jump leads to an oasis of rings that almost guarantees you a shot at the special stage. There's an element of the series' momentum-based design at play here, but the sequence blazes by so quickly that you probably failed the jump before you even registered the challenge's existence, locking you into a fail state state that you can't come back from. It's really a test of reflexes and memorization more than anything else. The same cannot be said for a similar sequence in Collision Chaos Act 2. If you were exploring the top of the stage loaded with rings and goodies, you're likely to naturally find yourself launched to the higher exit. Arrive from the bottom, however, and a less skilled player may assume they've reached a dead end. Approach this sequence with some skill mastery and you'll find the entire stage and all of its content is still at your fingertips. And of course, the game rewards you for your efforts. This is excellent level design. With a simple trail of rings, it's like the developers are whispering, yes, this is exactly how we want you to play. It's not unlike those little moments in Super Mario Odyssey where the game showers you with coins for some killer feat of athleticism. It's a very small gesture that speaks volumes to the player. Sonic CD is always dangling the carrot just outside the reach of the player, asking them to interrogate the stage from a slightly different perspective. Apply the game's central mechanics to their fullest and you will be consistently rewarded. This moment also highlights another one of the key differences of Sonic the Hedgehog CD relative to other titles, the near elimination of failure states. Insta-kill traps have been scaled back to an all-time series low, with bottomless pits being eliminated entirely. The punishment for missing a jump in Sonic 2 was typically getting locked to a lower path, and occasionally death. The punishment for missing a jump in Sonic 1 was usually being forced to replay part of the level, and very frequently death. The punishment for missing a jump in Sonic CD is typically bouncing right back to where you came from. The interplay between vertical and horizontal traversal is brought back to the forefront and expanded considerably. The badnik bounce plays a more crucial role than ever before. Properly implement this technique and Sonic has control over a shocking amount of the play space. There's a huge new emphasis on steering Sonic in mid-air, as revealed by all these vertical ring alignments in Collision Chaos, and the stages are teeming with little pockets of goodies and hidden passageways. This all contributes to CD being a game that makes much more use of the entire play space than usual. One moment you're nudging the clouds, a few seconds later you're 20 feet beneath the earth. And none of it is a consequence of the whims of the level design, but rather the on-the-fly decision-making of the player. Where Sonic 1 guided you through an often binary path, and Sonic 2 moderated its more focused level design based on skill, Sonic CD is all about inundating the player with options. It generally takes about 3 seconds of gameplay before the level starts hitting you with 2, 3, 5 possible decisions to make. There are so many dozens of potential routes through a stage that it's a fool's folly attempting to count them the way you could with the first 2 games. The amount of moment-to-moment decisions the game asks of the player is just staggering, and it's all made possible by removing the various limitations that kept Sonic 1 so grounded. Tidal Tempest, for example, takes Labyrinth Zone, removes the ceiling and all the time traps, and basically lets the player explore land and sea at their own leisure with no traversal restrictions. The top of Act 1 has this big runway with 4 different tunnels that lead to the water, as well as a whole bunch of, we'll get to that. Anyway, the result is an underwater level capable of all the same robust, dynamic momentum gameplay that makes Sonic so great. Look at all this freedom and open space. It's a night and day comparison with Labyrinth. Through smart design, the water has gone from being this giant pace breaker to instead being a single variable in a stage teeming with options and opportunities. And that right there is the order of the day in Sonic CD. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to clear this optional sequence with a series of well-timed bounces, rewarding you with some rings. What I tend to do though is use this red spring to launch myself in a single leap. I don't know if that's what the devs expected me to do, but that's kind of what makes it so great. I don't need to know. It's just a rad display of skill mastery that feels awesome to pull off, and the game is loaded with opportunities like this. Where Sonic 2 streamlined things and baked blazing speeds into the DNA of the level design, CD chooses to take Sonic 1's philosophies and considerably evolve them. Through the thoughtful application of speed, timing, and inventiveness, you can reach new heights, you can cross wide gaps, you can completely blow the lid off the stages. I used to carefully hop across all these little gaps in Quartz Quadrant, until I realized I'm Sonic the Hedgehog and careful hops are for plumbers and gorillas. As per Shayme's delineations, classic Sonic gameplay isn't about landing pinpoint jumps, but rather how the player can best take advantage of the sloping, rolling terrain with Sonic's complex physics. It's like the design team carefully combed through each challenge in the original game, taking notes on what worked as Sonic platforming and what detracted from the experience. By opening the levels up, decentralizing the intended progression, and scaling back the life or death punishment, Sonic CD takes the potential of Sonic's innate abilities to the next level. There's an emphasis on spatial awareness here that's largely absent from the prior games. This is a game that really wants you to interrogate the stages and construct a mental map of how each piece relates to one another. It's no longer a question of how do I get where I need to be, but rather how do I get where I want to be. This is largely responsible for the game's reputation as the exploration Sonic. I've even heard some people refer to it as a sandbox. And neither of those descriptions are inaccurate, but personally my mind drifts towards another term: Emergent. The platforming challenges are emergent, naturally occurring consequences of the hands-off design principles holding the game together. The wants and needs of the level designer feel like less of a priority. What the player chooses to do with all these slopes, springs, tunnels, bumpers, and badniks is largely at their own discretion. The only thing limiting you is your own skill and creativity. It's less a game about execution than it is experimentation. Compare this to Sonic 2, where moments to flex your physics mastery more often than not come about as a baked-in condition of the stage. You can feel the hand of the designer guiding your experience much more strongly here. It's less a game about making decisions and more so about making the right decision at the right time. Take advantage of this opportunity we're presenting you with, or be punished with an inferior route. This is what I refer to as prescribed level design. A lot more on this whole concept a bit later. Now you might be thinking, if the game is so much less punishing than usual while also inundating the player with valid traversal options, how does Sonic CD present any kind of challenge? Unsurprisingly, given everything I've just said, Sonic CD has an unusually low skill floor for the series. I think just about any average skilled gamer could comfortably waltz through this game with no trouble whatsoever. There's nothing even close to the difficulty spikes we saw in Sonic 1 and 2. Progression has never been such a cakewalk. But therein lies the game's big twist. Progression isn't the point. Finally, we get to the big gameplay hook that I've been dancing around, the headlining mechanic that gives Sonic CD its identity. So, time travel. What the hell does Sonic the Hedgehog have to do with time travel? And why would the devs choose to pursue a time travel narrative and gameplay hook for the second game in a fledgling series? These are great questions, which I will not answer right now. Time travel is the glue that binds all the disparate pieces of Sonic CD together, as well as being chiefly responsible for its reputation as the exploration Sonic game. This is the line that fans of the game will use when trying to make sense of its quirky design choices. How it works is every stage is dotted with these time travel signposts. Touching one of these gives the player the opportunity to travel to the past or future. If Sonic maintains an unbroken sprint for about 4 seconds, he activates a time warp and goes hurtling through time and space, before ultimately arriving in a past or future variant of the stage. Now, in a game like Sonic 2, keeping a sprint going isn't a huge deal. The level geometry spends so much of its time funneling you forward. In the dense, busy stages of Sonic CD, however, this is a much bigger undertaking. You really need to familiarize yourself with the environment and keep your speed under control. A successful time warp could be as simple as a spring on a ramp, something more complex like a brief stretch of looping level geometry, or the much more chaotic technique of just playing it by ear and crossing your fingers. All of this is quite unreliable and situational. What you really want to do is figure out how best to interact with the level gimmicks to pull off a time warp. Elements of the stages that may have previously seemed like hazards to overcome are now recontextualized as something useful. From the spinning discs in Palm Tree Panic, the point machines in Collision Chaos, the currents in Tidal Tempest, the vertical shafts in Quartz Quadrant, the pistons in Wacky Workbench, the runways of Stardust Speedway, and the gears in Metallic Madness. The time travel mechanic complements CD's emergent level design perfectly by recontextualizing the way we play. Suddenly, everything you see on screen serves a new purpose. Every badnik, every gimmick, every inch of geometry has the potential to serve the time travel, if only interacted with in the right way. It's no longer a game about negotiating hazards, but rather capitalizing on the hidden potential of the stage. This is a huge shift for the series, something that really becomes apparent when holding up to the first game. These enemies in Starlight Zone are a simple pace-breaking trap. These enemies in Collision Chaos are an asset. This spring right here is an impediment. These springs are an opportunity. It's on the resourcefulness and skill of the player to experiment with and capitalize on that opportunity. Remember how I said that moments like this are among my favorites in the original Sonic game, only held back by its lack of application? This is that application. Through the time travel mechanic, Sonic CD is consistently incentivizing and rewarding the player for doing what Sonic does best, and as such places a bigger emphasis on the nuances of Sonic's movement and physics than in any other game in the classic series. Over the years, moments like this have easily become the most satisfying part of the classic Sonic experience for me. The act of interacting with the world and messing about with the physics is so natural and stimulating. It's like working a muscle. For me, the appeal is less in the form of clearing linear challenges, but the inherent joy of experimentation and interaction. Sonic CD is a game designed entirely around that appeal. Conversely, Sonic 2 stages are designed as a series of prescribed challenges that the player navigates using speed and reflexes. The more you play it, the more you come to recognize its patterns and logic, resulting in an even faster, more fluid game. You instinctively start rolling on these slopes to avoid sneak attacks in aquatic ruin. You learn to stop waiting for the platforms to align in Chemical Plant, because the platforms are always right where they need to be to facilitate a speedy playthrough. With each replay, your run gets more optimized and efficient. If Sonic 2 is an experience built on timing, memorization, and pattern recognition, then I believe the core skills defining Sonic CD are skill mastery, experimentation, and honest-to-goodness creativity. I often feel like a scientist devising a complex time travel hypothesis in my mind and then carrying it out on the stage. It never stops feeling awesome when I legitimately pioneer a new, reliable way to warp. People tend to forget that Sonic 1 was something of a puzzle game, probably because it was a very uninteresting one. Pushing a block 2 feet to the right isn't exactly doing much with the player's critical thinking. Thankfully, the same is not the case for Sonic CD. With the time travel mechanic, CD transforms all of its stages into these vast macro puzzles, riddled with moment-to-moment problems and dozens of complex, satisfying solutions. There are so many awesome opportunities hiding in plain sight, just waiting for the player to capitalize on them. But the game doesn't make any of this easy on you. Once Sonic maintains his top speed for a few seconds, the time travel post starts flashing. If anything should interrupt your flow before your warp, you've lost your chance to time travel. The past and future posts don't reset upon a failed warp, basically making them an expendable commodity akin to a ring, badnik, or monitor. If the player is dead set on time traveling, they're gonna have to seek out another signpost, throwing them back into the deep end of the game's dense level design and further complicating their route through the stage. All of this adds a delicious sense of tension to the act of time traveling, and incentivizes even more risk and reward decision making. Do I stick with my tried and true methods, guaranteeing myself a time warp, or do I throw caution to the wind and try my hand at some truly insane stunts, with the knowledge that I could completely screw myself over? I once questioned the necessity of completely nuking your chances to warp if you mess up at the last second. It was only with time that I realized just how much that risk contributed to the thrill and triumph of pulling off a successful warp. A warp that would have fallen apart if just one variable wasn't working in your favor. If there was no punishment for clumsy play, the player could essentially brute force the level design and guarantee a successful time warp if they just held the run button long enough. Instead, the player really needs to think critically about the stage, have a decent grasp of its many moving parts, and maintain control of Sonic. Remember my whole spiel about the key to classic Sonic being the thoughtful application of horizontal and vertical speed? Well, CD is basically what happens when you build an entire experience on that principle. You thoughtfully apply speed to explore, you thoughtfully apply speed to clear platforming challenges, and you thoughtfully apply speed to time travel. It is such a rewarding gameplay hook because it is a natural extension of the core Sonic gameplay. I can't stress this next point enough. To master the act of time travel is to master classic Sonic. As I got better and better at pulling off all these different techniques, I found that my grasp on Sonic's movement had grown so robust that I could apply what I'd learned to all the other classic games as well. How to moderate my speed, how best to interact with the slope, how to string together badniks without breaking stride. It was developing these skills that made me realize just how much potential was hiding under the surface of these incredible Sonic games. The best way to avoid an unintentional time warp is to keep Sonic's speed under control. I remember hearing a YouTube critic say something to the effect of, why would a Sonic game ever incentivize the player to break their speed? My answer to that would be, it doesn't. Sonic CD doesn't force the player to go fast or force the player to go slow. It demands that the player is in control. Negotiating complex terrain in a thoughtful way with Sonic's moveset is the core of the classic Sonic experience. It's not about being slow so much as it is being deliberate. If you apply real mastery and knowledge to this game's levels, you will be blazing through them at light speed. If you come to this game with zero control, thoughtlessly slinging Sonic into the level design without rhyme or reason, these stages will chew you up and spit you out. They may not kill you quite as often, but they'll certainly flick you in the nuts with extreme prejudice. CD is the game that puts the most pressure on Sonic's innate mechanics, and as such is incredibly rewarding for those with a firm grasp on those fundamentals. Notice how when I grab a time travel post that I don't want, I almost invisibly discard it. Through sheer necessity, the game forced me to learn how to handle Sonic with the utmost precision. In the nearly 20 hours of Sonic CD footage I recorded for this video, I can't immediately recall a single instance of time traveling against my will. I've heard some people refer to the time travel mechanic as cumbersome, but I prefer the term demanding. It demands that you have the utmost control over Sonic's movement and positioning or you don't get to time travel. It demands that you improvise and strategize your way through its dozens of moment-to-moment challenges. Suddenly, the easiest game in the series has become the hardest, and it can be a daunting process to tame the wild beast that is Little Planet. There's so many variables that seemingly anything could go wrong if you slip up in even one small way. But when all the pieces come together, and you bring your absolute best to the table, the triumph is euphoric. So we've looked at how time travel totally flips the script by putting Sonic's core abilities at the forefront of the experience, but we still haven't really gotten to the point. Sonic CD may be the exploration Sonic game, but that in and of itself doesn't constitute good design. After all, exploration isn't really worth anything if it doesn't exist to facilitate something meaningful. So what is a player likely to actually find when exploring the stages of Sonic CD? Number 1, past and future signs. Number 2, open runways perfect for time travel. Number 3, all of those crazy interactable stage elements I mentioned earlier. These are stage mechanics that may initially seem superfluous, but are recontextualized by the time travel quest. Rather than gimmicks, I like to call these attractions, level elements that don't force themselves on the player, but instead are engaged with if and when they serve your needs. Number 4 is the game's key items, perhaps the single most important discoverables that I've intentionally avoided addressing until now. The true goal of everything I've been discussing thus far is fulfilling the promise of the game's marketing, fighting the past to save the future. Somewhere in the past version of every normal act is a world-ending robot generator. Destroying it changes the fate of the act and guarantees a good future. Failure to do so results in the stage being permanently lost to Eggman and his army of badniks. The third act of every round always takes place in the good or bad future, so the player is consistently being rewarded or punished for their actions in the game. This is why Sonic CD is allowed to take so much emphasis off the act of progression. The true goal of the game is making a good future. This makes Sonic's mission in every stage threefold. A. Find a past sign. B. Find a good spot to time travel. C. Locate and destroy the generator. Now, despite all the praise I've been heaping on Sonic CD's level design, this is the point in the game where everything had the potential to fall apart. Whereas there are plenty of past signs scattered all over the map, and you can use them to time travel pretty much anywhere if you have the skill, every robot generator is in a fixed location in every stage. The ball is back in the court of the designers, who are now asking us to interrogate the stage in a very specific way. If this whole quest was handled carelessly, Sonic CD might evoke the feeling of looking for a needle in a haystack. I'm not much of a collectathon guy in general, but a Sonic the Hedgehog game especially is the last thing that should feel like a scavenger hunt. Thankfully, Sonic CD averts this with some very clever game design, and this is something I've never seen anyone draw attention to before. There was a lot of thought and care put into the generator quest in this game, with Palm Tree Panic Act 1 making a very good first impression. It was nice of the level to more or less send you to the past for free right here at the start. Well, almost for free. Remember this teaching moment at the very beginning of Sonic 1 that launches you into the air and challenges you to collect rings by stringing together badniks? Well, Sonic CD opens with its own teaching moment. If you clamp your thumb over the D-pad after entering this chute, you will invariably cancel your time warp by getting caught on one of these floating platforms. Incidentally, there's a cluster of rings floating here that seemingly serve no purpose. All over the game, in fact, you'll notice strange ring alignments in the most illogical of places. But this is not a bug, it's a feature. A nonsensical cluster of rings in one time zone might in fact be a clue as to what kind of maneuvers are possible in another time zone, or in the case of Palm Tree Panic, hint towards the solution to a mini puzzle. If the player eases up on the D-pad this section and lets Sonic Sonic ride his natural momentum, he will instead soar into the air, bounce on a badnik, travel to the past, and land on a platform that didn't exist before, perfectly placed to grab these rings. This is an excellent touch because while it's far from the only way of getting to the past in this stage, it is a deliberate detail that attentive players can and will pick up on. The first time you play this stage, you have no way of knowing that accelerating at this moment could be detrimental, and you might even be confused when your time travel doesn't work, especially if you're more accustomed to games like Sonic 2. But the 10th time you're playing this stage, you absolutely will have picked up on what you were doing wrong. It's a very low stakes way of encouraging the player to adapt their playstyle around CD's philosophies. But the interesting part comes towards the end of the stage. The player is all but guaranteed to come across this section with two springs that ultimately lead to the exact same place. The yellow springs guide Sonic upwards and use trails of rings to tempt the player towards this vertical platforming ascent. It's a simple enough challenge that anyone could do, but you'd be surprised just how rarely a Sonic game asks the player to perform a technique like this. The red spring rockets the player through a loop-de-loop and sends them soaring to the top of the stage in a much more Sonic the Hedgehog fashion. Both routes ultimately lead directly to the robot generator, ensuring that if you're paying attention to the game's signals, you will be delivered to your goal. This also cleverly communicates how there are multiple ways to reach most generators, keeping the gameplay fresh and dynamic. The second generator is also at the tippy top of the stage, which the game invisibly coaxes you towards with optional ramps and springs. This thoughtful design is consistent throughout the entire generator quest. Like I alluded to earlier, the generators don't just reward you for pushing the game to its limits, they're actively teaching you how best to engage with the level. If you ever find that you're meandering around aimlessly looking for generators with no results, odds are you're interacting with the stage in a suboptimal way. For example, Collision Chaos is a stage defined by using ramps, springs, and half pipes to launch upwards and steer Sonic in midair. So of course both generators are given as rewards for doing so. Act 1 asks the player to do a complex horizontal leap to climb the stage vertically. And again, this may seem like a perfectly ordinary gameplay action, but within the broader context of platform games, this is a very unique kind of traversal that only Sonic can call his own. And if you aren't proficient at applying this move creatively, you won't find the generator. If you aren't adept at the technique of using springs to climb the stage in Quartz Quadrant Act 1, you likely won't find this generator. If you don't know how to interact with the vertical shafts in Act 2, you won't find this generator. If you don't know how the teleporters in Wacky Workbench work, you won't find this generator. If you can't make sense of this labyrinthian maze of pipes and chutes in Metallic Madness, you won't find this generator. It's actually really simple once you see through the smoke and mirrors. Tidal Tempest throws a wrench in the works by placing both generators right here on the main path. The challenge isn't in finding them, but rather figuring out how to destroy them in a stage with much more deviously hidden past signs that's 50% submerged in water. Stardust Speedway has easy to find generators and plentiful past signs, but is complicated by sneakily placed future landmines. Within the context of destroying the generators, the bad future is essentially a playable fail state, one that the game is actively trying to lock you into at any given moment. You'll notice that warping to a future riddled with traps, badniks, and terrifying imagery is much easier than heading to the past. Especially in the later stages, these future traps are intentionally placed in ways that, once again, punish you for a lack of control, making for an even more demanding game. You may not even realize what's happened until you're already doomed. Just as the robot generators teach you how to play and reward you for interacting with the stage effectively, the future signposts often teach you how not to play, attacking your blind spots with extreme prejudice. Here at the beginning of Collision Chaos, if the player charges through this chute with their thumb clamped on the acceleration, they're guaranteed to trigger this future signpost. This leads a less skilled player to almost certainly get locked into an unintentional time warp, delivering them to a filthy, hazard-filled bad future. What the game wanted you to do here was let the ramp launch Sonic to his peak ascent and then make a decision about traversal. This is the key to playing the entirety of Collision Chaos effectively. Just like the beginning of Palm Tree Panic, it's a low-stakes detail that clues the player into the intended approach to the stage. I've been playing naturally this way for years, but I've never thought about why. I think it's a reasonable hypothesis that this future sign at the very start of the stage played some part in teaching me that trying to brute force the geometry by holding right is a recipe for frustration. That's the kind of thoughtful, invisible design that really makes me fall in love with a platformer. The robot generator is the anchor that the rest of the stage elements need to be designed around, something which is shown off beautifully in zones like Collision Chaos, with this trail of badniks gently coaxing you, or this loop-de-loop in Palm Tree Panic which tempts you with a past sign, rockets you through this chute, and efficiently delivers you to the target. There are so many subtle and deliberate touches like this, encouraging the player to make smart use of the territory without explicitly giving them the answer. It remains satisfying to engage with because you are still the one putting these pieces together. The first few times you clear Tidal Tempest Act 2, you're most likely to take this red spring here, which leads to this past sign and an instant warp method. From this point onwards, the level design will naturally guide you towards the generator, so the challenge of the stage is really just to notice that crucial red spring. It's a simple technique that's easy enough to execute, but it also kind of breaks your forward momentum through the stage by forcing you into a dead end. So while you may lean on it for a while, maybe the 10th time you play Tidal Tempest, you instead grab this past sign, bounce your way up to this surface, then do a perfect sprint through this little obstacle course, complete with pits, badniks, and hazards. If you don't thread the needle just right, you're gonna completely blow your warp. However, your reward is destroying the generator in no time flat, without ever disrupting your flow through the stage. This is that skill ceiling I was talking about. Even though the challenge has remained the same, your approach to solving that challenge is always expanding. Then there's the handful of generators where the challenge isn't in finding them, but in figuring out how to reach them. You may not even notice the first few times you play Wacky Workbench Act 2 that the generator is revealed within the first 5 seconds of gameplay. The challenge is in figuring out how the hell you get there. And the answer, as usual, lies in experimenting and further familiarizing yourself with the intricacies of the level. This is one of the very few stages that basically sends you to the past for free right here, with the joke being that by this point, the generator is actually behind you. This is honestly one of my favorite generators in the game for how negotiable the challenge is. I can see what the developer's intended solution was, but it's still malleable enough for me to tackle it in my own way. It took me a long time to realize I could trivialize the challenge entirely with a perfectly timed leap over this piston. And now every time I play, I cross my fingers and try my luck. Sonic CD has a Super Metroid-like spirit to it, where I feel like the devs have given me their sacred blessing to solve all their clever environmental puzzles in my own way. My pick for the very best generator placement in the game, though, is this one in Collision Chaos Act 2. Examining it through an analytical game design lens reveals a Miyamoto-esque brilliance to its integration. Like I mentioned earlier, you have to launch yourself up to this platform by manipulating the many slopes and ramps, which is inherently a fluid and fun action. What makes it noteworthy, though, is how all of the stage elements are arranged. The generator is on an elevated platform at the very top of the stage. Directly beneath the generator is a past sign, and directly beneath that is a ramp to apply that past sign. All 3 keys to the puzzle form a design language that guides our motion downwards vertically, exactly how you optimally play Collision Chaos and ultimately build the inertia to reach the generator. This is what it looks like to put all of these pieces together through gameplay.
Really experienced competitor. You see there, just lining everything up. Full straight transition. Into a full twisting triple. Wow. That was a big one. Absolutely fantastic, tumbling them. Just when you think you've seen it all, let's have a little look again at this. Just watch this transition. Straight in. Absolutely rockets out of that. Highest difficulty skill we've seen so far. And he makes it look easy.
Now, I don't know how satisfying that looked, but it never gets old to play. In this moment, there is no clean distinction between horizontal and vertical movement. They both bleed into each other so seamlessly that the resultant gameplay is extremely fluid. This is, put simply, genius level design. A simple maneuver from Sonic 1 expanded considerably through emergent geometry and given meaningful context through the generator quest. It's the potential of what began in Springyard Zone fully realized here in Sonic CD. But what really puts it over the edge is this is just one way of smashing this generator. There were at least 3 other ways you could have traveled to the past earlier in the zone, and once you're in the past, you could launch yourself over to the platform from the far right, or you could barrel into the generator from the upper left. And each time I play the stage, I have every one of these options at my disposal to mix up my playthrough. It's endlessly enjoyable. Now, a part of me does wish I could go back to a time where I didn't know where everything was. That was just such an exciting period of discovery and problem solving. But in truth, Sonic CD is a game that becomes vastly better the more of it you play. The real magic perhaps begins when you know where the key items are and are now optimizing your routes through the stages, abandoning all your old, boring time travel techniques and experimenting with new, daring ones. There are so many ways to shake up and revitalize your tour of Little Planet. Sometimes I blaze through the game, destroying all the generators as efficiently as I can before gunning it to the end. Other times I play more leisurely, seeing all the sights and interacting with all my favorite level elements in the different time zones. I also try to hit the goal within 5 minutes or so and never use the same time travel trick twice. This has been a ton of fun, especially for someone like me who likes to think they've mastered this game. Believe me, you've never mastered Sonic CD. Not only do I regularly miss the 5-minute mark, but I often run out the timer entirely because it's just so much fun hanging out in these good futures, collecting rings and toying with the level elements. Sonic CD achieves something that I think is exceptionally rare for games of its time. Its world is so irresistible that simply taking it all in can be its own experience. The levels in this game are satisfying to just exist in, beyond just being a set of challenges to conquer. Exploration isn't the first word I'd use to describe the Sonic CD magic, so perhaps a better term is interaction. It is in learning how to interact with this world and all of its parts that the play experience begins to transform. Something I haven't yet dug into is how the various time zones affect the experience of the game. Predictably, the devs opted not to design entirely distinct level geometry and play mechanics for the many past and future variants, which was a good decision. That would have been a spectacular waste of development resources. What they instead chose to do was shake up the various gimmicks and attractions in terms of function and location, while also making subtle tweaks to progression and traversal. As a general rule, past stages are much more spacious and vertically oriented. This looping terrain in Collision Chaos Present, for example, is now a great opportunity to catch some air in the past, while this one-way pit in Tidal Tempest Present now comfortably leads back to the surface. Wacky Workbench and Metallic Madness both open up considerably in the past. In Wacky Workbench, this gives you a lot more traversal options, while in Metallic Madness, this has the adverse effect of making the stage a lot more confusing. The good futures tend to be much more speed-oriented and accommodating, often funneling the player through their more streamlined geometry. Badniks are completely absent, while ring monitors, extra lives, and secret rooms are multiplied substantially, making for a much cozier ride to the goal. Conversely, the bad futures are sort of like a giant playable prank, and represent the game at its most punishing and claustrophobic. But it's the more bespoke details that really give the alternate time zones a great feeling of variety. An effortless time travel spot in one timeline might be non-existent in another. Certain ideal paths are locked off in certain eras. A cruel joke in the past might be a convenient shortcut in the present. A spring that doesn't bounce you high enough in the present may serve its function better in the past. That runway at the top of Tidal Tempest Act 1 usually leads to a dead end that forces the player to take a brief dip in the water. Play this section in the future, and the player is given a series of platforms that comfortably guide them to the goal completely dry. In the present and past of the same stage, the player can launch themselves back to land with a yellow spring, but this is completely missing in the future, necessitating a new route to the goal. These floating blocks in Palm Tree Panic collapse under Sonic's weight in most timelines, but are perfectly stable in the past when they're most useful. And then there's the way the time zones affect the various gimmicks and attractions. The water level in Tidal Tempest is much lower in the past and much higher in the future, and this alone completely opens and closes certain time travel opportunities. The conveyor belts in Quartz Quadrant move so slow in the past that you barely notice an effect on your movement, and move so ridiculously fast in the future that they can make platforming a real headache, but can also make for a super convenient time warp that doesn't cover too much ground. The timing of the electricity in Wacky Workbench is different in every era, being completely turned off in the good future and cranked through the roof in the bad future. That technique I mentioned of bouncing over the half pipes in Collision Chaos isn't possible in the past because the bumpers haven't been made yet, but there are these little openings in the midsection of the ramp that you can comfortably hop between. You know, I think you get the point. The various timelines add new twists and turns on the act of engaging with the stages, whether you're exploring, time traveling, hunting down goodies, or just heading for the goal. All of this requires the player to improvise and adapt their strategies on a moment-to-moment basis. Despite the laughable statement on the back of the box that the game has 70 playable stages, I think it's more appropriate to think of it as one stage that just happens to be 4 times as complicated as usual. It's the process of reconciling these different versions versions against one another that will ultimately lead to you mastering the game, a process that is extremely engaging. Now, you may be thinking that not everything I've been talking about explicitly relates to the game's level design, but it absolutely does. To attempt to compartmentalize all of the different design elements and assess their worth in a vacuum would be a disservice to the actual experience of playing Sonic CD, during which all of these elements come together to create the experience. I'm of the perspective that all of these radical design elements are a huge net positive for the gameplay potential of Sonic CD. Through the addition of this one mechanic, CD doesn't just offer variety, but fundamentally shifts how you interact with the game world. Every stage is a big puzzle, with dozens upon dozens of interesting solutions. Let's take a closer look at Tidal Tempest to really illustrate this point. Now, this was already an excellent stage, but its core design really comes to life when framed through this whole time travel quest. That upper route I mentioned earlier is a really great warping opportunity, but it's also fraught with pits and traps, so to get to the past, I quickly survey the area to map out a strategy. Then I notice a perfectly placed red spring which would comfortably carry Sonic over the pits and guarantee a warp. But there's a future sign just waiting to screw me over. I grab the sign to nullify the threat, carefully managing my speed as I jump into this pit, which I know has a past sign and a way back to the surface. I apply the past sign to the power of the spring and voila, puzzle solved. Now, beyond just being a fun, high-speed obstacle course, this was a thrilling moment of gameplay where I'm rewarded for applying a variety of skills to a broad spatial challenge. Every stage of the game is loaded with moments like this, opportunities for the player to truly be Sonic, cleverly utilizing the environment to tear across the screen in a blaze of glory. Palm Tree Panic is a non-stop physics jungle gym that gives both Green and Emerald Hills a run for their money. Using the ramps, bumpers, and badniks of Collision Chaos to time travel is one of the most fluid, satisfying things you will ever do in a Sonic game, and while my heart will always belong to Stardust Speedway, if you really grilled me for the best designed stage in this game, I'd have to give it to Quartz Quadrant. This is one hell of a clever stage and really flips the script on conventional Sonic design. Unlike virtually every zone in Sonic 2, it's the bottom of the stage that provides a streamlined shot to the goal. It's basically a giant runway, making it a perfect time travel venue. But all of the past signs, generators, and attractions are up in the more dense parts of the level. The midsection of the stage is this winding network of brilliant physics-based traversal. It's so open and freeform that I can pull off some really fluid time travel tricks, but still dense and busy enough that I need to pay attention and be thoughtful with my movements. Slinging myself around this stage at light speed feels like threading a needle through a dense tapestry of finely tuned mechanics and split-second opportunities. I love Quartz Quadrant. This is also the stage that really reveals the value of the latest trick in Sonic's arsenal, the Super Peel Out. Using the Super Peel Out, Sonic can not only shoot off at top speed, but also maintain his acceleration indefinitely, whereas rolling leaves him at the mercy of gravity. The Peel Out basically gives players the option to trade their security for control, a worthy choice in a game with such a strong emphasis on controlling momentum. If you are playing Sonic CD effectively, you're probably using the Peel Out all over the place in creative ways. The Peel Out also allows a degree of speed moderation that can be really helpful in certain contexts. You'll find that moving as fast as possible isn't always preferable for time warps. The game doesn't care about your top speed, only maintaining a sprint for a certain amount of time. With a slightly tempered running speed, you'll find that you're making much better use of whatever limited space you have available to you, but you're also at an increased risk of dropping below speed when dealing with uneven terrain. The game had the courtesy to make Sonic invulnerable when he's charging up a time warp. This basically means that when wielded skillfully by the player, you get not only the added control of the Peel Out, but also the defensive power of the Spin Dash, a feature that is utilized to excellent effect in the exceptionally well-designed Quartz Quadrant. Oh, but what of Wacky Workbench? Am I really about to sit here with a straight face and defend Wacky Workbench? Yes, I am. Well, kind of. This is a stage with a very clearly delineated challenge and clearly communicated consequences for failure. Just like Quartz Quadrant, the bottom of the stage is a straight shot to the goal, with the upper portions containing most of the signposts and generators. Unlike Quartz Quadrant, however, the bottom path isn't a simple straight line, but a series of strenuous jumps that the player needs to land just right, or risk being bolted to the top of the screen by a supercharged floor. This stage sort of subverts CD's patterns thus far. Whereas in most levels, the stage gimmicks are optional attractions that can be be ignored, in Wacky Workbench, the bouncing floor makes its presence very known as a constant and unavoidable challenge. This makes for an unusually punishing stage with a much less negotiable challenge and less wiggle room for improv. With that said, it's still totally consistent with the rest of the game's rules. Depending on how and when it's interacted with, the bouncing workbench is either a punishing hazard or an asset to your time travel and exploration. Some of the most elaborate and satisfying time travel tricks in the game are hidden all over Wacky Workbench. I used to really despise this level, but after experimenting with the potential of its level gimmicks and making lemonade of its many moving parts, it's become a stage I actually look forward to contending with on subsequent playthroughs. I do think the first act has a few too many dead ends to really justify its concept. The fact that so many of the upper routes lead to little more than a boring zigzag back down to the linear path feels like dead gameplay more than anything else, and places a priority on execution that feels antithetical to CD's design principles. Act 2, on the other hand, is terrific. Wide open spaces, complex routing options, rewards and goodies around every corner, well-implemented gimmicks and attractions, ridiculously fun time travel escapades, and rooms so well hidden that you could find yourself playing for years before you've seen everything. Now, instead of the bouncing floor just wasting your time, it simply leads to one of many paths through the stage. It's actually fun to time your movements around the flashing background intervals, and both acts are home to two of the best generators in the game. And by the way, while we're on the topic, I need to get this off my chest. I know I said this video isn't about damage control or directly responding to criticisms, but this is something that just needs to be said. I have seen at least 10 dozen critics and fans take issue with this generator right here. The player is asked to let themselves be crushed by a random barrel, which will surreptitiously deliver them to a secret room housing the generator. The fact that the level offers zero clues to this solution, one that would result in an instant death anywhere else in Wacky Workbench, is considered a baffling crime against game design. And they're right. Or at least they would be if any of that was remotely true. Contrary to the off-point claims of many online voices over the years, every barrel in Wacky Workbench behaves this way, something the game gestures towards using rings and tons of visible space beneath the barrels which would have no reason to exist if this wasn't the case. They're used as shortcuts, grant access to hidden rooms, and most importantly are one of the most reliable means of time travel in the stage. These teleporters are an important part of interacting with the level. So when the game asks the player to use one such teleporter to locate the generator, it's actually being totally consistent with itself. The player needs to understand the stage and experiment with the functionality of its mechanics, just like every other generator. If the player doesn't understand this fundamental part of the stage, they can't truly clear it. But even if the player does fail to grasp the mechanic, the puzzle still succeeds as a simple spatial challenge. The generator is trapped in a secluded room with a visible chute leading directly to it. Simply following that chute vertically leads directly to this precarious piston, practically begging Sonic to interact with it. It's certainly a hell of a lot more intuitive than this thing. Metallic Madness, on the other hand, is the moment where CD's fundamentals show signs of buckling ever so slightly. The game chooses to tip the scale back in favor of execution rather than experimentation, with endless hazards designed to be traversed rather than interacted with. There are so many traps and speed bumps littered all over the place, and so few ways to turn these obstacles into opportunities. You get the vibe that the whole Emergent time travel thing was a secondary concern to making a punishing final gauntlet. You can still do it if you've got the skill, but it's a real struggle compared to the previous levels. I mean, not for me, of course, but the point still stands. It's a lot less innately satisfying to just exist in Metallic Madness when the whole stage is actively trying to torment you rather than encourage you. I'm not trying to say it's a bad level by any means. If we compare it directly to Scrap Brain Zone from Sonic 1, there's a night and day difference in scope and quality. For one thing, you aren't going to lose all your lives to split-second lapses in control. Just like the rest of CD, the insta-kill hazards are scaled way back and the routing options are a vast improvement. But I think that's the issue. Metallic Madness feels like an improved Sonic 1 level, rather than a fully realized Sonic CD level. Even the generators in the stage, while quite fun to track down, ask the player to take an extended detour from the critical path, implying that they weren't integrated with the same care seen in the rest of the game. It's also the only stage that compromises on the game's rules. Certain badniks will continue to appear in every timeline regardless of whether you've destroyed the generator, in addition to being home to the game's one and only bottomless pit. But most peculiar peculiar of all, the very end of the second act drops the player into a linear bottleneck, the only one of its kind in the game. Here, Sonic is trapped in a brief gauntlet of one-off mechanics, from these falling Jenga blocks to being turned into a baby. My whole spiel about options and opportunities really doesn't apply here, it's just a straight shot to the end. This is perhaps the single most gimmicky moment in the game, and none of it amounts to particularly thrilling gameplay. Overall, Metallic Madness is a solid final level, but a somewhat compromised Sonic CD level, and when comparing it to the brilliant evolving challenges of Death Egg Zone, a smattering of spikes just doesn't really measure up. I appreciate the cramped bottleneck of traps on a thematic level, but the fact that these traps are completely non-negotiable feels out of step with CD's principles up to this point. It's a shame that right here at the finish line, the developers somewhat throw in the towel on CD's bold new design choices. Except, I'm lying, because right before that bottleneck, the game gives you these two vertical shafts that launch you into the air, and by exploiting the movement tech in just the right way, the player can soar clean over the whole sequence and head straight for the goal. So I take it all back. The game is completely consistent with itself from beginning to end and never compromises on its ideas. I sure had you going there for a sec though. So, given everything I've discussed, and all the glowing praise I've heaped on the game, you might be wondering, why does Sonic CD's level design have such a negative association? I mean, the criticism is ceaseless. Bad level design is the defining takeaway from most any Sonic CD discussion. It may very well be the most well-known talking point about the game.
By the way, chat, I am not destroying all the robot generators. I am going for the time stones, because this game can go do something with itself. I'm not gonna do that.
Sonic CD's level design is confusing. I don't much like it.
Look at all this flow. So much to do here.
This feels like something I would make in Super Mario Maker.
Well, honestly, it took me a long time to truly understand the criticism, but now I think I finally do. Remember 10 hours ago when I said that there were 5 potential ways to navigate this section of Collision Chaos? Well, that wasn't entirely true. There's actually a 6th way you can go about this section. In fact, it's perhaps the most likely technique that most players will use, and it looks something like this. Watch carefully. You see, you've been watching my gameplay all this time. Handing the controller to somebody else, however, paints a very different picture. Something I've learned over the years, especially when it comes to classic-style video games, is you can often learn less from what a critic has to say about a game than you can from simply watching them play it. If you've ever heard someone describe your favorite game in a way that doesn't ring true for you, actually sitting down with the person and seeing how they engage with it can be a revealing experience. So I endeavored to do just that. For the sake of collecting data, I went out of my way to watch no less than 20 complete playthroughs of Sonic CD from gamers of varying backgrounds, skill levels, and opinions, with special attention paid to the experience of first-time players. And let me just say, it was pretty eye-opening. It gave me newfound perspective on the game's design, as well as its reputation. It took stepping outside of myself and closely watching other people's experience with the game to finally understand why I think CD's level design is so impossibly good, while others find it so insufferably bad.
It's just like impossible to keep a streak going. It's just impossible. There's just so much random garbage in the way.
Skip. No!
Huh? What? Why did it go away? Why? Why does this game not let me go to the path? Oh, I can't take this. Oh, this is so dumb. What the fuck even are you? I'll say one line.
God damn it! Ugh! Ay, 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 ay. I'm dead. Fuck!
I'm so ready to be done with this and move on to, like, better games.
You also have to find, like, a hidden capsule in every level. Sometimes you gotta go to the past, sometimes you gotta go to the future. And, like, if you don't have a guide with you, you have to just, like, explore for 20 years every inch of the level. And, like, these levels aren't really meant for exploring. Backtracking is not really... I don't know, you can't really do it. So like pretty much you just have to have a guide and know where everything is.
What a maroon! What an ignoramus!
Alright, game. Let me have this, damn it. Yo, it's fucking impossible to time travel in this stupid game. This game is deliberately annoying me. Yes! Come on. Come on, Sonic.
Gotcha, bitch!
No! What? That's so cheap! Oh, they put that there on purpose. Oh, fuck it. Fuck it. Just get me out of here. Just get me out of here. I want to be done with this game. I want this to end as fast as possible.
That's what I mean. I can't, like, it's too complicated. This game is too scary and complicated, and basically my complaint is it isn't exactly like Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
What's your message to them?
Yeah, play better.
Okay, fair enough.
There's this book called The Paradox of Choice, written by psychologist Barry Schwartz. In this book, Schwartz makes a compelling case for the idea that, despite what we might think, increased freedom of choice more often than not has the paradoxical effect of making people less content. The more options you put in front of people, the more stressed out and indecisive they tend to become, which is a hard pill to swallow in a society that champions freedom as the most inalienable of rights. Now, some small-minded critics thought this to be a commentary on psychology and socioeconomics. I, of course, see this book for what it really is, an extended treatise on Sonic CD.
All of this choice has two effects. One effect, paradoxically, is that it produces paralysis rather than liberation. With so many options to choose from, people find it very difficult to choose at all.
That's what I mean. I can't, like, it's too complicated. This game is too scary and complicated.
So that's one effect. The second effect is that even if we manage to overcome the paralysis and make a choice, we end up less satisfied with the result of the choice than we would be if we had fewer options to choose from.
How much does the average Sonic fan really value freedom in their level design? I'd argue not very much, honestly. I mean, Sonic 1 does get a lot of flack, but that's predicated on its fundamental gameplay, not the fact that the game is particularly linear. If you were to ask someone what the main appeal of a Sonic game is, I don't think the majority of them would answer player choice. That's a welcome quality, but it's not really the star of the show. I mean, just look at my Chemical Plant gameplay here. How many genuine choices can you see me making? There are branching paths, but they're mostly built on specific junctures that ask you to make one key decision that you largely stick with for the rest of the stage. In the 2 minutes it took me to clear Act 2, I spent nearly 50% of that time being whisked around by the level design with no real decision making whatsoever. I made maybe 3 substantial choices throughout the act, compared to the 20 or so choices I'd be making in any given stage of Sonic CD. Let's look at Ice Cap Zone. Act 1 is an almost entirely linear trek through an underground cave, and Act 2, if you know what you're doing, is really just a series of well-timed spin dashes for 2 minutes until you reach the boss. And yet, Chemical Plant and Ice Cap are considered 2 of the very best stages in Sonic history, a status I would totally agree with. I love both these stages, despite their overall de-emphasizing of player-driven traversal. The sheer popularity of these zones tells me that most fans don't consider moment-to-moment decision-making to be vital to good classic Sonic design. We're happy to take 1 or 2 good choices over 5 or 6 confusing ones. The fewer choices the stage offers the player, the more the designer can guide the experience, introducing clear, legible challenges that can be iterated upon in a linear succession. Even when the challenges get more difficult in Sonic 2, what the challenge is asking of you is clear as day. In Sonic CD, this isn't always the case, making the game feel more wild and unruly. It was actually in watching so many playthroughs of the game that I realized how sneakily the devs would trap low-skill players in the bad future. One by one, I watched gamer after gamer crash into this future sign in Collision Chaos and accidentally fumble themselves into Hades.
I don't want to go to the future, shit!
Players are punished so relentlessly for their every mistake that they sometimes don't even realize they've done anything wrong before it's already too late.
I went to the past, right? Okay, am I crazy? I swear I thought I went to the past.
Wait, why am I in the future? Wasn't I going to the past? I'm not crazy, right? Like, the thing said past, not future, right?
When a less acclimated player looks upon the sprawling, messy jungles of Sonic CD, they don't see options and opportunities. They see noise, they see clutter, they see random, tedious bullshit. A game with seemingly endless variables comes with the caveat of seemingly endless ways that things could go wrong, an issue that didn't exist back in Chemical Plant or Ice Cap. An area where this is really pronounced is in the two distinct approaches to difficulty. As we've established, Sonic CD is a much more forgiving game, but what does that mean really? The way Sonic 1 and 2 work, you will not progress through the stage unless you sufficiently measure up to their challenges. There's a certain bell curve of skill that the player has to conquer. The stages in Sonic 1 especially are usually a quite linear procession of very clear challenges. When you die, you know exactly what you did wrong. I present yet another sequence from Springyard Zone. This series of blocks right here before the boss is suspended over a bottomless pit. Mistime one of your jumps and you're sent back and forced to do it again. It's annoying, but it's also a clearly communicated punishment for failure to execute. Here in Collision Chaos, that bottomless pit has been replaced with an ocean of springs that launch Sonic all over the place until you wrestle back control. The consequence for failing this upper platforming challenge isn't death, but inconvenience. And yet, in a way, this approach is actually more punishing than in Sonic 1, and it all comes down to one issue. In Sonic CD, no matter how skillfully or how poorly the player contends with this challenge, they are ultimately allowed to cross the finish line anyway. One player got to enjoy some thrilling, high-speed platforming with lots of room for improv, and the other got batted around like a rag doll until dumb luck just happened to fling them in the direction of the goal. Because the punishment for failure is so slight, a great many players won't even understand that if you're down here at all, you've already failed. For them, this is just Sonic CD, an awkward, clumsy mess of thoughtless obstacles. They ultimately end up crossing the goalpost with none of the accomplishment or triumph that they would have felt in Sonic 1. Whereas the first two games really made you work for every step of progress, virtually any average skill gamer can muscle their way through Sonic CD, regardless of whether they actually grasp any of its challenges. Because the game lacks severe penalties for sloppy play, CD appears to offer less real incentive to improve, ensuring the awkward, clunky game remains awkward and clunky. This is the inherent trade-off with Sonic CD. It may scale back the insta-kill deaths, but it also scales back the moments of truly satisfying gameplay until the player can earn them, moments that the other games were more than willing to dish out. To say all of this in fewer words, the punishment for poor play in Sonic 1 and 2 is death. The punishment for poor play in Sonic CD is a less fun game. Go watch any random playthrough of Collision Chaos Act 2 and skip to this moment. How many players actually use any of the techniques I showed off with these U-ramps? You'll find that the vast majority of them don't. They just kind of fumble through it. It's not fun, it's not dynamic, it's not exciting. It's just an awkward hassle. And that's exactly what this game is for a lot of people, an awkward hassle. This is all to say that Sonic CD is a supremely rewarding game for a comparatively small sect of players. You need to actually grasp the game's mechanics to truly tap into the depth and rhythm of its stages. It's no wonder perspectives seem to differ so wildly between fans and detractors. They're basically playing two entirely different games. Is this to say that Sonic CD only becomes an enjoyable game on your 50th playthrough when you've memorized the geometry and devised all these crazy techniques? I'd say definitely not. Obviously, replay value is a big part of the game's identity, but that's also true of other Sonic games, if to a lesser extent. But even for first-time players, it's not like CD never throws you a bone. It was also the case that watching others play the game helped me appreciate just how cleverly integrated the generator quest really was. I was shocked watching first-time players somehow intuitively finding their way to certain generators in no time flat just by picking up on the game's tells. It really does lead you around more than I'd given it credit for.
I figured there was something up with these. Ah, there it is. Turn up.
There it is! Whoa. I was just pushing my luck by making a left jump there, but that seems to be the right answer.
Overall, of the 20 different players I watched blaze through the game, opinions were as massively split as they've always been. And while some people were driven completely insane, just as many were reeled in by that old Sonic CD magic.
I'm really digging this. Really feeling Sonic CD.
Yeah, we did that. What a great game that is. That's a good game. This is worthy of several replays. I'll definitely be playing this over and over again. I can see it already.
Goddamn right. What really separates these two perspectives on the game, I think, isn't just skill, it's philosophy. CD is fundamentally designed entirely differently to other 2D Sonic titles, and therefore the instincts you've developed playing those other games may completely fail you once you try to apply those strategies indiscriminately to its stages. In a more prescriptive game like Sonic 2, you can usually launch yourself at the stages and have faith that the geometry will accommodate you. This is especially the case in Sonic Mania, which has a way of launching Sonic through these elaborate Rube Goldberg machines before eventually catching him to set him up for the next more deliberate sequence. The gameplay loop is mostly about eliminating the downtime and keeping the frenzy of movement going. Sonic CD, on the other hand, is designed nothing like this, meaning you need to adapt your playstyle and meet the game on its own terms, which a lot of players simply refuse to do. If you attempt to brute force a Sonic 2 approach to CD stages, it stands to reason the game will come off as a work of incompetence rather than invention. But that's because it isn't Sonic 2, and it wasn't trying to be. What is the word I have been using over and over again to praise CD's design? It is potential. The game gives you the potential for exhilarating gameplay and fluidity. It gives you the potential for game-breaking stunts and next-level traversal. It just doesn't serve it to you on a silver platter the way Sonic 2 does. This is a game you really have to learn to play, and you do this through experience, experimentation, and here's that word again, creativity. There is a definite trade-off with this approach, but by committing so fully to its ideas, CD ultimately vindicates itself. What you lose in one game's accessibility, you gain in the form of an utterly unrivaled skill ceiling. Being infinitely replayable was Oshima's #1 goal with this project mechanically, and in this way, I feel the game was a resounding success. Once you take that first step of improving its CD, it's a journey that seemingly never ends. Everywhere you go, you will see opportunities where you previously only saw handicaps. There's a very good reason opinions tend to evolve so drastically around this game upon repeat playthroughs, almost always for the better. Sonic CD gives you the ingredients to make the most rhythmic, exciting momentum platformer on Earth, but it's on you to put them together. Hence the phrase, player driven. This game is what you make of it. Whatever you put in, it will give back tenfold. It's a blank canvas just begging the player to lean in and get creative. But I do understand why some people have bounced off of CD in the past. So if you're someone who really wants to find the fun in this game, here are a few tips to maybe help you ease into it more naturally. First of all, play the other games first. As amazing as it is, CD is an experience I can only really recommend to hardcore classic Sonic fans. If you don't have a firm grasp on the fundamentals of how these games work, then I'm not sure this is the game to throw yourself into. In my mind, Sonic CD is a game that you graduate to after developing a prerequisite skill with the other 3 games. It expects you to apply those innate Sonic mechanics more creatively, but you can't do that if you barely grasp them in the first place. Second tip. Don't worry about the good ending. Some people try and force themselves to master the game on a first playthrough, and the learning curve ends up being so brutal, they walk away feeling like Sonic Team designed a broken game mechanic. On the other hand, some players turn their nose up at the generator quest altogether.
No, I can't be bothered with that. I have no time for that sort of nonsense.
Thus rendering 90% of the game's challenging content utterly superfluous, which is definitely not the way to get the most out of Sonic CD. If you're just playing the game for the first time, don't worry about doing everything perfectly. Instead, focus on figuring out how all the gimmicks work, experimenting with time travel techniques, and familiarizing yourself with the stages. It's on a second or third run that you should apply the skills you've learned to a generator run. Ease yourself into the game, and remember that this is a title from 1993 that was not designed to be perfected on your very first run. It was intended to be something that you played over and over again. Think of each stage like a puzzle to solve. You develop the solutions over time, and certainly not on your first attempt. If you can't figure a stage out, just leave it for the next playthrough. Some have argued that there's no point to destroying generators and making good futures all for the sake of a slightly different cutscene at the end, which is a point that I just don't understand. Personally, I've never been the type that's motivated to do things in a video game just for the sake of a reward at the end. If the process itself isn't engaging, then I don't really care what special cutscene you've got stashed away in the credits. This is why I never go for the good ending in Sonic 2, for example. The process just detracts too much from the experience. On the other hand, I always get the good ending in Sonic CD, because that's what brings out the best in its design. Every moment of every stage was conceived around the time travel mechanic, and to ignore it is to miss out on countless fun challenges and problem-solving opportunities. In other words, you're left with less game to play. One that certainly isn't frustrating, but isn't particularly engaging either. At least, it isn't for me. I'm sure plenty of you have tons of fun running through the stages as quick as possible, and that's totally fine. In fact, despite everything I've been saying, Sonic CD is paradoxically the most fun classic Sonic game to speedrun. which shouldn't make sense, but somehow totally does. Because the stages are so densely packed with stuff, speedrunning them becomes a frantic game of trying to avoid everything. It's such a shift from the usual playstyle that it feels like a different game entirely. Busy stages like Wacky Workbench and Stardust Speedway totally transform into these 30-second gauntlets of perfectly executed button presses and weaving through geometry. Despite how huge the stages can feel, you can pretty much blitz through all of them at lightning speeds by just hopping over all the content. I won't speak too much on this because speedrunning is definitely not my domain, but according to the creator of Sonic CD Restored, this game is by far the most robust and optimized for speedy traversal, with the highest number of sub 90-second stages of all the classics. I doubt this was a coincidence, considering this was the very first Sonic game with a dedicated time attack mode. It is a real thing of beauty watching god-tier speedrunners glide through these packed stages with nothing but the game's emergent design and mechanics. This is yet more evidence to these stages being extremely fluid and adaptable, not only accommodating multiple playstyles, but actually flourishing under them. So to say that Sonic CD fails at level design due to the different choices it made compared to 2 and 3 is to pay superficial attention to the game's unique goals and strengths, while also revealing a frankly limiting perspective on what compelling Sonic gameplay can be. It made those decisions for a reason, to facilitate a different kind of experience that wouldn't be possible in the old paradigm. In my opinion, a vastly better experience. With that said though, I still wouldn't praise the game on the basis of masterful level design in the same way I would games like Super Metroid, Rayman Origins, or Tropical Freeze. Those games use careful, genius design tricks to almost read the player's mind and intuit their actions. One game might trap you in a room and force you to figure out one of its central mechanics, while the other might lead you by the nose using little trinkets and collectibles that invisibly teach you the game's rules. It's very thoughtful, but it's also very guided, like the devs carefully thought through every moment of the experience and the optimal approach to conquering each challenge. Sonic CD is much more comparable to another platformer in its player-driven design philosophy, Super Mario 64. In and of itself, the level design of Mario 64 can feel broad, loose, and even random at times, compared to the very pointed and deliberate design of prior Mario titles. Analyzing the geometry in a vacuum, you might even consider Mario 64 to be a step back as an engaging platformer. But again, therein lies the twist. The brilliance of Mario 64's levels isn't necessarily in what they do, but rather what they don't do. They don't force a specific way of tackling their challenges or achieving your goals. More so than ever in 3D, the true appeal of Mario is in the joy of movement. Running, jumping, diving, wall kicking, ground pounding, backflipping, long jumping, and stringing together all of the above in clever, inventive ways. Mario's movement is so robust and stimulating in every moment of the game, so the level design doesn't get in the way of that. It instead gives you a lot of space and a bunch of opportunities, and if this sounds familiar, it's because I'm basically repeating myself. The worlds of Mario 64 are emergent playgrounds that give Mario the freedom to do his thing. Even at its most linear, the courses are so freeform and adaptable that I can't help but try pushing my luck and showing off. That doesn't mean things always work out. Once again, the more variables you introduce, the more things can go wrong, but that's a worthy trade-off for the sheer depth and adaptability of Mario 64. I find Sonic gameplay is much the same. You really don't need to do all that much to make the simple act of movement enjoyable. Just give Sonic the space to do his thing with ramps and slopes that bring out the best of his innate mechanics. I tend to find myself most engaged by more broad, open Sonic design than the more guided, prescribed courses we've been seeing so much of lately. With that said, players have had a much easier time getting behind the philosophies of Mario 64 than they have Sonic CD, and I think that comes down to a really important difference between the games. Even though 64 was a huge pivot from prior games in the series, the developers very effectively communicated how they wanted you to engage with the experience. You know from the moment you step into Peach's castle that this will be a more player-driven game with a less restrictive structure. You'll naturally collect the stars you want to collect, visit the stages you want to visit, and experiment with the moves you want to experiment with. There are even certain bottlenecks where you'll eventually be forced to learn certain moves, just like in Super Metroid. There are so many little details cluing you into the game's intended playstyle. Super Mario 64 had a much better shot at connecting with people, because 100% of people playing the game understand how it was designed to be interacted with. And this sheds light on what I consider to be Sonic CD's biggest flaw, a near total lack of proper conveyance. I've spent a long time justifying the utility of CD's design, but all of that falls apart when you remove the element of time travel, an element that the game itself doesn't really feel the need to explain. I mean, it's obviously not the developer's fault that Gems Collection didn't mention the generator quest in the manual, but like I said earlier, this is a Sonic game. I shouldn't have to read the manual or look up an internet walkthrough to understand the central mechanics of a Sonic platformer. It should all be right there in the game. Sonic CD doesn't do an adequate enough job conveying the intended playstyle to the player, so it's difficult to really blame people when they approach this game with a Sonic 2 mindset. That's a natural consequence of a creative shortcoming on the part of the designers. This future sign at the beginning of Collision Chaos can only be considered clever level design if the player even understands that going to the future is an undesirable outcome. Because if they don't, they're not really gonna care. This is how I played the game growing up. I'd get whisked back and forth through time and think nothing of it. My only real goal was finishing the stage. It was only years later, through trying to destroy the generators, that I realized how bad I really was at this game. When you know the generator quest exists, the moment-to-moment design is excellent, but the fact that you have to be in the know in the first place is a failure of the game. And what sucks is how easily this could have been addressed. All they really needed to do was draw more attention to the generators as a point of interest. In Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the HUD starts to flash whenever Sonic gets close to one of the giant special stage rings. This always makes me slow down and interrogate the area more carefully. This exact same thing could have been easily implemented with the generators. They also could have had Robotnik giving a thumbs down on the goalpost if the player failed to make a good future. This detail would have been enough to clearly communicate to the player that there's something they're missing. There's even precedent for this in the series. The 8-bit games would give you a different flagpole result depending on the kind of bonus reward you got. They could have had a good future bonus tally, they could have used a more sinister level clear jingle depending on how well you did. These little details would have gone a long way towards remedying this issue. Now I suppose this is something of a non-issue in the internet age, but I do still consider this lack of proper conveyance to be a minor blemish on the game. And while we're on the topic of minor blemishes, there's also these Metal Sonic projectors hidden in the past that I haven't mentioned yet. These machines project an image of Metal Sonic terrorizing the local wildlife, and destroying it fills the stage with critters in both the past and present. Now the way I've always interpreted this is that Metal Sonic killed all the animals in the stage, and by destroying the generator we're symbolically preventing him from doing that, hence all the animals coming back to life. I have no idea if that's what they were going for, but that's just how I take it. These projectors do serve an important purpose, one that I'll discuss a little later, but on a fundamental gameplay level, they're totally superfluous to the act of saving the stage. The good future will be filled with life whether you do or don't deal with Metal Sonic, so they aren't integrated into the game beyond a simple aesthetic detail. Whereas the generators are very thoughtfully placed in ways that require the player to make the most of the level's mechanics, the Metal Sonic projectors are simply dropped all over the place with no rhyme or reason to their placement. This time it really does feel like looking for a needle in a haystack. They aren't satisfying to destroy because you don't feel like you're actually solving a problem, you just happen to run into it. I think these would have been a more welcome inclusion if they were handled more like the golden bolts in Ratchet & Clank, rewards for tackling the stage in an extremely difficult or unexpected way. Some of these projectors actually are handled like this. While recording footage in Stardust Speedway, I whizzed past this Metal Sonic projector chilling at a part of the stage that I didn't even realize you could access. This led me to explore the area and stumble upon this jungle gym of springs and slopes which eventually deposited me right in front of the projector. I wish all of the projectors had this same sense of kooky fun to them. Make it more of an Easter egg hunt rather than a boring scavenger hunt. But these projectors don't actually interfere with the game, so they're really not hurting anything. Beyond this, I'm so in love with every one of this game's concepts that my only real criticism is I wish they went even further. I wish there were 2 versions of every boss encounter, with the bad future being the same basic fight, but with way less rings and more aggressive patterns. Sonic 3 did this, and it didn't even really have to. Imagine if the Metal Sonic projectors didn't just spawn a bunch of animals, but those animals guided you to hidden rooms and Easter eggs hidden all over the game. Things that you almost certainly wouldn't have found without their help. Imagine if each projector was associated with one specific type of creature, and that by destroying it, you don't just return the animal to that one stage, but the entirety of Little Planet. If you keep destroying projectors in every stage, eventually Little Planet would be overflowing with critters. Imagine if instead of destroying the same generator in every stage, each zone had a unique terraforming device that reflected the theme of the environment. Collision Chaos could have a smog machine, Tidal Tempest could have faulty pipes polluting the water, Quartz Quadrant could have disruptive mining equipment, and so on. Imagine if destroying both the generator and projector in a stage doesn't just result in a good future, but a perfect future. And doing this in both acts of a zone leads to an entire entirely different version of Act 3, one where you don't fight a boss, but instead enjoy a speedy, linear victory lap surrounded by beautiful visuals and music. Obviously, I'm not mad at the developers for failing to implement these great ideas I just made up. Just consider it a sign of how much potential I see in these concepts to grow and develop in future titles. Something that obviously didn't happen. Sonic CD unfortunately represents something of a creative dead end for the Sonic series. Its themes, gameplay, and ideas went largely unexplored by the series moving forward. That honor obviously went to Sonic 2, a game I feel we should probably talk about in a little more detail. This may be controversial, but I'm going to go ahead and posit that Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is the single most popular title in the series, on the grounds that it is one of the very few Sonic games that enjoy an entirely undivisive reputation, regardless of skill level, taste, or familiarity with the franchise. It is simply a classic in every sense of the word, both with the Sonic faithful and the general gaming populace. This makes it an excellent point of comparison with Sonic CD. Analyzing both games alongside each other reveals a lot of really interesting game design discussions that can be applied more broadly to a number of subjects. One's scope versus the other's focus, one's freedom versus the other's polish, one's eclecticism versus the other's familiarity, and perhaps most importantly, one's depth versus the other's accessibility. Sonic 2, I think, represents the series at its most accessible, giving you about as many levels as Sonic 1, but twice as many ideas. I think most gamers can find something to enjoy here. Where Sonic CD wants you to view the stages as one big continuous whole, Sonic 2 instead structures stages as a series of evolving linear challenges. In other words, while Sonic CD was filled with attractions to interact with at your leisure, Sonic 2 strings those attractions into a sequence like a sort of roller coaster ride. The upside to Sonic 2's approach is that the game's rules are very legible. Every stage and gimmick is quite easy to parse mentally, even when the actual difficulty cranks up. If a new player is struggling with a certain zone, it's at least crystal clear what the game wants from them. A potential downside of this approach is that Sonic 2's attractions are much less negotiable than Sonic CD's. In Sonic 2, the stage gimmicks almost exclusively serve the intrinsic goal of progress, whereas the stage gimmicks of Sonic CD are tools to assist the player in their extrinsic goal of time travel and exploration. The consequence of this is that the stage gimmicks much more strictly dictate the pace of Sonic 2, even over the player's will. In Sonic CD, the pacing is always dictated by the player. The severity of this can vary from zone to zone. Hilltop Zone, for instance, is very cleverly designed so that the player can always speed up their traversal through its many pulleys and seesaws. All of these gimmicks have been thoughtfully built to complement Sonic's fundamentals and respect the player. It never gets boring to blast through the zone because there's so many ways to subvert its challenges. Then there's a stage like Oil Ocean Zone, which is far less negotiable. The gameplay loop here is pretty much as follows. Run right for 15 seconds, slide. Run right for another 15 seconds, lift. Run right for another 15 seconds, cannon. Run right, then left, then right, another slide, another lift, another cannon. Do this for about 2 minutes and you're done. It's not particularly compelling. The beginning of Act 2 gives you the illusion of choice with these 3 alternate paths to choose from, but guess what they all lead to? Slides, lifts, and cannons, all of which you engage with in the exact same way every single time. Similarly to Chemical Plant Zone, I feel like I only spend 50% of the stage actually interacting with it. Unlike Chemical Plant Zone, it isn't very fun. Rather than being tools in the player's toolkit, the gimmicks are entirely running the show, which is a problem when they fundamentally aren't engaging. Things reach their absolute lowest point, however, in the very next zone. I don't know if I could bring myself to truly hate a classic Sonic level, but if I could, that level would undoubtedly be Metropolis Zone. I'll spare you the obvious song and dance about the enemy placement. I think we're all on the same page about that. My real beef with this stage is this thing right here. Take what I said about gimmicks dictating the pace of gameplay and multiply that by 10. The second you lay eyes on this thing, the game basically grinds to a halt as you submit to the sluggish, tedious act of holding right. Every single one of these bolts could have just been replaced with a red spring like any other level and it would only be an improvement for the player. Compare this to Collision Chaos, where scaling the stage vertically is a fun, emergent consequence of Sonic's physics and requires some actual dexterity from the player. With a tiny handful of exceptions, you cannot outthink this puzzle. You can't reason with it, you can't trim it down or speed it up, you just have to do it. Every single time, and it's exactly as exciting as it looks. And you better make damn sure you don't lose your footing and fall to the bottom, where you'll be made to suffer the incredible indignity of walking away to respawn the thing and start the whole process again. A process that wasn't fun the first time and remains not fun the second and third time. I mean, honestly, can you think of a less satisfying thing to do in a classic Sonic game than slowly nudging bolts around at the speed of Here's the thing with Sonic 2. I love the game. I've loved it since I was a kid, but nowadays, every playthrough tends to feel the same. I typically take the fastest routes through every act and reach the goal in about a minute and a half. 2.5 at the absolute most. It is much less engaging to be good at Sonic 2 than it is to be good at Sonic CD. The game just gives me so much less to do with those skills I've developed. Whereas being great at Sonic CD totally transforms it into an entirely different experience, being great at Sonic 2 generally means doing the same things, but quicker. So once I hit a certain plateau of ability, my playthroughs of the game started to blend together. Maybe I haven't reached the skill ceiling, but I'm getting dangerously close to it. My Sonic 2 experience tends to go something like this. I pop the game in, start running around and having fun, maybe I scratch my nose or look down for a moment to throw on a podcast, and the next thing I know, I'm watching the credits roll. Like my muscle memory took over and blazed through the whole thing without my brain's involvement. It's just the same game. Every time. The fun parts are always fun, the tedious parts are always tedious, and it always satisfies a base level of enjoyment. But my relationship with the game hasn't significantly evolved in years. I suppose I could force myself to take different routes through the game just to mix things up, but this isn't much of a solution. There's a reason I graduated to those upper paths in the first place. I don't think forcing myself through less fun routes is the key to revitalizing the game. It's the core of Sonic 2's streamlined and simplified design that I don't find as engaging. I appreciate why 9 out of 10 people would disagree, but personally, I always find myself preferring something like this to something like this. It's just more demanding, more stimulating. Remember when I said that learning to master time travel in CD also made me better at the other classic Sonic games? Well, this is especially the case for Sonic 2. I effortlessly glide through every one of this game's challenges nowadays, and it's just not as engaging as it used to be. My favourite moments in Sonic 2 are when the game really hands over the reins and lets me do some creative stunts with Sonic's movement. Moments where I have to more carefully consider the many moving parts of the game world. Really, they're the moments that remind me the most of Sonic CD. I love this moment in Aquatic Ruin where you have to steer Sonic off screen to make him land perfectly on his floating platform to score a 1-up. Or this whole sequence in Wing Fortress, which lets you totally transform the stage with a few judicious shortcuts. But then there's plenty of moments like this in Oil Ocean Zone. I'm shot into the air by a cannon and given a crazy amount of upward inertia. And what do I get to do with this awesome physics opportunity? Not a damn thing. My only option is to plant my feet and submit to the basic rules of the level. Compare this to a similar moment from Collision Chaos, and honestly, I think the clip speaks for itself. It's night and day. The more I play Sonic CD, the more I realize just how much I'm capable of. The more I play Sonic 2, the more I realize I'm trapped in a box. If Sonic 2 is a roller coaster with occasional waiting in lines, Sonic CD is the entire theme park, loaded with attractions to engage with at my own pace and in my own way. It's just a game with a lot more going on than the other. It houses more gameplay opportunities, more ways to show off, more ways to outthink the designers. Once again, Metropolis Zone brings out the absolute worst in Sonic 2's Philosophies, and it proceeds to do this for twice as long as every other stage in the game. For some unfortunate reason, Metropolis brings back the 3-act structure from Sonic 1, resulting in a genuine slog of a zone that actively works against Sonic 2's strongest quality, its pacing. Scrolling through my 50-minute recorded playthrough of the game, I was shocked to find that I'd beaten Mystic Cave Zone by around the 22-minute mark. Sonic 2 has 9 complete zones, with Mystic Cave being the 6th, which is to say that the final 3 zones of the game accounted for well over 50% of the total runtime. And this is ignoring the fact that I intentionally killed myself a few times in those earlier zones just for the sake of capturing footage. In other words, Sonic 2's pacing goes to complete shit in the final act of the game. I always wondered why this odd feeling of dread would set in the moment I stepped foot in Oil Ocean Zone. Now I know, the game slows to an absolute crawl during its climax, giving you 1/4 of the content for double the time. I'm willing to chalk up the game's shortcomings in this regard to its rushed and chaotic development cycle. Sonic 2 was produced under quite experimental circumstances, with Sonic Team Japan collaborating with key members of the American STI branch to crank out the sequel in time for the holiday season. As an experiment, it's easy to view Sonic 2 as something of a failure, or at least a less than ideal outcome. This attempt to cram two foreign teams together and make them work towards one unified goal led to a lot of discord, with the game's directors generally privileging the Japanese contributions over those of the American team. One might write this off as simple in-group preference, but honestly, considering the pedigree of both teams, this was probably the intelligent move, with Yuji Naka opting to work exclusively with his hand-picked team from Japan to produce Sonic 3. Combine this poor communication with the aggressive deadlines from Sega of America, and Sonic 2 was ultimately released with a mountain of cut content and cut corners. The bloated state of Metropolis Zone is just one consequence of these unfortunate issues. It's interesting to think that such a beloved and important game owes so much of its legacy to such a turbulent production. The incredible quality of Sonic 2, in spite of its troubled development, is a real testament to the brilliance of Yuji Naka and his team. But I can't help wondering how much better of a game we might have gotten if it spent just a few more months in the oven. Sonic 2 is a great game, a classic game even. Well designed, accessible, pick up and playable, but not even approaching the level of conceptual ambition or depth of Sonic CD. Thankfully, all is forgiven, because this game exists. How I love Sonic 3, let me count the ways. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles, I feel, addresses virtually all of Sonic 2's shortcomings in bold, creative ways. Whereas Sonic 2 often rewarded the player's skill mastery with less game to play, Sonic 3 is much more robust and adaptable in its design. It's rarely just a case of a good route versus a bad route anymore. Rather, the game presents the player with genuine choices to make that simply lead to different outcomes rather than correct or incorrect ones. I can blaze through stages like Marble Garden, Carnival Night, and Mushroom Hill multiple times and have pretty different experiences each run, without feeling like I've been shortchanged. There are so many little micro challenges sequenced into the stages that I'm bound to slip up every now and then, complicating my routing in ways that are actually refreshing, which is really impressive for a guy like me who's logged untold thousands of hours into this one game. The devs also managed to remedy the wonky pacing that deflated Sonic 2's final stretch by cooking variety and evolution directly into the zones themselves. One act of Sonic 3 can be as long as an entire zone in Sonic 2, but the game keeps your attention with dynamic theming and interesting set pieces. As you run through the stages, you'll find that they're seamlessly transforming around you in real time. Lush jungles are set ablaze, amusement parks have blackouts, earthquakes terraform the land, the seasons change from summer to fall and winter, you drill to the depths of active volcanoes and explore their crystalline underbellies. There is more content in a single act of Sonic 3 than there was in an entire zone of the previous game. And it's not just the aesthetics. Entirely new gimmicks and hazards will debut in the middle of a zone, ensuring that the player is never seeing or doing the same thing for too long. Lava Reef and Sandopolis introduce an entire stage worth of new ideas at their respective halfway points, and yet it never lingers on those ideas. The whole adventure is paced beautifully, with a real sense of rising action that swells in tandem with the story. Skimming through my footage here, every zone seems to be exactly where it should be in accordance with the play experience, leading to an even distribution of fun and diverse content from beginning to end. Moreover, Sonic 3 largely eschews the insta-kill traps that so often slam the brakes on Sonic 1 and 2 with smart level design. The game often strategically halts Sonic before setting him up for the next demanding sequence, giving the game a beautiful sense of rhythm where previous games could feel quite slapdash. Every badnik, hazard, and pitfall has an extra layer of care to their integration. But being a bit more accommodating did not come at the expense of the game's depth. In fact, Sonic 3 brings radical improvements to the core gameplay on almost every axiom. In the right hands, the insta-shield is absolutely game-changing, facilitating a whole new layer of interaction to the moment-to-moment Sonic gameplay. Then there's the elemental shields, which are even more incredible. These give Sonic even more options for horizontal and vertical propulsion, introducing this brilliant kinetic variety to the gameplay completely unrivaled by prior games. You can scale walls, trivialize traps, and generally explore the environment in so much more depth than before, greatly enhancing the fluid pinball traversal of classic Sonic. What really helps the elemental shields is how they were clearly implemented to complement certain stages and scenarios, like the bubble shield in Hydro City and the fire shield in Lava Reef. Then there are moments when the intended shield changes up based on the act. The first half of Launch Base is best tackled with the lightning shield, while the second half was clearly built for the bubble shield. And then there's stages like Angel Island where it feels like there's an intended shield for almost every new stretch of the stage. It's just so cool. With all these great additions, the skill ceiling that felt a little too rigid in Sonic 2 is considerably expanded. There are moments in this game that get tantalizingly close to that emergent physics paradise that CD built its house on. I'll be frank can say that I consider Sonic the Hedgehog 3 a marked improvement over its predecessor in virtually every way, and about as close to perfection as this series would ever achieve. There's definitely something to be said about a 16-bit game that a 9-year-old growing up in the 2000s could confidently consider his all-time favourite. And unlike Sonic 2, that love has only grown more passionate over time. It is truly a feat of gaming excellence. Is it better than Sonic CD? Well, it really depends on how you frame— No, not really. There was once a time where I was really conflicted over which of these two titles I considered superior. The reigning champion, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, or the acquired taste, Sonic CD. But as the years ticked on, that question became one with such an obvious answer that I didn't even feel the need to kid myself. Sonic CD wins by a country mile. But how can this be when I just said Sonic 3 is a massive improvement in virtually every way? Well, that's the tricky thing. Sonic 3 is an improvement of Sonic 2. As best as I can tell, it doesn't even acknowledge the existence of Sonic CD. Some fans have suggested that Sonic 3 builds on and improves CD's exploration philosophy with its hidden special stage rings, a statement I consider to be a straight up misunderstanding of Sonic CD's actual structure and appeal. Basically, Sonic 3 uses giant rings as a reward for nudging certain walls or occasionally clearing light platforming gauntlets, giving you the incentive to explore the stage that Sonic 2 lacked. The thing is, these kinds of secrets have existed in the series from the very beginning, and they were especially all over CD. These sort of notice me environmental puzzles rarely amount to much more than a 5-second diversion from the critical path, bearing little resemblance to the emergent, player-driven design of Sonic CD. This is a platformer in the Sonic 2 vein. It doesn't want you to think of the stage as a big continuous space, but rather as a series of obstacles to traverse. Actually, Sonic 3 may in fact be the least backtrackable game in the series thus far, thanks to a crucial new addition that would eventually come to define the Sonic the Hedgehog series: a massive new emphasis on spectacle. A lot of gnarly things happen in these stages, from airship attacks to snowboard sequences, cave-ins, exploding buildings, Shakespearean betrayals, and many cutscenes. Sonic 3 cares a lot about telling a story, and it's often willing to lock the screen and pause the game to tell that story effectively. We see the return of Sonic 2's approach to gimmick design, and while there's nothing in here quite as egregious as the gears from Metropolis, one could make an argument that Sonic 3's stage gimmicks stake an even bigger claim on the player's time. Let's take a look at Flying Battery to put this into perspective. The stage bears a striking resemblance to Metropolis, though thankfully none of its actual mechanics came along for the ride. The gimmicks are all fun, and it has a great sense of scale that totally outclasses anything in Sonic 2. But it cannot be ignored just how much time you spend waiting around for the geometry to get where it needs to be so you can progress. That should sound familiar for anyone who remembers Sonic 1. No matter how good you think you are, there will be moments where you simply submit to the game. The most obnoxious of these moments comes at the very end, when the floor starts rising through the level and Sonic has to keep moving to avoid getting squished. If you possess even a driblet of skill at Sonic games, you are at no risk of losing a life during this sequence, meaning that once you reach the top of your climb, which usually takes me about 10 seconds, all there is left to do is wait for the game to catch up. I timed this sequence 30 seconds. 30 seconds before the game asks you to do anything, and it's far from an isolated occurrence in this title. Whether it's a rope, or a lift, or a beam of yellow light, Sonic 3 and Knuckles is more than willing to hold the player hostage. Just for fun, I decided to look back through my footage and compare my playthrough of Marble Zone to my run of Flying Battery, because I honestly wasn't sure which one had you standing around the most. I carefully timed every single moment I was locked in place against my will and held that up against the time it took to complete the zone. The results may shock you. Of the 334 total seconds it took me to beat all 3 acts of Marble Zone, I spent 40 seconds standing around waiting for the level design to let me proceed. By comparison, of the total 514 seconds it took me to clear both acts of Flying Battery, I spent a full 61 seconds standing around doing nothing. Keep in mind that this is disregarding both of these ridiculous boss fights, which are pretty much waiting games and barely house any interesting content. This is equivalent to 11% of Marble Zone and 12% of Flying Battery spent without much happening. An almost perfect match. And yet, Marble Zone is mercilessly criticized by fans and gamers alike for being slow and plodding, while Flying Battery is generally well liked. Now you might think I'm bashing Flying Battery here, but that's not the case. I actually consider this an example of very good game design. The fact that Sonic Team could adapt design elements from the original game to the style and pace of Sonic 3 without driving players crazy is a sign of just how far their grasp on the series had evolved by this point. You weren't bored or frustrated during these moments of inaction because the staging and context of the stage was so exciting that you barely even notice how little you're doing. In that way, stages like Flying Battery and Sandopolis feel like evolved takes on what Sonic 1 was going for with Marble and Labyrinth Zone. But there are consequences for these kinds of design elements, and one of them is pacing. Despite having stages that are far bigger than prior titles, including Sonic CD, it often doesn't feel that way. And I think that's because the amount of time you spend in a Sonic 3 zone doesn't always reflect the amount of interaction you actually had with it. When a stage takes 6 minutes in Sonic CD, it's because I spent 6 minutes doing rad stunts and having a great time. When a stage takes 6 minutes in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, it's because I spent time trapped behind barrels, or working a pulley, or stuck on a rope, or locked in a cutscene, or running through largely scripted events, or waiting for the level design to catch up to my skill. It's a big improvement from Sonic 2 in this regard, but it's still a game that requires a lot less active participation on a moment-to-moment basis than CD. There are still moments where you need to submit to the level design and press a single button repeatedly to progress, or wait for quicksand to slowly guide you out of a room. Now, I want to make something really clear before I continue. I'm not criticizing the game when I point these things out. There are good reasons that Sonic 3 was designed the way it was, and I appreciate that. All I'm saying is Sonic 3 is a certain kind of play experience, one that occupies a very different avenue of appeal to Sonic CD. That game privileges the decision making of the player, while this game is very often about submitting to the flow of the designer. This new emphasis on spectacle-driven set pieces was an important part of where Sonic Team ultimately wanted to go with the character, and they're awesome in their own way, but ultimately I find myself echoing Shayme's sentiments. This sequence of raining bombs was awesome the first time I saw it, maybe even the 10th time, but I'm on my 500th time. Now it's just something I endure every time I run through Angel Island. The same goes for almost every one of these moments, all of which combined really eat away at the pick up and play utility of Sonic 3. That's the downside of designing such a scripted game. Eventually you get bored of that script. This is actually the game in the Mega Drive trilogy I find myself pulling down from the shelf the least, despite being by far my absolute favourite. I used to tell myself this was because the game was so good I wanted to save it each and every playthrough, but I think subconsciously I knew just how much of my playthrough would be eaten up by moments like this. Or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this. All of these moments are nowhere to be found in Sonic CD, with the sole exception being that one bottleneck in Metallic Madness, which, as I mentioned, can be comfortably skipped. I think a stage that best reveals the strengths and limitations of Sonic 3 is the iconic Sky Sanctuary. This is one of my favourite zones in the series, and really showcases the potential of grafting these character-driven narrative beats onto a linear platformer in a way that enhances the experience. Much like Mario 2, Sky Sanctuary is all about vertical ascension, with Sonic and Tails scaling the crumbling terrain to catch up to the launching Death Egg. In this context, having to replay a stretch of the level feels like an elegant and meaningful punishment for missing a jump, and creates a sort of drama to the act of ascending the spire. It's a really great sequence. And yet, even here at the height of its conceptual ambition, Sonic 3 doesn't quite shoot for the moon with the whole vertical traversal premise. Progression in Sky Sanctuary is so guided and controlled. It's really more a stage built on horizontal movement that eventually thrusts the player upwards as a simple consequence of the level design. There's nothing particularly demanding here when it comes to applying Sonic's unique moveset. The moment never comes that the player is asked to make any complex decisions about traversal, so the gameplay isn't very dynamic or player driven. Even in this twist on Sonic 3's usual design formula, the skill ceiling is a far cry from what Sonic CD can provide. I don't think I've actually improved at this zone since I was 13, and I just know that there's a mountain of untapped potential here. Imagine Gamers, a version of Sky Sanctuary built on collision chaos style ramps, springs, and wall jumps used to soar to untold heights. One that really challenged the player to negotiate the level geometry and apply Sonic skills in creative ways to reach the heavens. Tell me that wouldn't be the dopest shit ever programmed. It would be very challenging, especially for those without a firm grasp on 2D Sonic, but I'm down for that challenge. Now I need to reiterate that I'm not criticizing the game, I'm just walking through the many reasons I don't consider it my favorite anymore. Within the confines of its more restrictive design, there is still a mountain of gameplay potential here, especially with the elemental shields, but it's just not the same, and I certainly didn't feel this way until I hit a certain level of skill mastery and familiarity with the design of these games. Sonic CD only got better and better, while Sonic 3 sort of plateaued. The ceiling is way higher than Sonic 2, I never quite go into autopilot mode, but I'm way more conscious of all the restrictions, all of the stopping and waiting, all of the challenges that have long since exhausted their utility, and as a result, I'm always more ready to revisit Little Planet than Angel Island. Eventually, you hit a level of skill in a classic Sonic game where it stops just being about beating the challenges. You don't even see the challenges at a certain point. All I see is an interactive canvas for me to express myself. And all the restrictions, the speed boosters, the set pieces, the waiting around, once you've outgrown their functionality, they just start to feel like scaffolding standing between you and the ultimate promise of expression lurking just off screen. This rope, this pit, this earthquake, this sand trap, this cutscene, all of it is little more than red tape. Sonic CD tears down that red tape and fully gives the keys to the player, and the result is a game that's more stimulating to replay and master. A game that gives you the freedom to do what Sonic does best, all of the potential with none of the limitations. I understand that most people don't see things this way, and I myself used to struggle with this conclusion. I will go ahead and concede that Sonic 3 and Knuckles is the more polished piece of work, but it's a more polished version of a game I find fundamentally less engaging to play. With each year and each new playthrough, I've come to appreciate the fundamentals of Sonic more and more. So whenever those fundamentals are disrupted for a momentary flight of fancy, it sticks out to me in a way that it didn't before. I don't dislike these moments, but they aren't the appeal of the franchise to me like they were when I was 10. Unfortunately for me, Sonic Team didn't see things that way. One great thing I can always say about Sonic Adventure is that it does feel like a genuine sequel to Sonic 3, just as Super Mario 64 did to Super Mario World. The downside of this is the sequel takes a lot of 3's bad habits and doubles down on them to an extent that is impossible to ignore. Sonic Adventure takes everything we've been talking about and basically cranks it up to 11. The passive spectacle and in-game cinemas of Sonic 3 have been expanded into full-on events. They're really more like mini-games than anything else, and stake a much bigger claim on the overall runtime than they ever did on the Genesis. Almost every stage has sizable stretches where the gameplay shifts to something much more extravagant and much more shallow. Now, to be sure, this was definitely the correct play in 1999. All of these moments were incredible sights to behold, and probably what stood out most to the critics heaping praise on the game back at launch. In those days of early 3D, variety was everything. The more styles and flavors of gameplay you could cram into your adventure, the better it was. As a showpiece for the Dreamcast, Sonic Adventure was brilliantly conceived and flawlessly executed. But none of that really matters when you pop the game in today. Just like Sonic 3, all of these choices have consequences, and the consequence here is distracting from the genuinely compelling rhythms of gameplay Adventure has to offer. Variety is a great thing, but Sonic 3 proved you can have a diverse set of stages without distracting from the core play that gives the series its identity. I wish Adventure had more faith in the depth of its innate mechanics and let them carry the game, instead of these dozens of less developed concepts. It's the same issue that makes Crash 3 less rewarding to go back to than I remember. Every moment spent playing a worse Wave Race, or a worse Star Fox, or a worse Road Rash is less time spent developing Crash Bandicoot, the real reason I put the game in the console. In the same way, when people find themselves coming back to Adventure today, I don't think it's just to run away from an orca whale or watch Sonic ride a roller coaster for the 50th time. It's that incredible physics potential, which still represents the most authentic translation of the character in 3D. It's the level design, which cleverly toes the line between the prescribed challenges of Sonic 3 and the emergent playgrounds of Sonic CD. It's the feeling that your skills and decisions are completely changing the way you interact with the game world. These elements of Sonic Adventure show so much promise that it seems foolish to downplay them with such frequency. Crash 3 at least had the excuse of being the climax of a trilogy, which had already done a great job of developing Crash's gameplay. Sonic Adventure is the character's very first opportunity to stretch his legs in a new dimension, and a frustrating amount of that precious playtime is spent having your controls locked, wading through shallow mini-games, and watching the same guided spectacles again and again. Sonic Adventure 2 takes this to the point of parody. It can often feel like you spend more time locked into these sequences than actively engaging with the game. So much of these stages are dedicated to these scripted action sequences which either require minimal participation or none at all. SA2 streamlines the game world so mercilessly, with stages that are about the length of a single act from Sonic 2 on average, but with substantially less to do with those stages. And I'm not even particularly well practiced at this game, yet just playing normally leads to the stages being over at light speed, whereas it took me years to get this efficient with Sonic 2. The world has been flattened to such an extent that it can feel like you're just barely scratching the surface of what these environments have to offer. There is so much space in this game that basically amounts to nothing gameplay-wise. The world is even more beautiful than it was in SA1, but I feel as though I'm whizzing past it rather than getting lost in it. This giant tree in Green Forest looks really awesome, doesn't it? Wouldn't it be fun to climb it with rolls and jumps and spin dashes and the like? Maybe run around the insides of the trunk Tony Hawk style? Well, the game disagrees. It basically climbs itself. All the level design expects of you is to hone in on these springs, and the programming handles the rest. This was also the case in a lot of SA1, with moments that look really engaging but actually ask next to nothing of the player, like this tornado sequence in Windy Valley. However, these were largely exceptions in a game that had a lot more going on under the hood. SA2 flips this dichotomy and allows the spectacle to run the show. In Sonic 3, those moments were just a garnish on what was already a super compelling game. Now that garnish is the main course, to the massive detriment of the series' fundamentals. Invisible walls make their debut, as do sequences that completely lock your controls for extended periods. Gimmicks that consist of nothing more than tapping a single button with completely negligible timing. Stage elements that look like mechanics but are really just connecting flights between spectacles like these vines in Green Forest. Sequences that play out identically every single time unless you happen to break them. And on the occasion that a stage is longer, it's not because it's more dense with things to do, but rather it's actively wasting your time, offering the player even fewer choices and even longer periods of inaction. The core gameplay of Sonic has never been this rote and binary. Now, with all this being said, am I saying Sonic Adventure 2 is the weakest offering from the series thus far? Well, I'm sure I would have said something like that a few years ago, but it really isn't that simple. The truth is, Sonic Adventure 2 is going for an entirely different appeal, one that isn't really congruent with the prior titles, but is still engaging in its own right. SA2 decidedly steps away from the momentum philosophies established in Sonic 1 to focus on streamlined action, scope, and spectacle, and it did this by design. I may find it a lot less fun than the previous games, but that's because it de-emphasized my favorite parts of the series to accommodate these elements. I think it's a little unfair to the game to insist that it's fundamentally weaker for choosing to go in a different direction. It may not be my vision of an ideal 3D Sonic, but it's still a 3D Sonic that works. In other words, it's not incompetent, it's just different. In case you're wondering why I'm chronicling the evolution of the series in such vivid detail, it's to prove beyond a reasonable doubt just how far Sonic Team drifted from the defining principles of a game like CD. Sonic 3 started the franchise down a road that ultimately led to this. In 8 short years, this series had completely transformed, to the point that virtually none of CD's DNA survived in future titles. We've wandered so far from where we started that the principles of Sonic CD's level design feel like a distant memory. This isn't a series about Sonic and his environment anymore. It's a series about Sonic and all these radical events he finds himself at the center of. Perhaps it's unsurprising then that Sonic Adventure 2 was the very first game in the series following Naoto Oshima's departure from SEGA. But we're getting way off track, so let's tie all of this together and see what can be learned. The reason I've gone so ridiculously in-depth with these level design comparisons is to reveal how profoundly unhelpful terms like good level design and bad level design can be when trying to ascertain what these games are actually doing under the hood. I don't think a single one of these games could be meaningfully designated as simply good or bad design. What we really have here is a bunch of different philosophies. Some games are a bit more streamlined, some are more freeform, and others are more binary. Some prioritize the freedom of the player, while others are a bit more demanding and prescriptive. Some try to thread the needle and tackle multiple styles on a level-by-level basis, and all of them do something that the others don't. Which style is ultimately the best for Sonic is entirely in the eyes of the player and what they perceive to be the series' strengths. There is one more game I want to talk about in this segment before we finally reach some kind of conclusion and move on. One that I feel is the perfect antithesis to Sonic CD in terms of design philosophy, and one that people tend to forget about. The Knuckles quest from Sonic 3. Most people probably wouldn't consider this to be a meaningfully different experience from the regular campaign, but if you look at its design more closely, you'll realize that it absolutely is. While Knuckles begins most acts very similarly to Sonic and Tails, it usually won't take long before the playthrough diverges considerably. The Knuckles exclusive routes are designed entirely differently to the rest of the game. While Sonic's routes emphasize sharp reflexes and decision making through wide open environments, Knuckles' paths tend to be built around his unique moves and are on the whole much more cramped and binary. Remember those low ceilings from Sonic 1? Well, they're back with a vengeance in the Knuckles quest, and more brutal than ever. Almost every stage is loaded with these tight hallways that just clamp down on your vertical potential. You'll go up when the level says you can go up, and go down when the level says you can go down. Now, contextually, this makes a lot of sense. Knuckles is a native of the island and knows all the ins and outs. It stands to reason that he'd use more efficient routing through tighter, more claustrophobic paths. But while it may make sense for the character, the gameplay consequence of this is multiple steps backwards for the series' dynamicism. It's like we're back in Sonic 1, with only a handful of prescribed ways to negotiate challenges and very little wiggle room when it comes to insta-kill traps and hazards. Unlike Sonic 1 though, Knuckles has the vastly expanded moveset from Sonic 3, making you feel even more like a rat in a maze as you navigate these cramped, claustrophobic level designs. Compare the blistering thrills of Ice Cap Act 2 when played as Sonic to the dainty series of hops and glides performed by Knuckles, surrounded on all sides by danger and death. I lost track of the amount of times a vertical ramp would send me rocketing into a ceiling, and it felt soul-crushing every time. The game uses a series of arbitrary restrictions to contrive a specific route for Knuckles through the stage. Why can't Knuckles climb this wall but can climb this wall? Because the designers needed to force you into the exclusive Knuckles content. Is there any logic to why Knuckles can't break this block of ice but can easily walk through every other identical block of ice? Because the game decrees it to be so. These are one-off, made-up rules implemented to corral the player and limit their decision making. I think if handled more intelligently, a Knuckles run could have opened the game up and given more depth to design. Every time you hit one of these forks in the road, you'd be given a genuine choice to make, thus cranking the replay value through the roof with the sheer number of routing options. Instead, the opposite is true. The player makes virtually no choices in these stages. The scale is tipped entirely in favor of execution and totally negates experimentation. If you've never noticed this before, I implore you to play the Knuckles quest again and pay very close attention to the moment-to-moment gameplay. It will slowly dawn on you just how little the game is asking of your creativity and decision-making. Unfortunately, the arbitrary contrivances aren't just external, they're also baked into Knuckles himself. And this is where the devs perhaps went a step too far. Knuckles has a drastically nerfed jump, in addition to just generally being a lot heavier in the air. This makes every moment of gameplay less exhilarating than it would be as Sonic or Tails. It's one thing to shift the design philosophy somewhat, and it's another thing entirely to fundamentally alter the core mechanics in a way that actively works against the appeal of classic Sonic. Knuckles' nerfed jump and limited controls introduce a stop-and-start quality to the gameplay that doesn't usually exist. There's very little synergy or fluidity tying together his various moves. He can't glide out of a roll or even maintain his speed when landing from a glide. Every time he lands, he's forced to a complete standstill. Combine this with the forceful binary level design and you've got an experience that totally alters the rhythm of gameplay one would expect from Sonic 3. You might think this adds some welcome variety to an already very complete adventure. Sonic 3 is basically two campaigns in one, built on two totally distinct approaches to gameplay. And that is true, but that variety comes at such a devastating expense to player choice. Everything is so forced. Forced level design, forced limitations, forced routing, and forced solutions to forced problems. At one point, the game locks you in a room, Zelda style, for a stilted environmental puzzle that feels decidedly at odds with the spirit of the series. It's a more deliberate experience, but a profoundly more limiting experience. For these reasons, when revisiting Sonic 3, I almost always find myself avoiding Knuckles out of pure instinct. I wasn't sure exactly why, but something about him just wasn't as fun. The best moments of the Knuckles quest are when you're just exploring the same environments that Sonic and Tails did. Then you can apply Knuckles' abilities creatively to interrogate the zone in ways that weren't previously possible. It rewards players for being attentive and experimental. The worst moments of his campaign are, ironically, the challenges actually built around Knuckles' mechanics that aren't compelling enough to make up for what they take away. That is, when they didn't just phone it in with levels that beat themselves. Imagine if we took a page out of the Mario World playbook, with hidden exits that lead to totally fresh content. Maybe a hidden route in Act 1 leads to an entirely different version of Act 2, with unique art and more difficult level design. This would reintroduce a lot of the player-driven variety that was practically lost with CD. You make so few meaningful decisions in this game. You complete the prescribed task in the prescribed way, or you fail and try again. Any attempt to play it by ear or riff on the design will be met with a swift Sonic 1 style death. It is the complete polar opposite to Sonic CD's approach to design. Does that make the Knuckles quest inherently worse than Sonic CD? Honestly, I don't actually think either of these approaches is an inherently flawed or foolish way to design a platform game. In fact, I think it's really cool that Sonic Team managed to explore such divergent directions this early in the series' life. It's difficult to be too hard on the Knuckles quest, considering it's essentially just an epilogue to what was already a spectacular and complete experience, which I assume is why I've never heard anyone criticize its design. Sonic Team didn't have to put in as much work as they did. I will pose this question though. Which of these two adventures is doing the most to capitalize on the unique gameplay potential of Sonic? The answer for me is clear as day. One of these titles is definitely doing much more to indulge the character's strengths, even if it means opening the floodgates to a more messy, turbulent experience on the way to that potential. The other game insists on locking that potential up in a tight, stifling box, while spoon-feeding us spatial challenges that feel unusually foreign to the series. But again, it comes down to preference. Wow, we sure got lost in the weeds there for a sec, didn't we? Anyway, before I crown one of these classic Sonic games the winner of level design, I find it proper at this time to briefly touch on the original Sonic CD. I do actually own the game on Mega CD, and I find myself booting it up every now and then for a playthrough. For one thing, you can do this in Wacky Workbench. That feels awesome. There's also a whole extra layer of quartz down here that never made it into any other releases of the game. It looks terrific. I'm also one of those crazy people who actually enjoys the bit-crushed FMV cutscenes for some reason. There's some nice little touches here that have basically been lost to time. Look how Amy blinks her eyes, how precious. As you are no doubt aware, Sonic CD was lovingly remastered from the ground up in 2011 by Christian Whitehead, with the other 16-bit games soon to follow. People tend to forget this nowadays, but it really cannot be overstated just how incredible this remaster was in its own time. The passion and skill on display in this project was unheard of in 2011. Despite some neat ideas he'd been knocking around for additional content, SEGA pressured Whitehead to keep the remaster as authentic to the original experience as possible. This was a good decision, I think. This port was likely to become the de facto way to experience Sonic CD, so it was important that it actually reflect the original vision of the game. Sonic 1 and 2's ports had no such burden, and were basically free to go rogue with whatever crazy additions they wanted. Sonic 1 especially feels like a whole new experience, with its shiny new spin dash and lack of a speed cap totally changing how you engage with the level design. You can do things in this remaster that you couldn't dream of doing in the original. It's a lot of fun, and a very novel way to blast through the adventure, but alters the spirit of the game so drastically that I couldn't in good conscience call it the definitive version of Sonic 1. For this reason, I tend to just stick with the cartridges when I truly want an authentic experience with the classic Sonic games. That is, for every game except Sonic CD. You'll notice that this is the one game that I've been playing the remaster of throughout this video. For me, it truly is the de facto version of the game, and that's because the original Sonic CD is something of a technical mess. Now, to be clear, none of the classic Sonic games are exactly flawless works of programming. In Sonic 1, you could run so fast that you kill yourself. In Sonic 2, Supersonic was so sloppily implemented that you could softlock your game by jumping at the wrong time. And most excruciating of all, sometimes in Sonic 3, the game will just do this. And every time it happens, a year gets shaved off my lifespan. For the most part, these little moments are quirks. Just the growing pains of some overly ambitious software pushing against the limits of what its systems were capable of. Hell, sometimes these quirks made the games better. Any version of Hilltop Zone that doesn't let me pull off this trick is patently inferior in my eyes. None of these hiccups really harm the experience of the games in a meaningful way. The same cannot be said for Sonic CD, the title that puts the biggest burden on Sonic's innate mechanics, and therefore can least afford to be burdened by such nagging technical issues. The first massive shortcoming is awkward collision. If Sonic so much as grazes his pinky against a stray subpixel, there's a chance all of his momentum will grind to an immediate halt. This can and will rob you of time travel opportunities through no fault of your own, adding an extra layer of chance to a process that was already taxing on the player as it was. Time travel should be about learning the stage and negotiating the terrain with skill and timing, not tiptoeing around wonky programming. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Sonic will sometimes misread slopes and hills, reacting in completely unpredictable ways to otherwise normal terrain. Time travel tricks that you feel should work just won't, and there's an overall feeling of roughness that's uncharacteristic of Sega's 16-bit output. Most apparent, despite the vastly souped up processing speeds of the Mega CD, the frame rate is just awful, regularly slowing down the action for uncomfortably long stretches of time. The code just isn't optimized for the hardware in the slightest, and as much as I wish I could blame this on brutal deadlines or mitigating circumstances, that actually isn't the case. CD was delayed twice before its eventual release. It really was an issue of talent more than anything. Yuji Naka was busy making his own Sonic games overseas, and he took his one-of-a-kind coding acumen with him. So while he was off improving his work for Sonic 2, the team in Japan was left scrambling with what was left of his Sonic 1 codebase and jerry-rigging it to serve their newer, much more ambitious project. And like a teenage girl trying to squeeze into the dress she wore when she was 9, the results are awkward and painful. There's a great Twitter account that meticulously breaks down what exactly is going on under the hood to make the game behave the way it does, and it paints a picture of a game engine that is vastly less capable than those of its peers. I bring all of this up simply for the sake of making a thorough video and acknowledging the struggles the team faced without Yuji Naka. And you know, maybe I'm overselling the severity of the issues a tad. At the end of the day, it's still Sonic CD. All the praise I've given the game still applies to this original, and I frankly didn't even notice most of these problems until they were fixed in 2011. Considering what a struggle it is to replicate the minutiae of classic Sonic movement and collision to this day, I can appreciate why the shortcomings exist. But still, it's a real downgrade from the silky smooth action of Sonic 2. Thankfully, Christian Whitehead descended from on high to wash away the shortcomings of yesteryear and make the game a heck of a lot more playable. But with that said, here's a quick PSA. So, in the original Sonic CD, the spin dash just didn't work how you'd expect it to. If the player didn't charge the spin for just shy of 2 whole seconds, Sonic would uncurl on the spot without moving a muscle. It felt awful. Christian Whitehead mercifully corrected this in 2011, allowing players to use the more familiar spin dash from Sonic 2. What most people don't realize though is that regardless of which spin dash you pick, the problem has been fixed anyway. Even if you play with the original spin dash setting, you no longer have to fully charge the spin dash or peel out to pick up speed. In fact, sometimes it's beneficial to half charge or even quarter charge a dash for more fine movements. This single-handedly makes the gameplay 10 times more fluid than the original, especially if you're trying to make good use of limited space to time travel. You might have noticed from my footage that I've been using the original spin dash option in all my playthroughs, and there's a few key reasons why I've always insisted on playing this way. First of all, in the original Mega CD game, when Sonic would hit top speed, the camera would extend to reveal more of the stage in front of him, likely because the limited visibility inherent to classic Sonic would pose a particularly big problem with this game's time travel mechanic. It was a great touch and helped alleviate some of the challenges of traversal. By default, this feature no longer exists in the 2011 version, with the camera now centered on Sonic at all times like the Mega Drive games. Ironically, despite the game now being widescreen, the player doesn't actually have a significantly larger viewing window than they had in the original game. When played with the original spin dash option, the extended camera function is preserved, which when combined with the now widescreen display, gives the player a massive lay of the land that greatly enhances playability. Navigation is comfortable in every direction, and time travel is a much more manageable endeavor. Most importantly though, the reason I tend to play Sonic CD exclusively with the original spin dash physics is control. And this might be tough to explain if you aren't too familiar with the nuances of classic Sonic movement. Basically, the early Sonic games would utilize something called an air cap. No, not that air cap, don't be silly. By tapping in the direction Sonic was moving while he was airborne, you could more precisely limit his trajectory, or in other words, slow him down as you saw fit. This might sound like something of a handicap for a game about speed, but in actuality, this massively enhances the player's movement options. See how here in Metallic Madness, I strategically cap Sonic's speed after a peel out to make better use of the limited terrain and warp to the future. This feature was slowly phased out of 2D Sonic, which makes sense for the more horizontal design of those later games, but doesn't work so well for the more vertically oriented layouts of CD. The spin dash you select in the menu doesn't just affect what kind of animation you'll be seeing when you spin dash, it fundamentally alters Sonic's core physics, and the Sonic 2 style spin dash totally disables the air cap, despite CD being very much designed around its use. Notice how here in Collision Chaos, I maintain complete control over Sonic as I steer him into these red springs, a technique that is effortless to perform just as it was in the original. This is totally impossible when using the Genesis spin dash, with Sonic being completely at the mercy of gravity the second he leaves the ground. Zones that put an emphasis on climbing the geometry with springs like Collision Chaos and Quartz Quadrant are rendered considerably less playable as the player gets battered around by level assets with little to no ability to influence their mid-air movement. This sequence in Stardust Speedway, which is usually one of my favorite parts of the stage, becomes an exercise in frustration without the air cap. You see how I can actually control Sonic as he scales the stage, and if a barrel happens to point me somewhere I don't want to go, I just drop out of it? None of this is possible with the new spin dash. Sonic just gets vaulted around like a ragdoll, and it's supremely unsatisfying. If you have ever struggled with visibility or control in Sonic CD, I would highly recommend swapping to the original physics mode in the options. You'll get used to the different looking spin dash. But then again, I seem to be literally the only human on planet Earth who feels this way, so your mileage may vary. Okay, we've arrived. The moment of truth. Which of these 4 games, 5 if we include the Knuckles quest, takes home the gold medal for level design? Ultimately, of course, the answer comes down to what you value in your Sonic games. If you dig flowing, progression-oriented challenges, complemented by righteous spectacle and brilliant staging, then I think Sonic 3 is the absolute champion. Tons of variety, dynamic evolving stages, a thoughtful difficulty curve, all tied together with a seamless and spectacular narrative dressing. It's absolutely one of the best platformers of its time. But for me, at this point in my Sonic journey, my absolute favorite thing about these games is how they allow me to express myself through play, flexing my skills by turning the entire game world into my own personal physics playground, going where I want to go, seeing what I want to see, and doing it all at my own pace. And by that measure, my favorite is unquestionably Sonic the Hedgehog CD. It's the most diverse, replayable, and skill-oriented. It demands the most of my reflexes, it consistently rewards my skill mastery, and it gives me options upon options upon options with none of the limitations. There is so much unique gameplay potential here, and it's all made possible because the game never compromises on its core principles. It's a canvas for the player to express themselves, and it always gives back exactly as much as you put in. I hereby pronounce the bad level design meme dead and buried. And just to put as fine a point on this as possible, here is a list of lessons that other Sonic games could stand to learn from CD's approach to level design.
It's about damn time.
Lesson 1. Design stage gimmicks around experimentation and not just execution. A good gimmick shouldn't feel like a pace-killing roadblock, but rather a solution that can be applied to multiple problems. One that creates new gameplay opportunities rather than takes them away. The pulleys in Mushroom Hill Zone, for example, are way too static. There is exactly one way to interact with them and very little room for the player to improvise. Meanwhile, the currents in Tidal Tempest are a tool in the player's toolkit. One that serves exploration, progression, and time travel. You have to learn how best to interact with them by experimenting with them, which is how you unlock their full potential. And yet the stage never forces them on you, it's all player driven. A great gimmick from Sonic 3 is the spinning tops in Marble Garden. You use these to scale the stage vertically, smash through certain terrain, and blaze around at high speeds. It gives the player options for traversal, requires some thoughtfulness and dexterity to wield, and can often be bypassed entirely if the player chooses. If a gimmick amounts to nothing more than rhythmically tapping a single button, it's time to rethink whether it's making the best use of Sonic the Hedgehog's gameplay potential. Lesson 2. Scale back the insta-kill traps. This one's pretty self-explanatory. Give the player a game world with more negotiable challenges and interesting fail states. Nothing kills my desire to experiment like knowing that 90% of the screen is a giant reset button. 3D Sonic especially should house more gameplay opportunities, not less. I shouldn't feel like a ballerina tiptoeing across a thin strip of gameplay the devs expect me to clumsily balance on. Please, just ease up on the bottomless pits. Lesson 3. Make as much use of the playable space as possible. This relates to the last point and should come about as a natural consequence of adhering to it. I feel these two games in particular are occasionally guilty of shortchanging the player in this regard with their overly streamlined geometry. It's neat that you can stay perfectly dry in Aquatic Ruin Zone, but I don't think that had to result in the stage being 40 seconds long. I don't want to feel like I'm running past the levels, I want to be interacting with them. Obviously Sonic CD nailed this, but I also want to give special mention to Sonic Adventure. It is really impressive how the stages managed to reconcile the tight action of 3 and Knuckles with the density of CD. Often the punishment for clumsy play is not a bottomless pit, but rather a more punishing sequence. The levels are surprisingly interactive throughout, and the platforming is usually immersive and organic. This is such an important thing to get right, because it's the difference between Sonic feeling like he's inhabiting a world and feeling like he's Tom Cruise navigating a carefully constructed action scene. Lesson 4. Keep the player in control. This is a vital part of the series' appeal. Let the player drive the game's pacing, not the level design. No more locking the controls and funneling us through repetitive set pieces. Sonic is all about freedom, so give skilled players the space and the moveset to play how they want. I don't just want to play the same game faster, I want to completely transform the experience with my decisions. This particularly applies to enemy design. Make the badniks an emergent part of the world that the player can interact with creatively, and not just baked-in QuickTime events that require next to no creativity whatsoever. This is a case of the tail wagging the dog, while this is a case of the dog wagging the tail, with the dog being the player and the tail being the emergent game design. It's a dumb analogy, moving on. And finally, here's a lesson to be learned from Sonic CD's cardinal flaw. Convey the game's true intentions through gameplay. The fact that CD is a game that so often needs to be explained to people is a black mark against its conveyance. If a game is built around a subversive twist on a familiar formula, communicate that through gameplay, like Nintendo did so well with Mario 64. Nobody should have to read a manual or watch 3 YouTube videos to understand how to optimally play a Sonic game. Don't be afraid to take risks, but bring the player along for the ride rather than leaving them confused and alienated. Being different doesn't have to make you a black sheep. Just give people the tools to understand where you're coming from. This can be the difference between a rote exercise in adhering to a series' standards and a historic exercise in setting completely new ones. I think if a future Sonic game, 2D or 3D, could adhere to these guiding principles, we could have an instant classic on our hands. And as for Sonic CD, I hope some of you might play the game again with these ideas in mind, and perhaps you'll see something that you never did before. And that just about wraps up most of my thoughts on the core gameplay and level design of Sonic CD. Overall, this is my very favorite game and everyone should own it. I give it a 10 out of 10. I really hope you enjoyed my thoughts on Sonic CD's gameplay. Now, perhaps you've noticed that there's still quite a bit of video left. I mean, did you honestly think that was all I had to say about my very favorite game? I'm just getting warmed up over here. I've barely scratched the surface of everything I intend to obsessively gush over. But before we dive headfirst into some of the bigger concepts and ideas behind this game, let's very quickly tackle some of the last few gameplay topics, starting with the boss fights. Depending on who you ask, Sonic CD's boss fights are either the most diverse and inventive of the classic series, or a franchise low point in terms of challenge and complexity. And as usual, I've got my own opinion. Firstly, I don't exactly consider the boss encounters to be the strong point of these early Sonic games, for the simple reason that they all too often work against the character's strengths. With a handful of very welcome exceptions, like the Casino Night Zone boss in Sonic 2 and the Metal Sonic race in Sonic CD, bosses in Sonic tend to massively de-emphasize the concepts of horizontal and vertical inertia that give the series its identity. choosing instead to lock the character in a tight play window and ask him to perform a series of fine, deliberate actions. If you've ever felt like Sonic suddenly feels a lot more sluggish and heavy during these moments, this is most definitely the reason why. With no space to stretch his legs and no rolling terrain to interact with, something as simple as sidestepping some falling debris can be an exercise in tedium. The physics engine was designed for broad traversal through open environments, and not these precise, deliberate battles with frankly untrustworthy collision. That's not to say that they're particularly difficult, they just aren't that satisfying. Most of these bosses do have some kind of skill ceiling, but it's usually not too engaging to scale, especially in Sonic 1 and 2. Maybe you guys see things differently, but I personally don't find this, or this, or this to be particularly exciting. In this way, Sonic CD feels like a considerable improvement over the first two games' boss encounters. Rather than simply locking you in a room with Eggman and asking you to pummel him for 30 seconds, they instead turn these battles into actual events that feel like a proper capper to the stage's ideas. The concepts of the various zones are integrated into the battles far more creatively than anything in Sonic 1 and 2. This Spring Yard boss, for example, really has nothing to do with the zone it takes place in. Same goes for this guy in Metropolis Zone. Compare this to Wacky Workbench, where the player uses the bouncing floor to parkour across falling debris and climb up to Eggman, or the Collision Chaos boss, which tests the abilities you've been developing all throughout the stage to escape Eggman's pinball trap. In a decision that may seem at odds with CD's other design choices, the game's boss battles are much more controlled and even linear than those seen in the other games. With the exception of this very first boss, none of these battles are built around simply slamming into Eggman, but rather participating in some kind of challenge, usually with a silly twist. The first time you play Tidal Tempest, you'll probably be confused and anxiety-ridden when you realize the whole fight takes place underwater, until you realize the gimmick of Eggman's force field being made entirely of bubbles. It's basically a war of attrition, with the real hazard being the limited mobility as Eggman rains bullets on. These are what I like to call figure-it-out style bosses. The point is to solve a simple puzzle to exploit a weakness in Robotnik's machines. I think this more concept-driven, puzzle box approach to boss fights is really cool. It complements the personality of the stages, while also feeling like a genuinely better fit for Sonic and Robotnik as characters. The shining example of this is the Quartz Quadrant boss, which has to be the most inventive boss encounter in the classic series. Sonic has to apply his speed to the stage's conveyor belts to grind Eggman's machinery to dust. Not only is this an unforeseen application of Sonic's abilities through gameplay, it's also just a really clever visual metaphor for these two's dynamic as a whole. The final boss of Sonic 1 was, I think, one of the crowning moments of that game thematically, for how it really made Eggman feel like a mad scientist and made Sonic feel like a lab rat trapped under his thumb. Quartz Quadrant reuses that same imagery here, except this time Sonic uses Eggman's own technology against him to break free. That's really friggin' clever. Bravo, Vince. Now, does that make it mechanically complex? Not really. I really do appreciate how some of these fights could be negotiated in different ways. I tend to make short work of the pinball boss with some very precise aiming, and there are some really impressive strats you can use to clear the Tidal Tempest fight at lightning speed if you know what you're doing. Sonic CD is at its absolute best when it's dynamic, and in that regard, some of these fights are absolute winners. Wacky Workbench and Metallic Madness even have something resembling phases, which were almost completely absent from Sonic 1 and 2. But the problem with these figure-it-out style bosses is once you've had that little aha moment, there's really nothing left to do but execute the very simple strategy. For a game with such exceptional player-driven pacing, the boss encounters run the risk of deflating that tension ever so slightly, even if I do find them fundamentally enjoyable to play. Hilariously, one of the only bosses where this isn't the case is the final boss, which despite being vastly better designed than those from the first two games, with better staging and more complex evolving patterns, he's so easy to exploit that it almost goes to waste. The one boss where it would be totally justified to control the pace of the game, and you can basically cheese him to death with zero consequence. If they just gave you less rings and made it impossible to damage boost, this would be an infinitely more memorable finale. However, despite any criticisms I may have of the pacing or mechanics, none of it diminishes what is easily these bosses' strongest quality, and that is how they present Eggman as a character. There is something distinctly zany and ridiculous about these fights. They're these elaborate Acme-style machines, which when combined with that ridiculous music and the bumbling scientist working the levers, really bring to life the spirit of the character. Dr. Eggman is an evil genius, but he's also a giant baby, a self-righteous, petulant, egotistical blowhard, and none of the bosses in classic Sonic communicate that quite so cleverly as Sonic CDs. Think about it. Only a brilliant scientist could construct contraptions so elaborate, but only a true idiot could think they'd actually work. They have this quirky, juvenile feel to them, almost like toys, dripping with a sense of ego only matched by the chuckling moron at the center of it all. Look at how happy he is playing with his little dials, followed immediately by the sheer shock on his face as it predictably goes south. Eggman is hoisted by his own petard again and again, and his response is to come back with something even sillier the next time. The way Naoto Oshima envisioned this character has always been hilarious to me. He's almost this Wile E. Coyote-esque buffoon, at the core of the Eggman Empire, and the source of all the very real devastation and decay on Little Planet is a very small, very petty man. And the devs managing to infuse that spirit into the boss battles themselves is, once again, really friggin' clever. In terms of core boss design, I think Sonic 3 easily takes the W. Not only are the fights themselves a massive improvement in design from Sonic 2, with more diverse enemy behavior and arenas that actually take advantage of Sonic's physics, but the addition of the Insta-Shield and the Elemental Shields introduce a good deal of variety and adaptability on the part of the player. Staging on the whole is a massive step up, with some really fun set pieces and cinematic moments, and we generally just see much better use of Sonic's innate play mechanics. I think Sonic 3 strikes a much stronger balance between ambitious concepts and a genuinely tricky challenge. We even get riffs on some of the ideas seen in CD. I doubt Yuji Naka and friends were actually influenced by that game in any way, but I do notice how Eggman's ego is once again hogging the limelight, even if his character as a whole isn't rendered with quite as much detail as it was in CD. The Lava Reef Zone boss feels like a more platform-oriented take on the Quartz Quadrant fight, with Eggman once again being hoisted by his own petard. On the other hand, we also get some of the absolute worst takes on the figure-it-out style boss concepts seen yet. These fights in Flying Battery and Sandopolis are little more than tests of patience, giving whole new meaning to the term mid-boss. I actually think there's another SEGA game that takes these more concept-driven boss fights and develops them into something far greater than what we saw in Sonic 3 or Sonic CD. But maybe we'll talk about that a little later. Alright, one last thing to get out the way. Let's talk about special stages. As I'm sure you know, special stages are a classic Sonic staple, showing off some snazzy hardware tricks and giving the player a chance at snagging a Chaos Emerald. Usually, if you wanted the best ending, you needed to clear every special stage in a single playthrough, and while that isn't exactly the case in Sonic CD, we still got a brand new set of bonus rounds for our money. I'll start off by saying that these special stages represent a sizable improvement over the ones preceding it in a few key ways. Your objective is to run around a 3D arena and destroy 6 UFOs. The playfield is littered with traps that slow you down and water that drains your time, but there's also springs, fans, and power-ups that help you out, so you have to play quite deliberately to have a shot at beating the clock. Wipe out all the UFOs and you're rewarded with a time stone. One of the trademarks of special stages in this series is Sonic's somewhat limited controls. In this case, Sonic is always moving and turns on a wide radius, meaning if you lack a fine touch with the D-pad, you're liable to send him soaring past the UFOs and into the pond. Part of the challenge is knowing exactly where the UFOs are relative to Sonic, which can be pretty tricky with 2D sprites existing on a Mode 7 plane. Personally, I've been playing sprite-scaling SEGA games like this for years, so I have a much easier time judging 2D depth perception than maybe the average player. Get a handle on the controls and the tide will slowly turn in your favour. Sonic can move at varying speeds and jump at varying heights, which is something you're going to have to master if you want him to do what you say. Because the stage takes place in an actual 3D playfield, there are a lot more variables to the gameplay here than usual, leading to a surprising amount of strategy. Maybe dipping your toe in the water for a split second is actually the most efficient way of destroying a UFO. Maybe you'd rather risk it all and maintain a flow state instead of turning your ass around to nab a time extension. Blue UFOs make Sonic run much faster and stay in the air much longer, so if you play your cards right, you could spend the entire stage sprinting by stringing together power-ups. The first awesome thing about these special stages is they are consistent with CD's typical design. There are no insta-kill traps, and the challenge presented is fluid and negotiable. Sonic can always go where he wants once and target the UFOs in any order. As your ability evolves, you'll naturally start implementing more creative and risky strategies than you ever considered when you first started playing. The worst thing I see a lot of players do in these special stages is just shooting from the hip without any rhyme or reason, clumsily chasing after every UFO that enters their radius like a fly getting tossed back and forth by the wind. This is a less than ideal strategy because it leaves too much of the game up to dumb luck. Something you'll eventually notice is the UFOs don't really have minds of their own. They fly around a set path that lasts about 6 to 8 seconds, meaning if you approach the stage a little more strategically, they're basically sitting ducks. It's less about getting to where the UFO is and more about aligning yourself with where the UFOs are going to be. While you're focusing on one UFO, keep an eye on the ones in the background and make a mental note of their flight paths and how they relate to each other. Do this enough times and it eventually becomes second nature. You'll suddenly find yourself cleaving through UFOs like a hot knife through butter, stringing together fans, boosters, and speed shoes, and cleverly managing the available space to optimize the sequence. And this is where the fun really begins. Eventually, it will dawn on you that all of these UFOs have flight paths that relate to each other, meaning that there is an optimal way to destroy all of them in one smooth sequence for basically every stage, even the really tricky ones. This can be straight up exhilarating to pull off, and speaks to perhaps the very best quality of these bonus rounds. The better you are at them, the quicker you complete them. Something that wasn't always the case in Sonic 1, and was never the case in Sonic 2. Once again, I'm gonna spare you the obvious flaws inherent to the half-pipe stages. We've all played them and we all know. Instead, I want to focus on the effect the half-pipe has on the structure and pace of Sonic 2. At the very least, entering a special stage in this game is liable to cost you about 50 seconds of playtime, which in this game is half the length of a level. But that's only if you play poorly. If you actually beat the special stage, in this case Special Stage 1, you are guaranteed to lose 110 seconds of your time, just shy of 2 minutes. By Sonic 2 standards, that's an eternity. You could literally clear multiple acts with that time, and they only get longer from here. I consider it to be a massive flaw that the better you are at these stages, the bigger the claim they have on your time, while offering considerably less gameplay depth than those found in Sonic CD. Moreover, you aren't guaranteed to actually get the Chaos Emerald at the end of the third stretch, like here in Special Stage 6, meaning that you could potentially waste 2 minutes and 30 seconds of your time with absolutely nothing to show for it. But let's assume you play absolutely flawlessly and nail every special stage on the first try. You are still guaranteed to add 15 extra minutes of time to a game that was previously a lean 50-minute adventure. All of this is to say that a skilled player could beat every single special stage in Sonic CD in the time it takes to complete one in Sonic 2. The special stages are yet another massive blow to Sonic 2's strongest quality, its pacing. For these reasons, Sonic 2 is the one classic Sonic game where I basically never go for the Chaos Emeralds. It's simply a more fun experience when you just play the game for the joy of playing. CD suffers from none of these issues. The stages are lightning fast, never interrupt the flow of the core gameplay, and the skill ceiling patently dwarfs the special stages preceding it. It can be irritating to miss a UFO by a few pixels, but the fact that you never suffer an instant loss for your mistakes as you do in the others keeps the frustration low and the challenge manageable. I think if Sega wanted to, they could have souped these up with more diverse courses and tighter gameplay, and made a really fun coin-op arcade game with the same premise. But I do take issue with a certain aspect of them, and like Sonic 2, it's less to do with their content and more to do with how they affect the game's structure. Sonic CD was designed to be beaten in one of two ways, either create good futures across Little Planet or collect all 7 time stones, which is to say, doing the special stages totally negates the time travel quest entirely. I think there was a missed opportunity to give time stones a more unique function that played into the game's time travel systems rather than nullifying them. Maybe the time stones could let you warp around at will, or go back to levels you've already beaten to hunt down robot generators. I enjoy the special stages, but nowhere near as much as the core game, so it's a shame that they couldn't have integrated the two in a more thoughtful way. I appreciate the idea of giving the player multiple means of achieving a good ending, but I think the time stones may come at too great an expense to all the excellent design touches present in the standard game. I'm so enamored with the generator quest that I feel the devs should have done more to nudge players in that direction with features that incentivize the mechanic rather than distract from it. This plays into what I already described to be a flaw of the game, its failure to properly convey its intended playstyle. I suspect a great many players have never even tried a more exploratory playthrough of Sonic CD because they've never felt the need to, considering they can bank a good ending through much simpler and more familiar means. But putting that issue of structure aside, I'd say these are my 4th favourite special stages in the series, behind Sonic 3, Sonic Mania, and the Saturn version of Sonic 3D. And I think that's it. Congratulations on making it this far. We are finally done with this segment and can move on to the rest of the analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present the good stuff. Coming up, having finally wrapped the extended gameplay segment, Sparky shifts gears to tackle the broader concepts and themes behind Sonic CD. The art design, the characters, the symbolism therein, and the deeper meaning lurking beneath the surface. No time stone left unturned. Prepare yourself for an unprecedented swan dive into a world of abstract emotional expression in this quadruple-length analysis manifesto. Up next on Sonic CD, the unsung masterpiece. Right after a quick fun fact. Have you ever wondered why the first boss in Palm Tree Panic is so unusually pathetic? I mean, the other first level bosses weren't exactly grinding you into the dirt, but this one in particular almost feels like a joke. You cut through him like Swiss cheese. Why is that? The answer may shock you. Looking into the game's files, as well as its manual, reveals the codename of this boss to be Egg HVC001. Oddly specific, I know. Type these digits into Google and something else pops up. Nintendo's Famicom. Turns out HVC001 is the console's exact model number in Japan. The Famicom has a strikingly similar color scheme and even detachable appendages that lock into place just like Eggman's bumpers. So in other words, it's a big joke. Sega's just having some fun at Nintendo's expense. The question I'm left with is, why? What was the point? By the time Sonic CD dropped, the Super Famicom had been on the market for nearly 3 years. What did Sega have to gain by punching down on a decades-old system? I mean, I guess it's pretty funny. I think I would have preferred a real boss fight though. Thus concludes my fun fact. On with the video. So, we've pretty exhaustively tackled the gameplay of Sonic CD, but that's really just a piece of the puzzle when it comes to everything this game brings to the table. Sonic 1 wasn't only defined by the running and jumping, it also offered a great deal of context that made those actions meaningful. We know how the Genesis sequels elaborated on the original game's play mechanics and design, but what about its broader concepts and themes? How did they evolve the heart of Sonic? Well, to put it simply, they didn't. Sonic 2 wasn't really interested in evolving the thematic content of the original, largely eschewing it in favor of variety and an increased emphasis on characterization. We may have twice as many stages as before, but we don't have that same sense of thematic synergy or progression. Sonic instead bounces between a much more diverse set of stages that do explore the first game's ideas to varying extents, but don't progress those ideas meaningfully. What we do get is much more pronounced characterization fueling the action, and this is most clearly expressed through the character of Tails. The idea is that Tails is your little buddy, trying and often failing to stick by your side and be a hero. The way he toddles after Sonic is distinctly little brother-like, and while he may be a nuisance every now and then, you do go on this adventure together. This eventually builds to Sky Chase Zone, which despite being mostly hated by fans, has always been a stage I appreciate and look forward to. One reason being that after the 10+ minute endurance run that is Metropolis Zone, Sky Chase is like a tall glass of apple juice after a marathon. But the real reason I like this stage is for what it means to the characters. It's the calm before the storm. After 8 zones of running around this island, the game gives Sonic and Tails a brief moment to catch their breath and just enjoy each other's company. The music is peaceful, the enemies barely pose a threat, it's basically just a playable cutscene and establishes an effective tone. You get the vibe that Sonic and Tails have actually become friends over the course of this journey, with Tails serving a genuine function as Sonic's pilot. Then Tails gets shot down by a cannon and those friends are separated, leaving the player to tackle the toughest challenges so far by themselves for the first time. After playing the entire game with someone by your side, it honestly feels different to be alone again, and you can't help but wish he was still with you. When Eggman heads into orbit, Tails shows up in the nick of time, having fixed the plane, once again serving a real function to the player. After tackling what might be the single toughest boss in the classic series, the emotional climax of the game isn't destroying the Death Egg, but being rescued by and reunited with Tails. With this moment, these two heroes are brothers for life, with Tails being even more of an asset to Sonic in the sequel. I really feel like the narrative priority of this game was developing the bond between Sonic and Tails, rather than pursuing any of the threads from the original game. Sonic 3 evolved all of this considerably, using the final act of Sonic 2 as the blueprint for the entire game's wordless narrative. In addition to evolving the controlled, scripted sequences that began with Sky Chase Zone, we also see a huge new emphasis on characterization and world building. The acts and zones all bleed into each other seamlessly, establishing Angel Island as a much more cohesive and logical setting than those that came before, with environments that transform in subtle yet meaningful ways in tandem with the story. The art design is more grounded and detailed, the characters develop in real time, the lore of Sonic is treated with a lot more pomp and circumstance, subtle foreshadowing is employed, as well as callbacks to classic moments. Sonic is placed in these increasingly radical set pieces, with a finale that's a true tour de force of 16-bit epicness. Every aspect of the presentation has been made more pointed and character-driven, acknowledging Sonic's past but unafraid to venture into new territory. I think these are the reasons Sonic 3 has remained such a popular game for young and old fans to come back to over the years. It's the classic Sonic game that bears the closest resemblance to what the series would ultimately become. For those like myself who got into the franchise by way of the later 3D games, Sonic 3 would definitely be the easiest of the classics to get into, by simple virtue of basically being the blueprint for the entire series moving forward. As a result, Sonic 3 has only appeared to have gotten better over time, whereas Sonic CD has only become more and more foreign to this series' conventions. Of course, this is an illusion. Both games represent equally valid approaches to Sonic design and storytelling, but by virtue of being the stepping stone to something more, Sonic 3 has sort of been vindicated by time, leaving CD to be perceived as little more than a weird experiment. A weird experiment that just so happened to be the only sequel to meaningfully iterate on the initial thematic statement of the series. And there's good reason for that being the case. Like I said earlier, Sonic CD represents the very first directorial effort of Naoto Oshima, the man who created Sonic. A lot of fans misinterpret Oshima's contributions as simply being the character designer of Sonic and nothing more. And that couldn't be further from the truth. Oshima didn't just design Sonic and his world, he unequivocally conceived them. Everything that original game was existed as an image in Oshima's head. The palm trees, the checkerboards, the loop-de-loops, even before the character himself had taken shape, the world of Sonic had already begun to calcify in Oshima's mind. Yuji Naka may have actualized those ideas into gameplay, but he did so by way of a blueprint penned by Naoto Oshima. And that's where Sonic CD comes in. There's a reason this game feels so authentic, how it seems to understand the heart of the series so completely. Who better to elaborate on the core concepts these games were founded upon than the man who conceived those innovations in the first place? I've been alluding to this a lot, so let's remind ourselves what that first game really set out to do. The fundamental dichotomy at the heart of Sonic 1 was of nature and industry, and the plight of Sonic's world is presented to us in a focused linear fashion. The game gives us a world worth fighting for, then shows us what might become of that world should Sonic fail. As the game progresses, the stages take on more and more industrial and man-made elements, each of which presents new challenges, restrictions, and opportunities. The game fosters a sense of responsibility for the game world, and through doing so establishes a very real connection between the player and the character. His burden is our burden. Now let's quickly cover the broad strokes of how CD takes these ideas to the next level. Sonic CD is a game about traveling through time to alter the future, leading to the world around you changing. But unlike Sonic 3, where these level changes were at the behest of the narrative, CD's level changes are entirely incumbent on the decision making of the player. No longer can Sonic save the world through the magical powers of running to the right. The player needs to act, make choices, solve problems, familiarize yourself with the world, and bring its narrative full circle. Just as the environment dictates your gameplay opportunities, your actions as the player dictate what becomes of that environment. The time travel hook ties together the game's narrative, mechanics, and aesthetics in a seamless and frankly brilliant way. It was an absolute stroke of genius, and a very natural evolution of Sonic 1's core concepts. It allows every stage to explore that game's ideas, but with considerably more depth. Think of it this way. Sonic 1 spent an entire game telling us that story. Sonic CD tells a better story within the confines of one stage, and it's all organically tied together through gameplay. It's freaking brilliant. To me, that relationship between Sonic and his environment is the heart of the series, and Sonic CD takes that relationship to staggering new heights, completely unexplored by other titles in the franchise. Now, it's one thing to make a bold statement like that, and it's another thing to actually prove it. So let's take a really close look at everything this game has going on thematically, starting at the very beginning. Suffice to say, CD makes one hell of a first impression. There is a lot to be said about these cutscenes, and I definitely will, but for now let's specifically focus on the way it presents the setting, specifically what the character is doing with the setting. Sonic appears in a flash of brilliance, cutting through the landscape at such blisteringly high speeds that it takes a few shots for the camera to reliably track him down. But Sonic doesn't just run around apropos of nothing, rather he seamlessly interfaces with his environment, using the slopes, tree trunks, and naturally forming landmasses to build and maintain speed. Just as we, the player, have to apply Sonic's abilities to the many environmental challenges, Sonic has to make dozens of on-the-fly decisions about how best to funnel himself through the landscape, one rife with danger, but also opportunities. There are so many great character touches here, like when Sonic circles this canyon and slowly approaches the camera, we just barely catch this glimmer of a smirk on his face, like he lives for moments like this. Just like back in Green Hill Zone, Sonic is in his element, he's home. But all of that energy and flow is brought crashing to a halt by this absolute eyesore and the threat it poses to Sonic's emergent paradise. Even without a single appearance, Eggman's presence is felt by Sonic and the player. We feel that sense of injustice, watching this beautiful setting be taken advantage of. Sonic responds to each and every potential threat with careful, deliberate action, once again turning obstacles into opportunities. My favourite moment is this amazing wraparound shot here. At first, Sonic dominates the frame, but in one smooth motion, he's slowly made to appear smaller and smaller, until he's barely visible next to this celestial fortress. He's a speck of dust when compared to the threat of Eggman. But Sonic doesn't care. He doesn't even see the odds. All he sees is his mission. With one last spectacular feat, Sonic returns himself to the center of the frame, with an expression of unwavering resolve, before the camera pulls to one last cinematic shot of Little Planet. Now this is great direction for a few reasons. Firstly, it foregrounds the two most important elements of this franchise, Sonic and his world. It demonstrates both the limitless potential of that world and what could ultimately become of it. Secondly, it establishes the tone of the game flawlessly and beautifully illustrates the spirit of Sonic. Through his unshakable determination and will, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, the game communicates the message that even the smallest of creatures can change the world. While a passionate vocalist screams at the top of her lungs, "You can do anything." That is some peak Sonic energy right there. And thus begins Sonic CD. Starting the game off proper, one thing immediately makes itself clear. Sonic CD is drop dead gorgeous. You probably don't need me to tell you that. The art design on display here from beginning to end is absolutely stunning, definitely in the upper echelons of 16-bit graphics. There were a lot of impressive looking games coming out at the time, but CD's just playing in a different league entirely. There are honestly moments where it looks more like a modern pixel art throwback game than an actual console release from the 90s. It really is that good. Some of the color schemes here are just utterly unbelievable. The fact that they managed to cram so many unique colors and tile sets into the same handful of environments without coming off as gaudy or unfocused, it's extremely impressive. And the backgrounds, gamers, the backgrounds! I think this was the first game where I actively took notice of parallax effects in the distance. I remember I was exploring the skies of Stardust Speedway once, and noticed how the stars seemed to be reaching beyond the scope of the monitor somehow. As incredible as this game looks at a glance, it's when you start moving that it really comes to life. The way the environments wrap themselves around Sonic as he blazes through them, it's a real sight to behold. I've never quite gotten over it. Now, there is a huge difference between good visuals and great art design, and I think that difference largely comes down to conveyance. What exactly is the work trying to communicate with its visuals, and is it hitting the mark? Just because something is big budget or visually pleasing doesn't mean it's actually achieving what it needs to be aesthetically. This show, for instance, has crazy high production values and a very dazzling palette, but it's also a garish melting pot of over-designed characters and digital effects. Meanwhile, this basic bitch rom-com adaptation barely animates at all, but has much more readable and functional art design. The same can mostly be said of video games. I consider Chaotix to be a gorgeous game with pretty terrible art design. Even though I typically enjoy its visuals on a visceral level, they almost never mean anything. It's very stylish and eye-catching, but the signal-to-noise ratio is noticeably off. They just piled on effects and layers of details that aren't really communicating anything emotionally or thematically. It's surreal, but not in a way that's clever or meaningful, making the whole thing blur together in my mind when I think back on it. As a visual experience, Chaotix often feels cluttered and unfocused, terms which some have actually used to describe Sonic CD, which I consider aesthetically flawless. This is a game with very dense art direction, maybe about 5 times the visual information of similar 16-bit Sonic titles, and I think it can all be a bit difficult to parse on a first-time playthrough. There's so much going on in the frame that it might be hard to process at a passing glance. The more time you spend with the game, however, the more the substance of its visual language will come into focus. Sonic CD's visuals are busy, but they are anything but unfocused. In fact, I'd go so far as to call it some of the greatest and most functional art design I've ever seen. And it all comes back to that key word, conveyance. So what does Sonic CD have to say with its visuals? How much time have you got? That is a question with so many great answers, and I intend to explore all of them. One of the obvious consequences of the time travel mechanic is an exceptional amount of variety, both in its setting and tone. This is at once the most sinister Sonic game aesthetically, and the most joyously optimistic. It can be familiar one moment and completely alien the next. But that's just the surface. You need to look a little deeper to see this game for what it truly is. One of the single strongest qualities of this title that I've always appreciated is the way it uses its visuals to tell stories. Sonic CD can offer more compelling environments in a few moments than other games do in their entirety. So let's really examine those little details and see what they're doing to achieve this. From the get-go, Palm Tree Panic is just exploding with energy. Deep blue skies, jagged mountains tall enough to pierce the heavens, invisible platforms hidden beneath waterfalls, whatever the heck this thing is supposed to be. There's a special stylistic something at play here that just oozes classic Sonic. But even with that said, this stage should still be very familiar to anyone who's touched a Sonic game before. Head into the past, however, and that stops being the case. Green Hill Zone may have been inspired by real-world locations, but the artwork was so abstract and distinct that it still felt like a uniquely video gamey environment. And all of that abstraction and style is nowhere to be found in the past. Suddenly, everything is more muted and subdued. That punchy, vibrant soil is looking a lot more like regular soil. The foliage is more earthy and unwieldy. The exaggerated mountains are replaced with much more realistic ridges. Surreal touches like the invisible blocks and 3D ramps don't exist yet, and in their place is a whole-ass jungle. It's still got a sense of magic to it, but it's just a tad more wild. These are both awesome environments, but they're made so much better by the fact that they relate to one another. The whole Green Hill aesthetic has gotten admittedly generic over the years, we all know that. But if I know that it used to be this place, it suddenly gets a whole lot more interesting. The past isn't necessarily better or worse, it just isn't fully formed yet. By taking something familiar and stripping it down to something more primitive, it gets the player thinking about the setting in a bit more depth than they'd usually need to in a Sonic game. Then there's the future, which is very explicitly a bad outcome for Palm Tree Panic. Because in Sonic CD, Eggman can win as early as the very first level. Everything ideal and beautiful about the stage has been soiled and muddied. The natural wonder and magic of the world has been thoroughly steamrolled by Eggman. This is essentially the final stage of Sonic 1 grafted onto the very first stage, and because that contrast is so exaggerated, it actually ends up being more effective than it was before. The whole threat of Scrap Brain Zone was how it hinted at what could become of Sonic's world if Robotnik had his way. Sonic CD explicitly shows us what the player's inaction will lead to. Going from what used to be a tropical paradise to this dilapidated shell in the blink of an eye creates a feeling of burden in the player. We know what this place could be, and what it should be, so it feels twice as rotten to leave it in this busted state at the end of Act 3. Even if you beat Eggman, deep down, you know that you truly lost. Now that was the full extent of Sonic 1's level progression, but Sonic CD introduces an entirely new concept to the series, the idea of the good future. By rewriting history and allowing Little Planet to thrive, Sonic helps Palm Tree Panic to transform it in a new way, going from tropical paradise to an even better tropical paradise, one that respects the past but balances that with the potential of the future. Not only does technology have a place in this world after all, but that progress can actually help us achieve things that simply couldn't have been before, if it's wielded responsibly. Here's something to look out for next time you're playing the game. Back in the past, when you're exploring the bottom of the stage, you'll see these waterfalls off in the distance. The water just kind of careens off screen into some endless abyss. In the good future, the waterfalls are back, but this time, notice how the water is being pulled into a giant reservoir. Then notice how that reservoir is being used to hydrate the entire stage by way of a complex irrigation system, directly funneling clean water into all the visible vegetation. Something wasteful and underdeveloped from the past has been given new meaning and purpose through the progress of technology, a premise that was nowhere to be seen in the first game. Not only have we effectively communicated Sonic 1's entire thematic arc within the span of a single stage, but we've also explored new conceptual territory that the original game was content to ignore. But what's even more impressive is that this is still Sonic CD at its least thematically interesting. It only gets better from here. Collision Chaos is another visually stunning environment built on a familiar motif, but this time it presents us with a much more pronounced dichotomy, that being one part Enchanted Forest and the other part Urban Playground. Whereas Casino Night Zone took the more blatant route with its Vegas aesthetic, Collision Chaos evokes the much more subtle allure of Akihabara, complete with all the deets and doots and flashing neon symbols you might expect. But beneath the glitz and glam lies the undeniable skeleton of Spring Yard Zone, with all its supercharged play mechanics that we discussed earlier. There's a much clearer tug of war here between the stage's two halves, with this grassy overgrowth breaking through the man-made constructs. Honestly, this is just an aesthetic I adore in any media, but it's particularly effective here. It's an urban setting, but still tethered to Little Planet in an organic way. Unlike Palm Tree Panic, however, Collision Chaos does give us a few clues as to how things could go wrong, with the key theme being pollution. The clouds here have always given me a smoggy vibe, like all this fun tech could eventually pile up and wreck the ecosystem. Again, not unlike Akihabara. The different time zones then evolve and elaborate on these two halves of the stages. The past builds on the lucid, mystical forest angle, with even denser foliage and more surreal backdrops. The bad future shows us just how bad all of this can get. The grass is rotten clean through. The once dazzling neon lights have become a gaudy, tacky eyesore. The sky is a gross, muddy brown, and the whole thing just overwhelms you with its ugliness. The bad future is a big, smoldering landfill with the absolute worst air pollution in the game. It's the only version of the stage I wouldn't describe as trippy. Instead, it's just lifeless, like its spirit has been buried under a mountain of debris. So far, Collision Chaos has taken a decidedly more abstract approach to its stage evolution than Palm Tree Panic did, and nowhere is this more evident than the good future, which somehow amplifies both sides of the stage to create something that's simply implaceable. It's so bizarre and surreal that I wouldn't even know how to describe it to someone that's never seen it, and yet somehow it feels so completely right. Not only is that green overgrowth back in full force, it's spread. Everywhere you look, there's greenery. Even the neon is adorned with plant life, feeling vibrant and welcoming. The spirit of Little Planet is alive and thriving, existing in perfect balance with the surreal modernity of Collision Chaos. Rows of bokeh flash in the distance through exposed tiles. Glimmering rivers sway to the psychedelic tunes like a tricked-out lava lamp. It's quite the trip to experience. But the strongest feature of the stage by far is that glorious skyline. That threat of pollution is a distant memory, one that fades away as you're lulled into the radical idealism of the future. Sometimes I just stop and breathe it all in. To lean on a cliche, it's like a fever dream, but the good kind of fever dream. The kind that makes you see the intense beauty and magic in ordinary things, like that first trip to Akiba, surrounded by foreign sights and sounds pulling you in different directions, lost in a foggy haze of euphoric excitement. You can barely understand anything, but boy, is it magical. Tidal Tempest brings us back down to Earth with a much more grounded aesthetic narrative to follow, though with its own flashes of mysticism. If you don't immediately submerge yourself at the start, you'll see these erupting volcanoes off in the distance lighting up the sky with their synchronized blasts. It's a pretty awesome visual, but it also clues us in to the true nature of the setting. Head into the past and you'll realize this ancient temple is really built around a massive network of caverns at the base of those volcanoes, so incredibly vast that the background doesn't even scroll as you explore. This is a really cool quality of the game, how certain time zones hint at questions about the setting which can only be answered by exploring other time zones. On the other hand, Wacky Workbench doesn't offer up any clues. You have no idea what this factory might be or where it's located, until you head to the past and the entire roof disappears, revealing the stage to be built on top of this giant exposed canyon. This was pretty mind-blowing the first time I saw it. I've played so many of these crazy platformers that I'd just gotten used to not asking questions like, where the hell is this place? And having that question answered in such an awesome way was legitimately surprising. The time travel mechanic isn't just introducing variety for variety's sake, it's all about giving the setting depth. It fills in the missing gaps of the stages that we'd usually be perfectly happy to ignore, resulting in a game world worth actively investing in. And for the clearest example of this, look no further than Quartz Quadrant, perhaps the single most robust stage in the series when it comes to examining these classic Sonic concepts. Quartz Quadrant is, all at once, a mining facility, a pristine lake, a soulless metropolis, a boggy swamp, a mystic cave, an underground city, a lush sanctuary, and an overclocked factory. Any one of these subjects could make for a fun stage all on their own, but they come together to form a more complete and logical whole. These stalactites, for example, sort of bring back memories of Mystic Cave Zone from Sonic 2. Mystic Cave was a pretty neat environment stylistically, but it didn't really have any substance. It's just a generic cave with some spooky salad dressing. On the other hand, being an ominous cave is less than 1/5 of Quartz Quadrant's DNA. It's got so much more going on than other stages with similar themes that reducing it to a single level archetype would be a bit of a disservice to just how fleshed out it really is. Quartz Quadrant is one of the first stages in Sonic to experiment with an indoor-outdoor aesthetic, opening the door to twice as many ideas per time zone. The narrative of the stage is largely built around the eponymous quartz. In the past, it's growing wild in vast goopy clusters among quiet lakes and drifting tree trunks. In the present, it's in the process of being harvested by seemingly malevolent forces, while the outdoor setting is a mountainous panorama, complete with clear skies and gentle waterfalls. The bad future is completely devoid of quartz, and in its place sits a dystopian city inches above a river of lava. I guess those drills dug a little too deep. The good future, conversely, is completely dominated by quartz, having evolved into a variety of crazy shapes that adorn the backgrounds, foregrounds, and even the middle ground. There are at least 5 different kinds of gemstones littered all over the place, but instead of being harvested, they've had a whole city built around them, one that's equal parts gold mine and sanctuary. The theme here, as well as in Tidal Tempest, isn't just technology coexisting with nature, but technology serving nature. Like Collision Chaos, this stage establishes a very clear dichotomy in its opening moments, but with a transformation that's even more robust and exciting. We discover something beautiful in the process of being exploited, and through the process of getting to know where that beauty came from, we ultimately help guide it towards something even greater, a prosperous future that's just as magical as the distant past. Progress and evolution doesn't have to come at the expense of destroying the world, and that sentiment is expressed flawlessly in Quartz Quadrant. I really don't think there's another zone in classic Sonic that so thoroughly explores the core narrative of the series quite like this one. Some stages explore their thematic evolution from a place of logic, like Quartz Quadrant and Palm Tree Panic. Others lean more abstract, like Collision Chaos. But going even a step further is Wacky Workbench. This stage isn't so much about a logical narrative, but rather an emotional one. The specifics are of course a complete mystery, but all the player needs to know is it's a warehouse fraught with danger and mishaps. The kind of poorly run factory or loading bay where your uncle lost a finger back in the 70s. Rather than present this as something more legible and coherent, the stage simply exudes a certain workplace lawsuit vibe, with Sonic regularly slamming his head into ceilings and getting frozen by faulty exhaust pipes. The bad future takes things from wacky to full-on dysfunctional, with malfunctioning tech and blaring sirens warning that this place is one faulty pipe away from a Chernobyl-esque meltdown. The past is unique in the sense that rather than taking us back several millennia, we instead check out the stage seemingly a few decades ago. The theme here is development, with an active work crew slowly piecing together the metallic skeleton of the stage. It's one of the only stages that still uses entirely affected instrumentation even in the past. No matter how far back you go, this place is entirely synthetic. All of these time zones are exploring different takes on the concept of a bustling work site. The imagery is so strong that we don't even need to know what this place does or who's keeping it running to completely understand the spirit of the stage. So to bring that spirit full circle, the game poses a pretty complex question. What is the most joyous, optimistic interpretation of a busy, hectic workplace? What would it look like? What would it sound like? The answer, of course, is a McDonald's playroom. Something so ridiculous, and yet it makes perfect sense. You see, in the good future of Wacky Workbench, most of the electrical traps and hazards have been disabled, so that bouncing floor bed that used to be such a death trap has basically become a giant trampoline. In that way, Sonic is like a little kid who snuck into the play place without adult supervision, being dazzled by the distinct sights and sounds of childhood from all angles. For me, this stage evokes foggy memories of preschool, when a stack of colourful blocks was the most wondrous and magical part of your day. Everything you see and hear has that same sense of childlike whimsy and quirkiness. The stars and moons in the background, that kooky dial tone music, these ridiculous geometric shapes that look like they rolled off of one of Wonka's conveyor belts, it's just delightful. I keep expecting Pee Wee Herman to pop out of one of these vents. It's just as wacky as before, but in an entirely different way. For years now, fans have referred to this place as a toy factory, despite that never being explicitly stated by the game itself. We all just agreed on it independently because it felt right, and that is a real testament to CD's emotional conveyance. They took a setting as innately cynical as a cramped, dangerous warehouse and recontextualized it through the lens of childhood whimsy and fun, blurring the lines between work and play. And it all works. I mean, really think about it. When you're a little kid, making games and being silly is its own kind of work.
I have to go do my job though, and you have to do yours.
What? I don't have a job.
Yeah, you do.
Really? What is it?
Making up games.
Oh.
It sounds complex to describe, but is effortless to experience and enjoy in-game. This is a very different kind of storytelling compared to the earlier stages, one that's a bit more fantastical, but every bit as engaging and magical. Stardust Speedway takes things to the next level, with another abstract, emotional story arc, but enhanced with more of a cultural element. The concept of Stardust Speedway is a city that never sleeps, with an emphasis on community and the arts. In the present, this is interpreted as an epic rave, complete with club music, strobing lights, and a tapestry of stars. The past is given a more gothic and subdued aesthetic, reminiscent of ancient Rome. The people of the past still knew how to have fun, but they weren't as showy about it. The only hints to their presence being the soft glow emanating from these temples. I won't even hazard a guess as to what sort of debaucherous behavior goes on in there. The Good Future is a city-wide amusement park, and hands down one of the most beautiful settings in the entire series. A soft, dreamy skyline, endless rows of stars, and an infectious feeling of joy. All three of these time zones are tied together by the consistent theme of a dazzling night out. But by framing this theme through such wildly different cultural and historical lenses, the game evokes very different connotations that serve a satisfying narrative progression. A progression that is, once again, more emotional than logical, but just as effective and engaging. Naturally, the bad future comes along to completely disrupt that progression. Suddenly, there is no community. There is no culture, there is no art, as symbolized by the brass instruments that once adorned the stage now being smashed to pieces. The samples that were harmoniously weaved into the melodies of the other timelines are now harsh and dissonant, presented in fits and starts. Everyone is shackled to these homogeneous skyscrapers, trapped under a permanent thunderstorm and the watchful eye of Eggman. What used to be art is now propaganda, emblematic of the chokehold that's been placed on the city. Metallic Madness, once again, is the stage that comes the closest to phoning in its progression. There isn't really much synergy between the present and good future concepts here, which perhaps just comes with the territory of being the final stage. The present is Eggman's developing stronghold, while the future is a glorious utopian city. And I don't know, I feel like maybe we're missing a step here conceptually, but I'm willing to forgive that because Jesus Christ is this place stunning. The final statement from the game is this glimmering paradise that seems to embody everything that makes Little Planet so magical. I can't think of another action game with a final level that looks anything like this. Sonic's already saved the day, now he's just enjoying a victory lap. Never mind the final boss, earning this moment is the true climax of the game. There are certain recurring themes present throughout all of these good futures. Themes like freedom, expression, prosperity, synergy, livelihood, and modernity. There's a particularly big emphasis placed on conservation. In the background of Quartz Quadrant, you can see a huge walled-off garden protected by a barrier, presumably some sort of sanctuary for nature and wildlife. Metallic Madness is a giant greenhouse, while Tidal Tempest is both a high-tech aquarium and a hydroelectric plant, with glass containers being used to preserve plant life. Conversely, the bad futures have recurring themes of oppression, pollution, neglect, decay, and disaster, both natural and man-made. One concept I feel they communicate really well is conformity. Just look at these rows of buildings in Quartz Quadrant. They are truly terrifying in their normalcy. It's an image that's brutally antithetical to the spirit of Sonic. Just imagine the miserable existence of the poor souls trapped in these things. You get a very similar feel in the cyberpunk dystopia of Stardust Speedway. Taking a character so innately expressive and setting him against a world so monotonous and soulless is really affecting. Simply knowing what could have been makes the triumph of the good futures that much more satisfying. The reason I've given so much attention to every last detail of these stages is to convey just how much thought and meaning can go into something like art design. If you've ever ran through one of these environments and felt some kind of emotion wash over you as you play, this is probably the reason why. There's a chance that you implicitly understood every one of these narratives on an emotional level before I said a single word about them. Sonic CD is a masterclass in communicating with the player, but we still haven't really put our finger on the point of it all. What are all of these little stories in service of? They make sense individually, but what do they have to say as a whole? And how does that message differ from the ground already covered in the original game? As we've established, this series got its start exploring ideas of nature versus industry, but it wasn't always so ambitious about it. The first game had a very binary approach to morality and progress. Sonic and nature are good, Eggman and technology are bad. It's an open and shut diagnosis that NACA's sequels did little to elaborate on. In Sonic 1, the future, as represented by technology and industry, was purely a harmful thing, one that threatened to rob the world of its wonder and magic. In a way, Sonic 1 illustrates for us the wrong way forward, but it doesn't really show us the right way. The game concludes right back in Green Hill Zone where the adventure began. Despite being so fundamentally built on ideas of modernity, Sonic ironically ends with the world and characters going backwards. He's restored the status quo, and for now, that's a good enough ending. Sonic CD then asks the question of how progress might evolve Sonic's world into something even better. What might become of these whimsical environments when interpreted through optimism and hope for the future? And what exactly differentiates Sonic's future from Eggman's future? In this way, Sonic CD is actually exploring a very different theme from what came before, building on what was established in that original game, but arriving at an entirely new conclusion. And I think that conclusion can be boiled down pretty cleanly to the following delineation. If the fundamental dichotomy at the heart of Sonic 1 was nature versus industry, then the dichotomy at the heart of Sonic CD is discord versus harmony. And it's in viewing the game through this lens that every one of its decisions start to make a lot more sense. Every stage, every badnik, every character, every color palette, every composition, every idea is in service of this theme. That was the story playing out from so many angles across its runtime. This is why I find myself breaking company with those who appraise Sonic CD as little more than Sonic 1.5 or Sonic 1 Special Edition. To reach such a conclusion is to completely miss the point. Sonic CD is not a retread of Sonic 1, but rather a decided evolution of those old ideas. That's why there's such a willing resemblance to motifs from that original game, not to retread old ground, but to re-examine the familiar through a new conceptual lens. Sonic 1 was about preserving the beauty of nature. Sonic CD is about making nature even more beautiful. Sonic 1 had you navigating treacherous environments, Sonic CD has you making those environments less treacherous. Sonic 1 was a game about saving the world. Sonic CD is a game about changing the world. It's a subtle difference, but to me, an endlessly fascinating one. Both the heroes and villains hold the fate of Little Planet in their hands. Sonic and Eggman's encounters always take place in the future. That change is coming whether we like it or not. Will it be a good change or a bad change? If you don't write the pages of history, someone else will. In asking the player to do more than they strictly have to, the game is also asking the player to care about the world and its fate, thus establishing a synergy between Sonic and the player that's largely unique to this one title. At his core, Sonic the Hedgehog as a character is all about being proactive. He doesn't lazily stumble into these do-or-die situations, he charges into them with resolve and conviction. By asking the player to re-examine their passive relationship with the setting, CD isn't just fleshing out Sonic's character, it's inviting the audience to truly be him. We see things through his eyes, and we find ourselves caring more than we ever needed to in other similar games. Every positive action from the player results in a meaningful consequence for the world. With each badnik Sonic destroys, he also fosters new life, sowing seeds for the future. By so perfectly dovetailing the gameplay with the narrative and themes, Sonic CD achieves a personal, emotional quality that is simply unrivaled in this series. What at first may have looked to be a generic tale of good and evil reveals itself to be something much more profound when you look beneath the surface. The real story of this game is in the symbolic tug of war between Sonic and Eggman to define the inevitable value set of Little Planet. Moment to moment and stage by stage, both characters attempt to recreate Little Planet in their own image, one being based in harmony and the other discord. In this new context, Sonic and Eggman are made substantially more compelling as characters than they were before, because while they may be simple enough to understand, the values they represent are decidedly complex. Eggman wants Little Planet to serve him, while Sonic wants it to serve itself and be free, and their actions ultimately end up leaving an indelible mark on the planet that manifests in a way that reflects their own true natures. The bad futures aren't just grimdark or generically dystopian, they're deliberate subversions of the principles that define Sonic and the series at large. In stark contrast, the good futures exist as seamless extensions of Sonic himself. His freedom, his joy, his love, his potential, his harmonious way of being. Eggman chained the planet down and put a clamp on its zany, miraculous spirit, but by freeing it, Sonic gave Little Planet the chance to manifest its potential, and in doing so, it just so happens to take a form that resembles Sonic himself. Every one of these good futures has something meaningful to say about Sonic, as a character and as a concept. They're vibrant and quirky and hopeful and expressive and childlike and wholesome, and by the way, have you ever noticed how blue they are? Seriously, every one of these stages is marinated in the color blue. I wonder what that could mean. It sort of makes you think differently about that moment at the end when the planet reflects Sonic's own face back at him, doesn't it? Sonic didn't just save Little Planet, he made it his own. A whole world morphed to resemble him, in body and soul. And that is just such a romantic idea to me. It really gives new meaning to the phrase, be the change you want to see in the world. What an incredible application of character and setting. At this point, it's more than just a setting, it's like a little piece of his soul. They'll always be connected, deep in space and time, forever in his mind. As we watch the planet take off towards parts unknown, I can't help but wonder if Sonic 2 was changed by the experience. Let's move on, shall we? With all that said, Eggman's bad future is just as compelling. I love Eggman's portrayal in this game. He appears mostly as a visage stamped across the game world, one that is more symbolic than anything. That face is a symbol of conquest, and is associated with the darkest, most dire sights and sounds of Little Planet. When the Doctor himself does make an in-the-flesh appearance, he's the same blustering fool he's always been. But his real legacy is in the consequences of his actions. The thought that someone could be so petulant and childish one moment and so legitimately sinister the next is just awesome to me. This time, instead of powering his machines with cute little animals, Eggman's stealing the life force of the planet itself. The symbolism is clear. It's not enough to rob a few woodland critters of their freedom. He's graduated to exploiting an entire world to achieve his goals. I'm really fond of this interpretation of Robotnik. It's particularly authentic, I think. In that original game, the individual man wasn't as important as the idea he represented. The broad moral failings of humanity as a whole, that desire to pursue progress at any cost. And Sonic CD really brings that idea to life like no other Sonic game before or since. The bad futures also speak to another trait that separates Eggman from Sonic: his ego. Everything he does is for the sake of his own glory, and everything around him is just a resource to exploit to build himself up. Eggman's future is in a constant state of decay, so lacking in balance that the slightest gust of wind would be enough to completely destabilize it. Even his own base is crumbling down around him, warping under the weight of his own self-adulation. You might find it contradictory that in the timeline where Eggman wins, his own stronghold is coming apart at the seams, but it actually makes perfect sense. In fact, it was inevitable. His philosophies are corrosive and unsustainable, even for himself. This path of constant exploitation and force will invariably lead to ruin. Eggman is so short-sighted and opportunistic, he doesn't even realize he's setting the stage for his own downfall in the long run. Boy, I sure am glad people like this only exist in video games. Even the badniks are depressed, look at these guys. Here in this bad future they helped create, they too are worn down and neglected after years of disuse. What used to be state-of-the-art machines have been reduced to zombified junk, incapable of performing the key functions they were designed for. They were just tools to get a job done, and once that purpose was served, all that's left is to slowly decay. This visual of a droid trying to shoot Sonic with a gun that's long since rotted away is sheer brilliance. I almost feel bad for him. Almost. This is the final stage of Eggman's ideology, a future where every light is extinguished and everyone is worse off for it, including himself. Plato once said that the unjust man's soul is perpetually at war with itself, so lacking in virtue that even if he were able to achieve his fleeting desires, his lack of inner harmony thwarts any chance he has of achieving true happiness. This sentiment suits Eggman to a T, but there's another character it describes even better. After all, Sonic CD's a good game, a great game even, but something's missing. The final linchpin that ties all these disparate parts together and completes the picture. You see, what the game has really been doing with all these little narratives is sort of deconstructing the character, breaking Sonic down to his constituent parts and revealing his true nature through the many faces of Little Planet. Each of the good futures examine a different part of the character, just as the bad futures do for Eggman. But it turns out that alone wasn't enough. Eggman didn't just recreate Little Planet in his own image, he also did the exact same thing to the hero himself. And what better way to deconstruct Sonic the Hedgehog than by introducing a bad future Sonic?
Let's go!
Here he is, folks. The cherry on top that completes the entire package, the big bad chrome gadget himself, Metal Sonic. I cannot believe it's taken us this long to reach this point. Metal Sonic is the character who single-handedly completes Sonic CD, complementing every idea it brings to the table, thematically and aesthetically. The story of man versus the technology that threatens to replace him is nothing new. In fact, it's as old as technology itself. John Henry versus the Inky Poo, Applejack versus the Super Speedy Sided Squeezy 6000, SpongeBob versus Robobob, and countless other towering works of literature. There's an enduring, cyclical quality to these themes that audiences can recognize and empathize with at a glance. It's the ultimate postmodern conflict. A tale about progress in the future also needs to reconcile with everything that can potentially go wrong in said future. Even the premise of a metallic Sonic clone could be called cliché as early as 1994. It's just such a natural fit for the series and its themes. And yet, even amongst his peers, Metal Sonic is particularly special, particularly unforgettable. And that's because he isn't just a robot Sonic. He's a twisted Sonic, a bizarro Sonic, a funhouse mirror reflection of everything Sonic represents. He's everything we've been talking about, but condensed into a laser-focused, iconic package. Funny thing, I was actually watching a video recently where someone was criticizing Metal Sonic's role in CD as underdeveloped, that he didn't really do enough to warrant his place on the game's box art. Naturally, I took to the comments and, set him straight. Okay, I'm sorry, old habits die hard. So what exactly is so special about this character? And what makes him such a perfect complement to Sonic CD specifically? Well, on its most basic level, Metal Sonic takes the core dichotomy of the game and personifies it. Just as every other element of CD is split into these contrasting halves, so too is Sonic himself. They're dual sides of a coin, equal and opposite in terms of power, but with one built on balance and harmony, and the other chaos and discord. So core is this dichotomy to the game's identity that one of the earliest concept sketches for CD is this largely unchanged illustration from Oshima. The game is always careful to frame them in perfect opposition to one another, almost like mirror images, something that even the fans have been careful to maintain. Metal Sonic serves to provide a visceral source of thematic tension to the world of Sonic, and the game bends over backwards to examine that tension from every possible angle across its runtime. He superficially resembles Sonic, but is so clearly not the real deal. The callousness in his eyes, that icy metallic shell, the lack of any real agency or expression. By way of stark contrast, Metal Sonic implicitly asks us to think more deeply about Sonic as a character. If he isn't defined by simply being blue, fast, and spiky, what is he defined by? And the simple answer to that question is that for everything that Sonic is, Metal Sonic isn't. Sonic's defining principle is freedom. Metal Sonic was built to take orders. Sonic is a champion of nature. Metal Sonic is a soulless machine. Sonic is a friend to animals. Metal Sonic is a tyrant. Sonic is endlessly expressive. Metal Sonic is incapable of feeling. Sonic builds speed by organically interacting with the environment. Metal Sonic has a jet engine in his chest. Sonic is 100% authentic. Metal Sonic is a false duplicate. Through his mere existence, Metal Sonic makes Sonic a better character by emphasizing the things that uniquely make him a force of good. Aesthetically, Sonic the Hedgehog is a harmonious blend of old and new, maintaining a distinctly old-school design while simultaneously being sleek and modern. While he was conceived to be a fresh, urban icon that moved the industry forward, he did so with respect and reverence for that which came before. Metal Sonic is completely state-of-the-art, with nothing to ground him aesthetically or tether him to something familiar. Sonic's visage is warm and amicable, made up of soft, analogous curves. Metal Sonic is detached and vacant, with eyes that almost never meet the gaze of the player. He's got this distinctly glossy look to him, conveying that while he may be cutting edge, he's also totally false, and he wears that falseness like a suit of armor. The implicit suggestion with this character is that he's everything great about Sonic with none of the limitations, a Sonic that isn't held back by the shackles of his own biology. In a way that Eggman alone never could, Metal represents a very real threat to Sonic. Not just his home or his values, but his identity. No other rival in the series has meaningfully challenged the character to the extent that Metal did, but that challenge isn't so much literal as it is symbolic. Knuckles is a narrative foil, countering Sonic's speed with sheer power. Shadow is a tonal foil, offering a mercurial alternative to Sonic's sunny-side-up heroism. Metal Sonic is a perfect thematic foil, serving as the living antithesis to the entire classic Sonic philosophy, a rival that isn't just a menace, but the ultimate agent of disharmony. The spectre of Metal Sonic lingers over the entire game. Though his appearances are limited, his presence is constantly felt, not only through the projectors dotted across the stages, but because the core themes he represents are always at the forefront of the player's mind. Every moment Sonic spends on Little Planet, he is acutely aware of his metallic doppelganger. And not unlike Ridley in Super Metroid, we know that the rematch is coming. It's a long, drawn-out wait for the other shoe to drop. The entire game has been building to that fated encounter. And when it finally comes, it is everything it needed to be.
Sonic, dead or alive? There's fire.
This is, without a doubt, my favourite boss encounter in the classic series, and remains one of the strongest showcases of Sonic's momentum philosophy in the franchise. Every inch of this track is so perfectly designed to both challenge and incentivize the player, made up of equal parts obstacles and opportunities. It is so addicting to just run this thing over and over, trying to make as few mistakes as possible, rolling and jumping and skidding at the exact right moments to funnel yourself through the course. I tend to just kill myself repeatedly until I pull off the perfect run. It's a very negotiable sequence with plenty of different strategies you can employ and even alternate routes. I'm partial to the strategy of gunning it to the end as fast as possible and never stopping for anything. It's dynamic, it's engaging, it's endlessly replayable, and most importantly, it's built on the fundamentals of Sonic gameplay. But as fun as it is to play, it's what the moment means thematically that makes it one of the most legendary sequences in all of Sonic. In this moment, Sonic has to do what Sonic does best, because if he doesn't cross that finish line, he isn't Sonic the Hedgehog anymore. That simple visual of these two characters racing this track, surrounded by a future that reflects either Sonic's values or Metal's values, is the single most iconic image associated with this game, because it manages to say so much about the series with so little. These two characters represent a literal and symbolic battle, but not between something so binary as nature and technology. It's Sonic's vision for the future versus Eggman's vision for the future. It's Sonic's conception of power versus Metal Sonic's conception of power. It's progress at the expense of the world versus progress in service of the world. They aren't just fighting each other, they're fighting for the aesthetic ideology of Little Planet. One of these Sonics will light the path to the future, and it all culminates in this one ultimate showdown. It's a desperate scramble for Sonic's identity, one that he faces with unwavering confidence. Because, let's be honest, Metal really didn't stand a chance. Just like the Inky Poo and the Super Speedy Side Squeezy before him, Metal Sonic was destined to come up short, because all that cutting edge tech came at too great a price. He's got the speed, he's got the style, but he will never have the heart of Sonic. If there is one defining quality that separates these characters from one another, it's that Sonic is genuine, and Metal Sonic isn't. By his very design, Metal Sonic is false, and he always will be. It's his burden to bear, his curse to contend with. Despite his best efforts, he'll always exist in the shadow of something greater. Time and time and time again, we watch Metal Sonic taste the bitter sting of defeat. Not by Sonic's hand, but by his own. His reason for living is completely at ends with his innate limitations. And the word for that is, you guessed it, discord. This is something I actually think future games built on quite well. Sonic Heroes feels like a genuine follow-up to a lot of the core ideas explored so well here. I could have done without all the pro wrestling promos. Wordless conveyance was a big part of what made the character so appealing after all, but that idea of discord is still alive and well. Even when his creator has long given up on him, he still refuses to let it go. Metal Sonic can't even achieve harmony within himself. He's this living contradiction, built for a key purpose he'll never be able to serve. No better than the Badnik with the broken gun. It's kinda tragic. But unlike Sonic CD, these themes have nothing to do with the actual act of playing Sonic Heroes. I do feel the game cheapens the character somewhat by removing him from his original symbolic role and cramming him into a more character-driven, cinematic context. He's less a twisted reflection of the heart of Sonic and more just a dragon to slay, in a series where slaying dragons had pretty much become the norm. But I suppose that's just a limitation of the way newer Sonic games tell their stories, and does little to diminish just how much the character was able to accomplish in his original form. Even after all these years, no other rival has come close to matching that same level of personal stakes offered by Metal Sonic. Just as Knuckles was designed for Sonic 3, and Shadow was designed for Sonic Adventure 2, Metal Sonic was absolutely designed for Sonic CD. Its themes, its aesthetic, its unique language, and its ultimate message. You simply can't beat a classic. Now, there's another character I've neglected to give any attention up to this point, but not for any lack of affection towards her. In fact, she just might be CD's single biggest contribution to the canon. Let's talk about good old Rosie the Rascal. I love Amy so much. Look me in the eye and tell me you've ever seen something so hopelessly adorable. Imagine how stoked the artist must have been with himself after birthing this cinnamon roll into our world. What a slam dunk character design. A lot of people give classic Amy crap for her Minnie Mousey qualities. but I love Minnie Mouse, so you'll hear no such criticisms from me. Now I could sit here and pretend that there's some deep emotional reason I love Amy so much, maybe make up some clever thematic ties between her and the rest of the game, and I will. Just like Little Planet and The Good Futures, Amy was fundamentally conceived in the image of Sonic. Her values, her passions, her aesthetic persona, everything that she is was defined in careful relation to Sonic. Far from being a weakness of the character, this is in fact the very quality that entitles her to a role in Sonic CD, a game where all of the key elements are either an extension or subversion of the character's defining principles. Whereas Metal Sonic is a twisted perversion of the real thing, Amy is a gentler, sweeter, even more wholesome reflection of Sonic. She too is a friend to nature and a quiet force for good in the world. But unlike Sonic, she's incapable of defending herself. She's like a rose, beautiful and virtuous, but still vulnerable to the world and at the mercy of its wickedness. In a game filled with cuddly animals and sentient flowers, Amy stands out as perhaps the most precious natural resource for Sonic to protect. Her colour scheme is pink and green, evoking not only the aesthetic of collision chaos, but also the qualities of empathy, nurturing, serenity, renewal, and of course, harmony. Amy is a very soothing character by nature. She disarms the player, even as she simultaneously drives them crazy. I picture her as the type to see the potential beauty in everything, whether it's the killer robot abducting her or the blue hedgehog constantly ghosting her. Harmony is just who she is. It's like Amy is the soul of Sonic, with none of the power, while Metal Sonic is the power with none of the soul. When Sonic rescues her in Stardust Speedway, it's almost like he's rescuing a part of himself, the part that Metal Sonic tried to extinguish.
You just blew my mind.
Nah, I'm just messing with you. The appeal of Amy is beautifully simple. It's the exact same wordless conveyance that made these games great from the very beginning. The first time you come across Amy on Little Planet, you may find yourself interacting with her out of curiosity. This will lead to her latching onto you like one of the piranhas from Hydro City. Immediately, you understand everything you need to know about these two's relationship, and you're right there with Sonic and his desire to seek higher ground. Despite her sweet veneer, Amy threatens to lock Sonic in place and limit his freedom with her affection. She's like a little pink ball and chain. Nothing feels worse in a Sonic game than being restrained, a feeling that's shared by the player and character. Again, synergy. The way she trails after you like a lost puppy is just hilarious. You almost feel bad leaving her in the dust. But a girl like that just doesn't fit into Sonic's lifestyle. And yet, the second something bad happens to her, we are all completely unified in our desire to keep her safe. The devs pulled off a decent balancing act of making the character just the right level of annoying while still endearing her to the audience enough that we want to do right by her. Nintendo kinda fumbled that one, to be honest. Later games would take this element of Amy's character and crank it up to the point of actual obnoxiousness. There's a grating, almost confrontational quality to her advances, as if Sonic Team wants us to view her as less of a foil and more of a genuine pest, and I'm not too fond of that change. But for that one criticism, there's still lots of reasons to love Amy moving forward, chief among them being that the character's thematic identity has largely survived in future titles. Amy's empathy and love is at the forefront of most of her stories, whether she's defending the defenseless or seeing the good in people that others can't. She's continued to be associated with animals and flowers over the years, showing that Sonic Team understood what Oshima was going for with the character back in '93. Her empathetic green is traded in for a more passionate red, and she uses that passion to step up for her friends and fight for her values. She's just as strong as the other characters, but in an entirely different way, and I think that makes her pretty special. But when it comes to the Amy that I love most, nothing will ever top the fondness I have for her original incarnation. She's one of the few characters I can think of that I have nothing but positive feelings towards, just another reason to adore this game more than I already do. Maybe she isn't vital to the bigger picture, but it sure wouldn't be the same without her.
Okay, my eyes are like a hoe radar. My eyes are big as hell, so I can tell when a girl's a hoe, like Amy in Rouge 2. Sorry to put your girl on blast, but I gotta be truthful, homie. I'm gonna tell you why she a hoe, though. Knuckles, you gotta think about this for a second. When we was younger, Amy looked so innocent and so gorgeous that it wasn't even funny, Joe. Like, she was just God's gift to man if you stop to think about it. So how she go from looking like this to looking like this, man? Wait a minute, like, what's wrong with her though? Why you tripping so bad? She look bomb as hell, man. Motherfucker, don't look at me like that.
We need emotional content.
And I'm still not done with the visual storytelling. I told you we were covering everything. I want to give attention to some of the more bespoke elements of the stages, those little details thrown in to give the game even more character than it already had. One of the more memorable stage details is this monument in Stardust Speedway, which takes a different form in every timeline. In the distant past, it's this sprawling Gothic cathedral. Fast forward to the present, and it's the construction site for a giant monument to Eggman. In the bad future, the monument is completed. Lording over the city, he's reduced to chaos. But in the good future, rather than becoming a monument to Sonic, it's this elegant, beautiful palace, clearly building on what existed in the distant past, but taken to the next level by the progress of time. It's that same story we've seen playing out time and time again across the planet. A particular highlight is this angel statue tucked away in Wacky Workbench Past. Show us some love and she rains 100 rings down on Sonic. It's a really cool sort of Easter egg that I wish the game had even more of. But something I only noticed while capturing this footage is that the tiles surrounding this little space are completely different to the rest of Wacky Workbench and are only found in this one room. The brickwork is clearly of a different time, implying that this factory was constructed over top of some prior civilization. The regal looking columns and panels, as well as the fact that the idol is perched on an elevated pedestal and blesses Sonic with rings, leads me to believe that this used to be a place of worship. And now it's the one surviving remnant of a bygone culture that was briefly overlooked. In the bad future, the angel has been predictably replaced with a statue of Eggman, but in the present and good future, it just doesn't exist at all. There are no answers given as to what it means, who put it here, or what might have happened to them, and there's nothing you can do to preserve it. It's destined to be washed away by the flow of time. In a room that less than 1% of players will even see, rests the last faint glimmer of a distant past, in what was already the distant past of Wacky Workbench. That is genius storytelling. It's fascinating to think that the fate of this idol was already decided before Sonic even got here, and it's destined to fade away. Now we've arrived at the weird shit. The little details nestled into the stages that are just bizarre. Like, can anyone tell me why Collision Chaos seems to be mirrored at the top of the stage? Any Sonic lore masters want to chime in on that? Why is there a river in the sky? Do people live up there? Do upside down rivers flow? And what is this mansion doing here in the future of Quartz Quadrant? There's a series of footlights guiding the way to the entrance, so clearly it must have some significance. But I just can't imagine what could possibly go on in this place. Is it a government building? Would it be a council of humans, or like squirrels and chickens and stuff? And does anyone know what Wacky Workbench actually does? Is it a weapons factory, an Amazon fulfillment center? Did the natives construct it, or did it just build itself one day? Incidentally, does this planet even have natives? Stardust Speedway seems to suggest so, but that just opens up a whole other can of worms. I hesitate to even attempt to make sense of what's going on here. Every special stage seems to take place in a different dimension entirely. Or maybe the gaps between dimensions? Like Sonic's time travel shenanigans have gotten so out of hand that he's ascended to a plane beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Sometimes he's underwater, sometimes he's in a Miyazaki movie, sometimes he's in the Star Trek dimension. It's just pure insanity. As I've said a number of times now, Sonic CD is a weird game. Consistently weird, I think. But there are moments that go even further. Details that are so bizarre and specific that I couldn't even begin to imagine where the designers were coming from creatively. These moments of such raw artistry and expression, a degree of whimsical abstraction bordering on nonsensical, existing in that little space between logic and fantasy, one that I can only describe as magic. It's this quality of the game that's chiefly responsible for what people tend to describe as the Sonic CD vibe. Fans of the game know what I'm talking about. It's that special something that keeps you coming back to this world. It can't really be described or rationalized, it's just a certain spirit, or soul. Like a siren's voice calling you out to the sea, or the flicker of the northern lights. Some magical, otherworldly phenomena that's beyond my ability to quantify or explain. I feel it in the volcanoes that light up the night sky in Tidal Tempest. I feel it in the refracting rivers of Stardust Speedway Past, and I really feel it in these crazy special stages. Sonic CD didn't just throw in these touches to be trippy or avant-garde, it's being evocative, captivating the audience with questions that don't really have answers. In fact, the magic of this world would be diminished by those answers. I'll never know what the deal is with this angel, or who erected this cathedral, or what exactly goes on at Wacky Workbench, and that's exactly what makes them so compelling. I think it's a testament to the game's brilliance that it manages to connect with people in a way so subtle that they don't even really understand why. Angel Island has received a lot of praise over the years for its cohesion as a setting. It's far from realistic, of course, but there is an internal logic at play. The stages all relate to each other in ways that are meaningful, and most questions posed by the story have pretty satisfying answers. The world of Sonic 3 makes sense. It makes so much sense it sometimes knows what's going on even better than the player does. The world of Sonic CD is above making sense. It's making an appeal to the part of our brains that looks at a rainbow and imagines what it would be like to splash around in it. The part of our conscious or subconscious that welcomes a little madness here and there. Because there is real power in that madness, and I think Sonic the Hedgehog is truly in his element when he's indulging that side of his world. That's what Little Planet has to offer. It's dreamy, irrepressible, and utterly captivating. In Sonic CD's original Japanese manual, Little Planet is occasionally referred to as Kiseki no Hoshi, which roughly translates not to Little Planet, but Miracle Planet. And that just might be the most perfect word to describe this feeling I'm talking about. Everywhere you go, you seem to run into these little miracles. Things that are just beyond logical sense, yet somehow make perfect emotional sense. Every time I revisit this world, and rediscover all its little miracles, I fall in love all over again. You don't need to rationalize it. You don't need to understand it. You just need to feel.
Yeah, that's it. How did it feel to you? Let me think. Don't think. Feel. It is like a finger pointing away to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger or you will miss all that heavenly glory.
All of these miraculous moments ultimately build to the crowning emotional achievement of the game, the finale. There's a very noticeable disconnect between the bombast of the first cutscene and the quiet contemplation of the last. After the non-stop wacky thrill ride that was Sonic CD, in its final moments, the game suddenly slows down. It's noticeably quiet and still as Sonic reacquaints himself with solid ground and Little Planet frees itself from its shackles. He looks up to see his own face lighting up the sky, and just like that, the fantasy is over. The whole thing feels lighter than air, and evokes an atmosphere that's, again, difficult to describe. It's a happy ending for sure, but it's tinged with this feeling of melancholy, like you're losing something important you'll never get back. It's like that concert that was so amazing and engrossing that in that moment you felt time standing still. You were completely taken by the experience. And when it's over, you're in this haze. You don't really know what to do with yourself. I'm getting dangerously abstract right now, I know. But that's Sonic CD. Those are the feelings it leaves me with every time the credits roll. The game makes a powerful appeal to emotion. I think that has a lot to do with why this game has become such a goldmine for amazing fan art and illustrations over the years. Artists find themselves so taken by this world that they're compelled to elaborate on it in their own ways. Now, of course, every Sonic game has its share of awesome fan art. It's a popular series, it comes with the territory. But CD hits just that little bit different. Maybe it's just me, but of all the classic Sonics, none inspire artwork quite as evocative or emotional as this one does so consistently. When I look at a great piece of Sonic CD fan art, I feel like I'm glimpsing into another dimension, like someone took snapshots of their dreams. It's a difficult thing to put into words, maybe even impossible, but I'm curious if anyone else out there feels the same way. What is the first thing that comes to mind when you think about the artistry of video games? Really, when I say that phrase, what is the first image that pops into your head? Is it something really pretty or emotional? Maybe games with bold experimental art styles and avant-garde storytelling tricks? Is it the games that are really subversive and play with the medium or audience expectations? Is it a game with a polished script and production values that blur the line between video games and cinema? Or with narratives so immersive you forget you're holding a controller? Is it the really beautiful games with giant budgets and star-studded vocal performances? Is it The Last of Us? It's okay, you can say it. We don't judge here. For me, personally, when I think about that idea of video games and artistry, I think about Metroid 2, how it feels to stomp around on that husk of a planet, with nothing but Samus's footsteps to keep me company. A few times a year, this game pulls me in and holds me prisoner. The world is so small, and yet I can't find the exit. I'm the most powerful thing for miles, but I feel so helpless. All the while, my sense of direction is waning. Literally for me, and morally for Samus. Somehow, I tend to find myself playing long into the night, and I'm always playing alone, lost in the harsh glow of the CRT as the sounds of the screw attack ripple off the walls of SR388. For those 3 hours or so, I know what true loneliness is. I also think about the Kingdom Hearts title screen. I've played this franchise exactly once, like 20 years ago. My brother and I rented it from Blockbuster around the time it first came out. I was barely old enough to read, let alone wrap my head around an RPG. We stumbled around this beach for a half hour looking for Disney characters, and eventually shut it off when we got bored. That's my entire Kingdom Hearts resume, just a foggy memory. And this title screen seems to get that somehow. That soft, hazy image of Sora standing on the beach, right where I left him all those years ago. The way he gazes into that void of white, like he's just another memory about to be washed away by the tides of time. It's like Squaresoft is unlocking all of our childhoods with this one perfect image. That music is so simple and childlike, and yet so sophisticated. Whether you've heard it before or not, it is pure, crystallized nostalgia. I think about this one stage from Super Mario Galaxy 2 that nobody seems to talk about. It begins in this gooey, boggy network of caves and tunnels, while this plodding, haunting track plays. You can't see the sun or the sky for, I think, the first time in the game. This is usually a pretty cheery adventure, but not here. There's no instructions, no friendly faces, there's just this descent. The further you progress, the deeper you sink. You always seem to be moving downwards, and there's no turning back once you've started. The caves just get more cramped and claustrophobic. You're always seconds away from losing your breath. That hypnotic music just keeps stabbing away at you as you struggle towards the light. You have no idea what's on the other side of this thing, but the only way forward is through. It's like Nintendo understood that water levels tend to scare people, so they went out of their way to craft a religious experience around the act of swimming. Obstacles pile up like unpleasant thoughts. Why is everything so stressful? Why are we all alone? Why does it feel like something's always coming for us? Why can't I find the exit? You just keep struggling, keep moving forward, keep sinking deeper and deeper into that abyss. Until eventually, finally, it happens. Wow. And in that moment, every second of struggle was worth it. Now that's what I call peak fiction. I also think about nailing that perfect drift in Outrun 2, while the blonde in the passenger seat cheers me on. I think about the cozy bedtime story that is Yoshi's Island. I think about Link and Saria on that bridge, and cruising through the tunnels of Ridge City bathed in the glow of the streetlights. I think about going completely nuts in Super Stardust. And inevitably, helplessly, I think about Sonic CD. All of these experiences, to me, exemplify the unique, eclectic magic of video games. Each of them irreplaceable and irreducible. Each of them effortless in their artistry. Each of them experiences that could only exist as video games. That's what puts this game over the edge for me. It isn't screaming out for attention. It isn't trying to impress me. From beginning to end, it is completely confident in its own value. Sonic CD may be a masterpiece, but first and foremost, it's a damn good video game. Is it the greatest game ever made? Yes. Of course, none of this is to take anything away from the narrative of Sonic 3. That game has a great story. In fact, most people will tell you Sonic 3 has the finest 16-bit Sonic story. You could make a case for Sonic 3 pretty much being the first modern Sonic game, by way of establishing basically every convention the series would cling to for years. Multiple playable characters, dazzling spectacle, careful world building, twist villains with crazy transformations, and even the final showdown in space. All it needed was a hub world, and you're basically playing a post-Saturn Sonic game. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is a complete narrative home run and established a winning formula that SEGA felt little need to deviate from. But it does beg the question, which of these two games has the better story? They both represent two very different visions for the Sonic series, and both have strengths and limitations inherent to their respective styles. Of course, I appreciate both stories, but here's some questions I want to pose to the audience. Which game really had the most to say? Which game uses the more complex language to say it? And perhaps most importantly, which story best takes advantage of being a video game? I know my answer to this question, but I'm curious to know yours. As technology continued to improve in the late 80s and early 90s, developers were faced with a real conundrum. What is the best way to deliver narratives in a medium built almost entirely around the joys of interaction? How do you write a story in a medium where the player is the one telling it? Sonic 3's answer is to make the plot flow like a kind of log ride. You experience the narrative as it was prepared, with little to no participation or decision making necessary on your part. There are multiple endings, but they aren't meaningfully tied to the core play in a way I would describe as holistic. You either give 50 minutes of your time to the special stages or you don't. There isn't much there emotionally. Sonic CD instead turns every moment spent in this world into part of the narrative. Everything you see and everything you do plays into the story, and the more you pry into its world, the more that story comes into focus. There was once a time where I would have easily gone with Sonic 3. Its narrative takes a pointed, cinematic form at a time when this was pretty uncommon in video games, while also seamlessly enhancing the gameplay, or at least not interrupting it too severely. I can't even imagine how exciting this must have been to experience back in 1994. But there are diminishing returns with trying to assimilate the style and language of another medium, something that the staff of Sonic CD understood 30 years ago. This interview snippet reads like a warning of biblical proportions that went tragically unheeded. Things have certainly changed over the years. Naturally, the Sonic series followed in the narrative footsteps of Sonic 3. Even more scripting, even more directing, even more cinematic. In fact, everyone seemed to be making a move towards emulating cinema. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, styles and genres that were once economically viable were deemed sales poison. Insecure critics and even developers repeatedly debased themselves in the pursuit of that oh-so-precious artistic validation from an apathetic and out-of-touch legacy media, often at the expense of the very medium they were supposed to be the champions of. Here in the future, it can feel like the only way to be perceived as a great video game story is to distance yourself as far as possible from the label of video game. I think in this current paradigm, a lot of gamers have developed a very limiting perspective on what narrative can be in a video game. The fact that people can look at a game like Sonic CD and not see a brilliantly executed video game narrative is a real shame, almost like we've moved backwards over time instead of forwards. I'm not mad at those early developers for taking us down this path. It was bound to happen. All new mediums mold themselves to fit the familiar standards of existing mediums. That's just evolution. And I'm also not some fuddy-duddy that can only find joy in old SEGA games either. There are plenty of more modern cinematic narratives that I absolutely love. I can even appreciate the style and scope of that more pointed cinematic flair when it comes to a series like Sonic. But I can't help but wonder what this series might have looked like if it followed the lead of Naoto Oshima's approach to storytelling. Something more passive, subtle, and player-driven. In Sonic CD, the aesthetic is the narrative, the setting is the main character, and the outcome is determined by your own actions. A game with conveyance so specific and emotional that it couldn't have possibly been realized through any other medium without massively compromising its spirit. I feel like the story of Sonic 3 could probably be done justice by something like a comic book, or an anime, or even a feature film. But Sonic CD needed to be a video game, and I really appreciate that. The sort of narrative techniques we saw here would largely go unexplored by the franchise, making CD still stand out as a subversive experience today for players who acclimated to the series through other games. And even though some people really don't care about making good futures or listening to some happier level music, it really, really moves me. In my eyes, Sonic CD doesn't just tell the best Sonic story, but the quintessential Sonic story. Like, it's the story this character was made to tell. Does that make any sense? This is the part of the video I dreaded having to write the most. The part where I explain why I care about Sonic CD's narrative as much as I do. Because for the longest time, I really didn't know. I knew I loved it, but I just couldn't find the words to match the feelings. I don't think it's something that Matthew Matosis or Joseph Anderson could explain away in some carefully written essay. It's a bit too implaceable. But eventually, I stumbled across something that maybe shed some light on my own feelings. A while back, I was watching an excellent video by this dude called Fudge, who you should totally subscribe to, by the way. And he was explaining how one of his favorite things about Breath of the Wild is how the game lets you have your own stories. Stories that aren't just given to you by the developers, but that you truly discover and live out for yourself in this incredible fantasy world. They aren't scripted, they aren't contextualized by the plot, they're just these little moments, little ways that the game communicates with you. By respecting the player to the extent that it does, and setting them free in this land of endless potential, each gamer experiences things that are totally unique to them, and affects the world in a totally distinct way. This struck a chord with Fudge compared to the very prescriptive narratives of other open world games. In his eyes, the most meaningful story that anyone could tell is their own. And I thought about that a lot. As I pondered this idea, I realized that really is the thing that makes Sonic CD feel so very different to every other game in this series. It's a quality of a lot of my favorite games, a certain vitality, setting you loose in these rich, immersive worlds and letting you affect them somehow, communicating with the player in ways that other mediums simply can't. Because of that wonderful synergy between Sonic and the player, his actions truly do feel like your own, and the thrill of achieving something is exciting in a way that it never was before. Every time I create a good future, and fill the world with happiness and life, I feel like I've truly done something. Every flower, every animal, every happy blue sky, I did that. It feels like something I actually earned. And maybe it's ridiculous to be so moved by something so admittedly simple, but it just works on me. Every time, and I know I'm not the only one. The game never fails to captivate me emotionally, not just with its art and sound, but with its design. In the other Sonic games, a block of text tells you when you've done a good job. In Sonic CD, if you seek my monument, look around you. This game communicates, not just with its cutscenes like Sonic 3, but with every individual piece of its design. Everything we see, everything we hear, and everything we do supports that unified voice. It's what Wagner would call a Gesamtkunstwerk, which is German for really good game. I think the very best art communicates in a way that's just a little bit implaceable. It isn't cleanly understood or explained. If it could be perfectly explained, it wouldn't really need to exist. But even with that said, I'm still gonna give it a shot. With all of its choices, and all its subtle, almost invisible cues, what this game communicates to me more than anything else is the idea of a living world. And I don't mean that in the flowery video essay sense of a living, breathing saying. I mean Little Planet literally feels like a sentient being, one that responds to the player's actions and expresses itself with the smallest of details. The way the flowers dance, the way the music evolves, the way it leads you around by the nose and rewards you for your every effort. It cries out when it's in pain and blossoms to life when it's thriving. It lifts you up when you succeed and wallops you down when you fail. It transforms itself moment to moment and glorifies the image of Sonic, or shrivels up and winces under the heel of Eggman. Through every subtle gesture and tiny detail, this planet feels alive. A wacky, beautiful, nonsensical dream world, with a wild spirit that no one can truly tame. Perhaps I'm reading way too much into this stupid platformer, but I really wouldn't be surprised if this was entirely intentional on the part of the developers. It's just too perfect to be an accident. It's like this world knows what Sonic is doing for it, cheering him on and helping him out every step of the way. I feel like this is the statement that Sonic the Hedgehog was truly designed to make. He can be a character that preserves the world we already have, but he can also be the catalyst that helps us to imagine an even better one. Sonic changed this planet. He didn't just make it better, he made it an extension of himself. A little blue ball with unstoppable spirit and limitless potential. How fitting then that it ultimately takes off like the wind, leaving only memories and seeds for the future. I like to think that Sonic felt a more personal attachment to Little Planet than usual. After going so far out of his way and giving so much of himself, getting lost in the surreal, dreamy narratives of the stages, and witnessing the transformation of an entire world around his values. Perhaps assuming the visage of Sonic wasn't just a symbolic gesture, but a show of gratitude and love. Sonic 3 and Knuckles takes you by the hand and shows you a cool story. Sonic CD gives you the tools to tell your own. By the way, speaking of dreamy, so maybe I was lying when I said Sonic CD's ideas went unexplored in future titles. Many of those core concepts absolutely were iterated upon in sequels. The tricky little thing is that sequel just happened to manifest as a brand new IP entirely. Nights into Dreams is another one of my very favourite games, and represents the first collaboration between Naoto Oshima and Yuji Naka since the original Sonic the Hedgehog. As such, Nights is once again a marriage of Naka's programming wizardry and Oshima's one-of-a-kind design sense. The Sega Saturn and its library are near and dear to my heart, and Nights into Dreams stands out as one of its very finest releases. You'd think that with the pressure of a new console generation, Sonic Team's priority would be cranking out yet another Sonic game to score the same easy sales they did with the Mega Drive. This was certainly Sega's priority. However, after having grinded out 4 complete adventures in a little under 3 years, the folks at Sonic Team opted to put the series on the back burner and instead explore a new artistic impulse, a concept that had been yearning to be actualized for even longer than Sonic. But the DNA of that prior series still lingers on in Nights into Dreams, particularly the DNA of Sonic CD. Surreal, dreamlike locales? Check. Adaptable, player-driven mechanics? Check. Easy to pick up with an unthinkably high skill ceiling? Check. An emergent reactive game world that responds to the actions of the player? Check. 4 versions of the stage music based on your performance? Check. Figure it out style boss fights? Check. Lofty minimalist storytelling and themes? Check. The capacity to express yourself through play? 1000% check. So much of what Naoto Oshima pioneered within the action game space through Sonic CD, its reactive, player-driven game world, the abstract narrative communicated through wordless emotional conveyance. Nights into Dreams takes these ideas and soars with them. Sonic CD was an experience that often felt like a playable dream, and sometimes a nightmare. To that end, Nights into Dreams feels like a natural extension of those ideas, diving headlong into the world of psychological fantasy and illusion. Where CD has upside-down rivers and gothic cathedrals, Nights has pliable architecture, spherical belly dancers, and whatever the heck is going on here. But we really need to keep in mind that none of this is a coincidence. These are themes and motifs that Oshima had wanted to explore from the very beginning. Before there was Sonic Team, before there was Sonic, Oshima's original vision for an action game was a concept called Twin Star. This game would see 2 kids venturing into dream worlds and spin dashing into nightmares. It was when the project became more collaborative that this initial pip of an idea evolved into Sonic the Hedgehog. And even then, elements of that initial concept lingered on into the Sonic project for a shocking amount of the dev cycle. Before Sonic was a defender of nature, he was a dream warrior. It's unsurprising then that Oshima would return to these ideas, at least in spirit, with Sonic CD, the closest the franchise has ever come to approximating the feeling of a fever dream. It's in Nights then that all of these concepts are truly actualized. One could make an argument that this is the game Sonic Team wanted to make all along. In fact, Nights makes Sonic look downright respectable by comparison, taking a veritable swan dive into the realm of otherworldly abstraction. But while the techniques are similar, both games employ them in service of very different goals. Whereas Sonic CD was a game about sowing seeds for the future, Nights into Dreams is a game squarely focused on the mind. You see, in Nights, mental health is like a well-tended garden, something that you nurture and maintain and cultivate. If you don't deal with the impurities as they appear, they will continue to grow and fester, until they become so numerous that they completely overwhelm you. Nothing sucks more than being in a real groove, only for a nightmare to suddenly start nipping at your heels, and it can all leave you feeling pretty small. Conversely, if you show yourself care and thoughtfulness, that garden will bloom into something harmonious and jubilant. Now, if you've never played this game before, I probably sound like a babbling lunatic right now, but it's really not the most complex game in the world once you learn to speak its language. Nights dresses itself up with all kinds of clever cultural signifiers, the escapism of Peter Pan, the theatrics of Cirque du Soleil, and most significantly, the theory of psychoanalysis. In their studies of dream theory and the seminal works of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, Sonic Team stumbled upon their true thesis for the game, and the message behind their new character, a philosophy I can only describe as know thyself. As a character, Nights was constructed from the shrapnel of ideas already present in Sonic. The themes of duality and balance that was so seminal to Sonic CD are the fundamental building blocks of Nights as a concept. On a symbolic level, Nights is an embodiment of Carl Jung's conception of the shadow self, specifically the archetype of the trickster. Jung described the trickster as a curious combination of motifs: his fondness for sly jokes and malicious pranks, his powers as a shapeshifter, his dual nature, half animal and half divine, his exposure to all kinds of tortures, and, last but not least, his approximation to the figure of a savior. Nights, by their very nature, is transgressive, recklessly running afoul of societal and cultural rules, a crosser of boundaries, a blurrer of lines, always existing just outside the realm of logic and reason, yet ever present in our collective unconscious, equal parts disruptive and harmonious, male and female, subhuman and superhuman, the parts of ourselves that we're too afraid to acknowledge. Nights is a maelstrom of contradictions that somehow exist in a state of perfect balance. The act of dualizing with Nights is a very on-the-nose visual metaphor for the Jungian act of integrating the shadow self into the ego, and through doing so, addressing problems from a place of emotional clarity. It all sounds very postmodern for a score attack game on the Sega Saturn, but in truth, the real magic of Nights is in how totally secure in itself it really is. The game uses this bombastic staging and symbolism to explore some comparatively grounded feelings of anxiety and stress. The story of Nights focuses on two kids suffering a minor crisis of confidence. Recent experiences have left them feeling small, powerless, and unsure of themselves. And for as low stakes and pedestrian as these experiences may have been, it was just enough for their adolescent psyches to completely turn on them. It was a real stroke of brilliance to render this narrative wordlessly, especially when you consider that these characters are children. I think as we get older, a lot of us can forget how lonely childhood can really be. A child just doesn't have the language or perspective to express these kinds of feelings or ask for help in navigating them. Every fear and anxiety they suffer, they're likely to endure it alone. It is in the subconscious where the war is truly waged. The world of Nights into Dreams is surreal, funny, terrifying, mesmerizing, joyous, stressful, evocative, and effortlessly emotional. There's nothing quite like the feeling of being truly in sync with this game, discarding all your inhibitions and letting your soul take flight. If Sonic CD gave players a canvas, Nights is a wall-to-wall mural of self-expression. The player guides Claris and Elliot as they rebuild their fractured psyches through the act of taming these wild, turbulent dreamscapes. And also there's a big bad dream tyrant that wants to enslave the planet or something, and we should probably deal with him too. Just as the good futures are manifestations of Sonic's values and principles, the dream worlds of Nights are constructed from the emotions and psychology of Elliot and Claris. Each dream sees the characters navigating a maze of their own making, constructed from their memories, fears, hopes, anxieties, and values, and ultimately emerging from the other side stronger. This thread is explored even further in Balan Wonderworld, which sees you exploring worlds constructed from other people's psyches to ultimately help them make some kind of emotional breakthrough. It's sort of like an interactive therapy session, with similarly theatrical staging and context. And if you thought Little Planet felt like a living, breathing environment, the dreamscapes of Nights give it a serious run for its money. These stages are so detailed, so emergent, so crammed with stuff that I still don't fully understand all of the ways they can be interacted with. Every stage is filled with these bespoke, one-off mechanics and set pieces that make the whole experience feel like an amusement park ride. I've been playing this game for years, and I still feel like I'm just scratching the surface of everything that's possible in these stages. And there are so many tiny interactive details that it just boggles my mind. There are clock towers synced to the Saturn's internal timer. There are creepy monsters you can make by fusing the different in-game creatures. There are scenarios so deviously hidden that even to this day, data miners are still discovering new things that this game is capable of. But for the purpose of this analysis, I want to focus attention on a specific mechanic. In Knights, there's something called the A-Life system. Basically, after a particularly impressive feat of acrobatic skill, the player will sometimes spawn a token, and grabbing that token will create a creature known as a Knightopian. The Knightopian will follow knights around and help you collect chips and points, before eventually settling down in the dream world. If the dream world is filled with monsters, they're likely to kill the helpless Knightopians, so you'll have to deal with them as they emerge. You also need to be careful not to harm the Knightopians with careless power looping, which will cause them to turn against you. As you continue to play the stage over and over, you'll notice that not only is the world littered with Knightopians, but that little couples have formed and started to breed, filling the stage with these little eggs. Hatching these eggs floods the dream world with even more Knightopians, and slowly but surely, you'll notice that the world around you is starting to change. The music is more joyous and hopeful. The Knightopians cheer on the player, sing the game's theme song, and generally fill the stage with life. They even sometimes build these little monuments of knights, which should be very familiar if you've been paying attention. This act of the player transforming the world around them through gameplay is to me a pretty obvious evolution of the Metal Sonic projectors and robot generators from Sonic CD, and would go on to inform the Chow Garden minigame in Sonic Adventure. Every individual Knightopian has their own bespoke AI stored on the Saturn's internal memory, and apparently there's a King Knightopian that builds castles or something? You know, I think you get it. This game is ridiculously dense. There are a lot of games with engrossing settings and environments, including a lot of great SEGA games, but few games give the feeling of an entire world existing in your television quite like Knights. It's really something special. The game ultimately builds to a surprising recontextualization in its final act. Despite how liberating and freeing the play experience has been thus far, the game ultimately posits the idea that maybe the kids never really needed knights at all. Perhaps it was knights who needed them, and they who needed each other. What ultimately saved the day wasn't the radical freedom of knights, but rather an inner strength that no nightmare could take away. There's something so moving about this simple visual of the kids, who were once so shackled and powerless, taking to the skies on their own. In stark contrast to the indulgent escapism of the previous stages, the finale takes place in a setting that is much more familiar, above the skies of Elliot and Claris's hometown. And when you've conquered your own inner demons and squared up against the ultimate embodiment of despair, singing in front of a crowd is just a day at the beach. The game's narrative is intentionally minimalist and open to interpretation from the player. So here's how I understand this ending. The true message of the game is expressed not only in how the kids manage to triumph over their anxieties, but in what happens directly afterwards. After Elliot and Claris return to reality and confront their fears, Knights leaves them with one last parting gift. He brings them together. By way of mystical means that only a true trickster could implement, Knights subtly guides Elliot to the performance that's been giving Claris so much stress. And it's the sight of Elliot, the boy from her dream, that gives Claris the boost of confidence to totally rock the concert. The reality of the performance almost melts away entirely, as they're both taken back to that serene dream that they shared together. The message, I feel, is one of caring and support. Even if Elliot and Claris haven't totally won the game of mental health, they do have each other, and in being there for each other, they can work through their fears and frustrations together. Christmas Nights heavily implies that the two are now a couple, and they spend Christmas Eve trying to fill their community with love and friendship. Again, building on that idea of people supporting each other being the key to true mental wellness. There is an unmistakable thematic through line running through all of these Oshima-directed games, and I'd love to discuss it further, but unfortunately, I can't. It is with great personal shame that I admit to have never even touched the next Naka Oshima vehicle, Burning Rangers, mostly because I'm fresh out of lottery winnings or property to mortgage, but from what I understand of the game, it too is a seamless extension of Oshima's prior work. Burning Rangers was another attempt at subverting the familiar mold of action games. Rather than being a game about killing, this is a game about saving. It's another player-driven adventure that really asks you to go out of your way to do right by people, and the game rewards you for this by letting the people whose lives you affect keep in touch and tell you how much your actions meant to them. In Yuji Naka's own words, rescuing people is the very essence of Sonic Team, a trait that the Sonic games proper kind of drifted away from over the years. We also see a return to the good future themes explored in Sonic CD. The specific language Oshima uses to describe the setting is unmistakable. Burning Ranges takes place in a hopeful and idyllic future, but even a good future needs heroes willing to work hard to preserve it. There really is a special kind of DNA bonding all of these experiences together, one that transcends style and genre. I can't speak definitively since I've never actually played the game, but I suspect Burning Ranges slots in quite nicely with the previous output. If you're a fan of one of these games, you are likely to find something to love about all of these games. Few developers in history could crank out quality and heart quite like Golden Age Sonic Team. Yuji Naka may be one of the greatest programmers of his time, but there is a special something to Naoto Oshima's vision that I struggle to put words to. The man seems to have this unparalleled ability to just take you to another world. I feel it in Sonic CD, I feel it in Nights into Dreams, I even feel it in Balan Wonderworld for whatever that's worth. What I wouldn't give for these titans of creativity to give it another go. Their message of love and harmony between people and nature is universal. I'm sure nothing could come between these two men and their decades-long friendship built on mutual respect and admiration. Well, I guess dreams don't always come true. Anyway, in conclusion, Nights is a towering artistic achievement in video games, and a beautiful evolution of many of the core themes inherent to Sonic. One might even see the characters as siblings in a way. I love how the persona of Nights seems to exist beyond the realm of the game, gazing through the boundaries of the screen and inviting us into this world of fantasy. Whereas Sonic's relationship with the player is quite snarky and irreverent, Nights seems to exist in service of the player, bending a knee and taking a bow as they play host to an evening of magic and madness. She's so adaptive and fluid, while also being totally authentic and entirely performative. If Sonic as a character speaks to what we could be, then Nights reflects that which is already present inside of us, just as the solution to Elliot and Claris's problems was a courage that they were never truly without. The theatre troupe motif is such a great fit, with the dream worlds almost feeling like a stage of sorts. We all find ourselves performing in life, in one way or another. We wear different masks to suit different contexts, we indulge certain parts of our personalities based on the situation and suppress others. It's such a natural part of existing in society that we often forget that we're doing it at all. And by lampshading this so brilliantly with Nights, Sonic Team asks us to consider what the self really is. It doesn't give us any answers, but it does give us the tools to start asking the questions. In an interview, Naoto Oshima said of Nights, "One of our ideas was to give them a sacred image. We wanted a character who would be suitable for the dawn of a new era, a character who would be ready to greet the 21st century. In these uncertain times we're living in, know thyself is more important than ever. But we also wanted a positive character, someone people would look at and think, the future looks bright." I can't believe how long it took me to realize Nights into Dreams is a sequel to Sonic CD. This new perspective has helped me to love both games even more than I already did. This does raise an interesting question though. Despite both titles releasing to critical acclaim, Sonic CD has developed a mucky, divisive reputation over the years, while Nights has remained largely spotless. Why is that? Nights is still a pretty iconic IP amongst the Sega faithful, with Sonic Team themselves still paying passionate homage to the game almost 3 decades after the fact. Nights even has Digi-Valentine. Every game deserves a Digi-Valentine. Is it perhaps because Nights is a friendlier game that's easier to understand? No, it's not at all. Nights into Dreams suffers from the same fatal flaw I outlined for CD. It totally drops the ball at conveying itself to the player. In fact, this proves to be an even bigger problem for Nights. I may understand it now, but it took years of owning the game before I really cracked the code and started having fun with it, and even more years to truly grasp the subtlety of its play mechanics. I didn't even realize the whole Nightopian system existed until like a year ago. The game is just not interested in explaining itself. Even the manual neglects to mention a number of key mechanics. For a person that's never played it before, this footage is probably completely incomprehensible. I wouldn't be surprised if a few of you in the audience picked the game up once or twice and were completely put off by it. It's difficult to understand, let alone play. The real reason Nights has enjoyed a relatively unchallenged mythical reputation is because, well, it isn't a Sonic game, and thus hasn't been subjected to the same level of scrutiny that comes with such a popular series. It was, and has remained, a very niche title for a very niche audience, whereas CD, through simple association with other games, has been subjected to otherwise unreasonable standards and expectations. If Nights into Dreams ever had the same amount of eyes on it as Sonic CD, I suspect it would be just as grossly misunderstood and dismissed, if not considerably more so. This can be a very unfriendly game to the uninitiated, and tends to make a bad first impression. Just like CD though, Nights is a game that gets substantially better the more time you spend with it. If you truly give this game a chance and see it for what it is, you will find one of Sega's very best releases. This is a game I find myself throwing on just to de-stress and quiet my mind. Honestly, even watching this footage back is so soothing for me. Just like Elliot and Claris, I feel as though I'm stitching together my own busted psyche every time I pick up the controller. I'm almost certain this wasn't intentional, but that cyclical, arcadey gameplay really does remind me of the kind of repetitive mindfulness exercises psychiatrists often prescribe to people trying to reduce their stress. It's crazy how good it can feel to do something so simple. There is nothing quite like the thrill of just barely making it back to the gazebo at the last moment, or the sting of getting reckless and losing all your chips. If I had to make a comparison, it reminds me a lot of the time travel mechanic in Sonic CD. Okay, I think you get the point. Let's wrap things up. If you love Sonic CD the way I do, you owe it to yourself to take that trip to Nightopia. It may be a little rough getting in, but you'll love its dreamy world, you'll get hooked on its zippy mechanics, you'll be hypnotized by its amazing soundtrack, and most importantly, you will absolutely feel something. And now for something completely different. The bangers just don't stop, do they? Ristar is yet another one of my very favorite games. Funny how many of those Sega made in such a short time. Turns out I really was lying when I said Sonic CD was a creative dead end. The sequels just happened to manifest as things that weren't Sonic games. You might be wondering why the hell I'm bringing up Ristar. This isn't even technically a Sonic Team game. And yeah, I guess that's true, according to the history books. But in the ways that really matter, it most certainly is. This incomparable swan song to Sega's 16-bit heyday was the product of several in-house staff members with credits all over the Sonic the Hedgehog games, especially Sonic CD, particularly artwork and game designers Akira Nishino and Takeshi Nimura, who served as co-directors on this new project, and Takumi Miyake, who was the chief visual designer for both games. So what does this mean for Ristar? Well, for starters, Ristar takes the more concept-driven, figure-it-out style boss fights from CD and improves them considerably. They're still built around tuneful gimmicks, but Ristar quadruples the charm and supplements it with more tactile, demanding combat that feels more in tune with a typical Metroid game. There's the clever concepts of CD, the exciting set pieces of 3K, and even seamless blends of both styles. It's all great, a massive improvement over any of the 2D Sonic boss fights. Now, initially, that was all I planned to say about Ristar today. It was only in replaying the game to capture this footage that I was smacked with another massive revelation just begging to be explored. Ristar represents a surprisingly elegant marriage of two seemingly disparate takes on the Sonic formula, towing an impressive balance between the linear focused action of Sonic 3 and the broader theming and concepts of CD. Ostensibly, Ristar is pure Sonic 3 style action platformer goodness. The two-act structure, dynamic evolving stages, high-octane set pieces and character moments, it's all here and it's all excellent. But beneath the surface, there is an unmistakably Sonic CD spirit, from the art direction, the role of the player, and the story's central hook. Ristar sees the chosen hero of the stars pushing back against the colonial efforts of an almighty space tyrant who's slowly enslaving the solar system. The various planets and colonies Ristar liberates are rendered in exquisite and familiar detail. Rich, evocative, beautiful. Sonic CD fans should feel right at home. That hint of culture and civilization gestured towards in CD, and given more of a focus in 3 and Knuckles, is fully realized and spotlighted in Ristar. This isn't just a game about saving worlds, it's also a game about people, communities, cultures. Ristar influences these characters, and in turn forms these little relationships with them. Relationships that are far more engaging than they ever could have been in those old Sonic games. It's one thing to free a single chicken from a random robot, and it's another thing entirely to wrestle a man's freedom away from a brain-sucking parasite in real time. We spend one planet being non-stop bullied by this metal armadillo, only to find out that he's a tiny little guy who got a bit too big for his shell. His parents were none too happy about the ordeal. We help a planet of birds rediscover their rhythm, join them in a glorious symphony, then cap things off with an onstage brawl against the one guy who can't sing. We spend a whole stage getting hassled in the snow by this little monkey kid, finally shut him down in an epic snowball fight, then eventually team up with him to take on the real threat to his home. If the essence of Sonic Team really is rescuing people, then Ristar might just be more authentically Sonic Team than anything starring the Hedgehog himself. Just like in Sonic CD, Ristar develops a unique relationship with each area he visits. He even heads back to each planet at the end of the game to see how all his new friends are doing. It's so good! If CD and Nights were about sowing seeds of harmony and livelihood, both internally and externally, Ristar is all about cultures and communities. Rather than tying those themes into the gameplay like the previous 2 games, Ristar employs more of a Sonic 3 approach to conveyance, resulting not only in flawless pacing, but a metric ton of personality. Each planet uses little details to tell a story. That guy over there throwing berries at me and messing with the planet's life force is in fact the boss I'm about to fight. As we swim into the domain of this creepy shark monster, we can notice that not only was he the one shark powerful enough to break free from his cage, but he's responsible for flooding the cavern with these little wine corks, which we have to slam him into to lower the water level and make the place livable again. Awesome details like this are a constant throughout the game. Rather than emphasizing player choice, these stories are presented to us in a more passive, cinematic fashion. It's a lot of the ideas of CD, just communicated through the language of Sonic 3. What Ristar lacks in the emotional, thematic weight of Sonic CD, or the character-driven drama and context of Sonic 3, it absolutely makes up for by thoughtfully adapting qualities from both titles to craft a distinctly engaging experience all its own amongst Sega games. The depth and detail of the setting is just remarkable. The fact that they went out of their way to create unique and consistent alien species for every planet really speaks to the scope and vision of this title. The environments are so rich and alive, even by Sonic Team standards. There's goons hiding in the bushes, there's dandelions you can sail into the sky, bubbles that serve as makeshift platforms. Everywhere you go, there's something to interact with. Just like CD, Ristar gives the player a reason to want to keep these environments safe. Planet Sonata even employs a similar musical philosophy to CD and Nights. When we first arrive on the planet, the music is quite desolate and lonely. But as we breathe life back into the stage through helping people, that music slowly becomes joyous and welcoming. The game goes far beyond having an interesting set of levels. These are truly worlds, and Ristar is firmly grounded in those worlds. He builds snowmen in the ice world, he cools himself off in the fire world, he snaps his fingers in the music world, he reacts to subtle changes in the landscape with childlike whimsy and curiosity. In terms of sheer expressiveness, Ristar really gives Sonic a run for his money. On a characterization level, while he may not be as loud as Sonic, Ristar is arguably more malleable, being the perfect amalgam of a bubbly little kid and a true blue hero. But even more than that, he's a friend, not only to the game world, but to the player. With all that said, I think Ristar not only lives up to the quality standards of the Sonic games, it legitimately moves the series forward, thematically and aesthetically. It's his only game, and yet he seems to be playing in a different league, effortlessly adapting and elaborating on Sonic's motifs with an unmatched swagger. How I wish I could say the same thing about the actual classic Sonic follow-up, Sonic Mania. This much revered, wildly successful, unanimously beloved release is described by Sega and most fans as the true, long-awaited sequel to Sonic 3. But as we've observed with Knights and Ristar, a term like sequel can be deceiving. Now don't worry, I'm not going to be a dick, we all love Mania, but it's been 5 years. I think we're allowed to offer some well-intentioned criticism. It had its moment in the sun, and now it's time to get some things off my chest. Keep in mind everything we've discussed about the themes and concepts of Sonic CD and its contemporaries. After all I've had to say, you might be unsurprised to learn that I don't think Sonic Mania quite measures up to their lofty standards. And it all begins with the game's setting. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. The relationship between Sonic and his environment is the heart and soul of the series. The best games in this series are the ones that really flesh out that relationship. Sonic 3 and CD are the gold standard. The weakest Sonic games, I feel, are the ones where the setting seems like an afterthought, just a colourful backdrop to house the platforming. Sonic Lost World is a particular low point in this regard, shamelessly regressing to the banal platforming starter pack that the series explicitly set out to eschew back in '91. Sonic Mania isn't a huge improvement in this department, but for totally different reasons. Rather than simply being generic like Lost World, Mania is a patchwork experience built from the scar tissue of other titles. This fact is so pervasive as to affect virtually every moment of the game. For example, this iconic Angel Island intro cutscene clearly belongs in Sonic 3, and is an irreplaceable part of that game's identity. This is not the case for Sonic Mania, which remakes the cutscene verbatim for no other reason than to remind the audience of Sonic 3. You could totally remove or rework this scene and the game would be largely unchanged. It's inoffensive as a simple callback, but the consequence of that callback is that Mania simply lacks an original intro cutscene to call its own. Instead, we have a shallow facsimile of something that was much greater in its original context. Consider this moment a microcosm of the majority of the game. How about this plane sequence in one of Mania's few original levels? It's a clear homage to Sky Chase Zone, a stage I actually enjoy for the reasons we discussed. So why don't I enjoy it here? Well, put simply, it's just an unnatural inclusion. This gameplay doesn't belong here, it belongs in Sonic 2. Due to the context of its placement in the game, and the emotional context of the moment for Sonic and Tails, I not only tolerate Sky Chase Zone, I actually welcome it. Here in Sonic Mania, plucked from all of that context, it really is nothing more than a pace breaker. They didn't even think up a new excuse for why we suddenly need to be in a plane. The sequence exists for no other reason than to scratch Sky Chase Zone off the classic Sonic bingo card. Lava Reef is probably my single favorite stage in Sonic history. It's the boiling point of Sonic 3's narrative, and represents the game at its most dynamic and engaging. It's this moving, swelling, playable drama, exploring so many different moods and emotions. It starts out high energy and exciting, but then it cools down, becoming pensive and mysterious. You're getting closer to your goal, but also closer to the enemy. The dormant death egg just keeps getting bigger and bigger until BAM! Those eyes light up and you're flung into one of the most glorious set pieces in any 16-bit game ever. It's so damn good every time. Truly unforgettable stuff. Here it is again in Mania, with none of the context, or emotions, or characterization. Can you take a wild guess as to which one I prefer? Sonic Mania doesn't take place in a world, it takes place in a string of random levels, glued together by flimsy or non-existent context. Perhaps you're thinking this is just a foregone limitation of recycling old zones, so maybe it'd be more fair to look at the original stages. Stages like Studiopolis, Press Garden, and Mirage Saloon. There is a lot going on with these zones conceptually. Mania's poppy design sense is at its absolute best in these fresh new environments. But with that said, I feel that they're lacking a certain something, emotionally and thematically. In terms of flavor and charm, they're all perfect 10s. I mean, Splats the Bunny literally leaps out of the inkwell. Now that's a gag I can appreciate. They're striking, they're memorable, they're full of life, but they were conceived around style first and everything else second, sorely lacking the cohesion of Sonic 3 or the sheer depth and detail of Ristar and CD. Whereas those games gave you worlds to explore, cultures to engage with, and mysteries to be discovered, Mania gives you cute gimmicks and references. A movie lot complete with old-timey Eggman cartoons, a Wild Western saloon with a bunch of fan-servicey cameos, a printing press full of little journalism gags. Do you see what I'm getting at? They all feel so contrived and false, like a bunch of guys pitching cool ideas for things to throw into levels to make the player smile, rather than a world that Sonic is actively trying to protect. They're all fun ideas, but they're coming from a very different place creatively than prior classic Sonic games, one that I find a lot less interesting. I hesitate to even call Titanic Monarch an original zone, for reasons that are probably obvious to anyone with eyes. Press Garden Act 2 is a fleeting glimpse at what this entire game could have been. But even this incredible setting doesn't have much thematic synergy with its first act. That storytelling element I love so much really isn't at play here, replaced with a heaping helping of style that doesn't sufficiently evolve the core concepts that made Sonic's world design so exceptional in the first place. Synergy is another word I want to focus on for a moment. One consequence of repurposing old content from different games is that the various pieces of the puzzle won't always play nice with each other. Hydro City is a stage that always slams me like a brick wall whenever I reach it, with the game's art direction completely shifting from the zany abstraction of Sonic CD to the grounded realism of Sonic 3. Hydro City is for some reason the 7th stage in Sonic Mania, despite its length and difficulty suggesting it could just as easily be the 3rd or 4th. In Sonic 3, every stage was exactly where it should be, and by comparison, Mania can feel a little random. There are occasionally nice little blink-and-you'll-miss-it details like the trains in Mirage Saloon carrying supplies to Oil Ocean Zone. However, this kind of attempt at establishing some sort of connective tissue is few, far between, and very unconvincing. There just isn't much sense of logical flow to the stage progression in Sonic Mania. Whereas Sonic 3 and Knuckles took us on a guided tour of Angel Island that ebbed and flowed with the narrative, Mania is simply a smattering of stages held together by zip ties and silly string, just the whims of the developers whisking us from place to place. Even the little stage transitions feel more like homages to Sonic 3 rather than any guided attempt at legitimate world building. Mania just doesn't seem the least bit interested in its setting whatsoever, which is a real shame coming from a title with the nuts to call itself a sequel to Sonic 3 and Knuckles. This lack of synergy between the stages not only deflates what little sense of narrative the game had going, but contributes to a truly haggard sense of pacing. This seems to be an issue almost every classic Sonic game suffers from to varying degrees. Sonic 1 had you spending way too much time in a single zone with its 3-act structure, Sonic 2's pacing fell apart in the final stretch, and the expansive stages of Sonic 3 didn't lend themselves well to single-sitting playthroughs. Mania's pacing issues might in fact be the most egregious and pronounced, and it doesn't have 3's excuse of being in service of great narrative. Over the years, I found it to be nearly impossible to just sit down and have a full playthrough of the game without fatigue inevitably setting in, usually around Hydro City. And I don't think it's the amount of content that's the issue, I very much believe it's the game itself. Mania's stages just don't ebb and flow with the same grace we saw in previous titles. There was something very artful about the way the zones of Sonic 3 bled into one another as you played. It felt wholly natural to fall from Launch Base into Mushroom Hill, then hitch a ride on the Flying Battery, then crash land in the desert, break into an ancient pyramid, dig our way into the core, etc. All of these details weren't just in service of great world building, they also helped maintain a believable sense of urgency. The game never defaulted on its progress, the drama and stakes just continued to grow and compound upon itself, ultimately building to a spectacular crescendo. Most importantly, every step of the journey was deliberate and purposeful. You felt like you were playing out an epic, one that sticks with you long after the credits roll. Mania simply lacks these qualities, so it can feel bloated and meandering where prior games didn't. I tend to just pick my favorite zones from the stage select and play until I get bored. Not really the kind of relationship I want to have with a Sonic adventure, to be honest. We've lost the thematic through line of Sonic 1, the snappy pacing of Sonic 2, and the cohesive drama of Sonic 3. In their place, we have a banquet of member berries, one that plays more like a love letter than a genuine sequel. If Sonic 3 is an epic, Sonic Mania is a scrapbook, undeniably heartfelt, but more indulgent than anything else. Remember how I said Sonic CD is so great because each individual element works in harmony to serve the whole? Mania is the polar opposite. Almost every element exists to serve a different game and has been jerry-rigged to work in Mania. This shield, which made perfect sense in Sonic 1 and 2, is totally meaningless in Sonic Mania. It has no purpose that isn't better served by one of the other shields. Sonic 3 understood this and removed it. And yet, here it is in Mania, because the old games had it. It all results in a final game that feels like less than the sum of its parts. Ideas that were good in their original context are now detracting from the experience, while even ideas that are still good were better in their original form. The way Mania sees things, a good idea is always a good idea. If it was welcome before, it's welcome now. I strongly disagree, and I think there's a lesson to be learned about the diminishing returns of repurposing old content indiscriminately. What we have here is an issue of identity. This game wants so badly to be Sonic 3, replicating its structure beat for beat and full-on regurgitating some of its more iconic moments. And while this ignited a lot of feelings in me back in 2017, I don't know that time will look upon this kind of thing too graciously. As far as the history books are concerned, Sonic 3 and Knuckles is the masterpiece. Sonic Mania is its little brother, clinging to its coattails, putting it on a pedestal, following its every footstep, but totally powerless to stand on its own two legs. Being modern is not the same as being better. Narratively, this game has never made me feel anything. I'd give you a plot synopsis, but I legitimately feel like I'd be wasting your time. Its story is paper thin, its setting has no depth, its ending is non-existent, and none of these characters grew or changed or learned a damn thing. No cool relationship development, no interesting character arcs, no lofty thematic ideas or clever parallels, not a single tablespoon of substance. There's just nothing here. You can try and dazzle me with all the CD references in the world, but it doesn't work. This moment doesn't mean anything like it did in that game. It's just a pale imitation of a much more inspired moment from a much more inspired game. Where the older titles would thoughtfully introduce new characters that were vital to the identities of those experiences, Mania gives us two new playable characters so superfluous that they weren't even originally in the game. If there's some narrative context to explain the presence of Mighty and Ray, I have no idea what it is. It clearly wasn't a priority of the developers. Why couldn't we have gotten a new character, with a new gameplay style, and a new purpose to serve in the story? I suppose it just wasn't in the cards. And it's not like I'm obsessed with complex narratives in my Sonic games or anything. I'm a classic guy. I just want a game that's willing to bare its soul and take a few risks that match the scope and vision of prior titles. Mania just doesn't have anything interesting to say. No message, no statement, no grand vision to contribute to the series. It's just a bunch of cool stuff and endless references to old games. Its body is rock solid, but its spirit is anemic and hollow. Sonic Mania builds such a heartfelt monument to the past, but it ends up living in the shadow of that monument, too timid to forge its own path or commit to its own ideas. It's for this reason that I've never been able to get behind the idea that this is suddenly the greatest Sonic game of all time, as so many others have posited. Imagine if it really was. Think about what that would imply about this series, one initially built on ideas of modernity and moving the industry forward. Somehow, Sonic is only at his best when he's reminding us of what he's already been. That's the thing about endlessly living in the past. If you try to move forward while constantly looking backward, you're more likely to just end up running in place, something the Sonic series has been doing for far too long. And what really sucks is this isn't an issue of talent. The folks behind Sonic Mania are freaking geniuses, and I do not use that word lightly. There is so much personality and finesse on display here. When the team does commit to pursuing their own vision, the outcome is often just as clever and exciting as the classics, if not more so. There's this feeling that the game is holding itself back, like it's afraid of its own limitless potential and what it might do to the classic Sonic formula. There were so many ways to expand the setting, themes, and structure of 2D Sonic, and they just didn't do it. Call me crazy, but a part of me honestly believes this fan remake of a 25-year-old Game Gear title brings more legitimately new ideas to the table than Sonic Mania. Now, obviously, I'm not blind to the reality that this is certainly an unpopular perspective. The fact that Mania is near universally acclaimed as the perfect classic Sonic game, in spite of my criticisms, tells me that the general gaming populace really doesn't care very much about this stuff. Or at least they don't consider it crucial to the overall quality of a Sonic game. I'm sure some of you watching have been rolling your eyes into the back of your head, wondering how anybody could care this much about these innocuous elements of a 2D platformer. The joy of Sonic isn't in its setting or themes, I hear you cry, it's clearly about the pick up and play action. Obviously, I don't feel that way, but I'm not just going to tell large swaths of fans that they're wrong if they do. The idea of cramming all the best parts of all the best Sonic games into one concise title is a compelling one, and with the polish and quality of life features that come with modern times, Mania is perhaps the most accessible title in the series. What I will say though is I don't personally know too many hardcore classic Sonic fans that consider Mania their new favorite. It's just lacking a little too much of what made us fall in love with the series. I can forgive many flaws, but if there's one thing you absolutely cannot flub in classic Sonic, it's the world. I know it's a frankly unfair comparison, but Sonic CD, through its Good Future mechanic, asked the player to truly care about the setting, and it worked so well because the game gave us a setting worth caring about. Mania doesn't. It's not just the lack of new content, it's the lack of emotional content. That thing that Sonic Team did better than anybody in the world, totally unrepresented in Sonic Mania. But I'm repeating myself. When this game first dropped back in 2017, fans and critics alike seemed unified in the sentiment of, "This is great, but the sequel will be a masterpiece." Now that we've all made peace with the bad future we live in, where this sequel will never, ever exist, I'm ready to face Mania for exactly what it was and is. An excellent game, but a middling sequel to Sonic 3. With that said, I think most of the issues Mania struggles with were conquered by Ristar decades ago, and as such, it offers a pretty compelling blueprint for future 2D Sonic adventures. This is the title we should be studying up and down if we truly want to evolve those concepts moving forward. In Ristar, you aren't just a passive tourist of these worlds, you are absolutely saving them. And he's doing so within the confines of a linear, progression-based adventure. I think the ground is absolutely fertile for 2D Sonic to reach new thematic and aesthetic heights, rather than just reminding us of his heights from 30 years ago. Like, imagine a Sonic stage, where you arrive in a cozy village that's just had a blackout, and you have to go around hitting switches to slowly turn the lights back on. All of these switches are at the end of fun platforming routes that push you to get creative with the movement physics. If you manage to bring light back to the village, then the second act is this huge joyous celebration, with the locals lighting up fireworks and throwing you rings. But if you don't hit all the switches, Act 2 is gloomy and depressed with a lot of tricky challenges. And then it turns out the boss of the stage is the robot that caused the blackout. And depending on how you did, you either fight the boss alone, or you and the villagers all tag team him together, and it's like a totally different fight. Those are just the kind of fantasies I have when I'm looking out the window sometimes. Anyway, me and Ristar go way back. He's a true friend and one of the realest guys around. If you're a big enough Sonic fan to have watched this far into the video and somehow haven't experienced Ristar yet, what are you doing, man? It is one of the most polished and irresistible side-scrollers ever, and maybe even a tad evolved from Sonic conceptually. They are basically cousins after all. Fun fact, the woman responsible for Ristar's stellar soundtrack, Tomoko Sasaki, is actually married to Naofumi Hataya, the composer of Sonic CD, and the two would go on to collaborate on the music for Nights into Dreams the very next year. Wow. Talk about a match made in Sega heaven. And don't tell her I said this, but I get the distinct impression from some of these interviews that she's in love with him. Listening to Nights' soundtrack, it really isn't very surprising. It's quite a clean fusion of their musical styles, particularly in the way that the melodies— Wait, hold on. Did I forget to talk about the music of Sonic CD? Jesus Christ, what am I even doing over here? Now, we all know Sonic CD's got some banging music. It's one of the most cherished soundtracks in a series with more cherished soundtracks than good games. But I feel like it's another one of those things we just say without giving too much thought. Like it's just a natural fact of the universe that doesn't need to be explained or understood further. Shout out to Liam Triforce doing his thing. This video is an excellent resource for getting a grasp on the broad strokes of what makes this music tick. But there is a real story here that's all too often ignored. And funnily enough, that story begins on the Sega Master System. The 8-bit Sonic 2 is a pretty underappreciated side-scroller in the series. It's a ton of fun, and really distinct amongst 2D Sonic games. But most importantly for our purposes, the game has a really excellent soundtrack. Following the first game's stellar Yuzo Koshiro score, there was a lot of pressure on the sound team to match that high pedigree. At least I assume there was. Sonic 2 was one of the very first SEGA projects for two very talented and very young composers, Naofumi Hataya and Masafumi Ogata. And they brought a pretty unique flavor to the game, I think. There's this heavy, driving percussion, almost a beatbox, supporting every track. It's all a little less tuneful than usual, maybe more grounded and understated, but with a really excellent sense of melody when it counts. The final piece of the game is just spectacular. You spend this entire adventure dying and struggling through these crazy puzzles and boss fights, only to finally reach the end and be hit with something so bittersweet. It's one of the most somber, lonely 8-bit compositions I've ever heard. From that very first time, I've never forgotten it. Even considering the excellent compositional work on 8-bit Sonic 2, which is honestly good enough to rival even the real Sonic 2, this was still decidedly old-school platform game music. The kind of stuff that didn't sound out of place streaming out of your tinny Game Gear speakers. And that's fine, that's what they were going for. But I can't even imagine how Hataya and Ogata must have felt when they got the call that they would not only be assigned to a main series Sonic title, but a revolutionary CD-based project with one of the biggest sound budgets ever dedicated to a video game. Were they excited? Were they terrified? Who can say? All we know for sure is it was an awkward adjustment for the duo. Originally, they opted to stick with the style they knew, simply bringing that same gamey energy to the CD format, even repurposing one of Sonic 2's old melodies to serve as the main theme. This approach was soundly rejected by Naoto Oshima, who demanded a new, robust sound that not only matched his vision for the game, but also made good use of the expanded hardware. Despite this, sharp-eared listeners will probably pick up on some lingering remnants from the old 8-bit days. Anyway, after experiencing such relentless rejection of their work, the sound team was forced to get creative and look outside of themselves for a new direction. And it was this journey for inspiration that ultimately led Naofumi Hataya and Masafumi Ogata to an unexpected domain. A surreal, hazy, sweaty, terrifying realm, known only as the UK club scene. A place where young people coalesced and lost themselves in an evening of abstract, transcendental magic, awash by the sounds of past, present, and future, colliding, battling, and transforming. This culture was all about surrendering to that otherworldly sensation building up inside of you, letting yourself go and giving yourself up to the moment, partaking in less than legal substances. It was the era of the warehouse, where dreamers, rebels, and freaks of all shapes and sizes could come together in naked, primal authenticity, free from the shackles of civilized expectations to indulge in the forbidden fruits of transgressive desire, the true heart and soul of the underground. If you can believe it, this crowd developed a fondness for Sonic the Hedgehog, because of course they did. He was gaming's very own Bart Simpson, a trailblazer, a rule breaker, no regard for authority, and unafraid to forge his own path, while still being fundamentally built on that which came before. If ever gaming had a champion of youth culture, it was Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic was on contemporary magazines, he was on turntables in the club, he was actually on the Eurohouse charts a few times, all in the span of less than 2 years. Sonic meant something to this crowd, and with that realization, Naofumi Hataya had his angle. He and Ogata proceeded to immerse themselves in house, acid, techno, funk, new jack swing, all manner of urban club music. They were fascinated with Sonic's connection to this culture, and they explored that connection through a series of diverse and shockingly creative compositions. You could say they wore their adoration for the artists on their sleeves. But that's not the whole story. This project wasn't just a love letter to a blossoming urban subculture that was just beginning to gain traction in Japan. It was more than just a tip of the hat to a crowd that had an affinity for Sonic. It was a flash-in-the-pan moment of inspiration that perfectly dovetailed with Naoto Oshima's goals and vision. After all, the whole appeal of the Mega CD was that it felt like it came from the future, like aliens had gotten a hold of your normal Sega games and transformed them somehow. And nothing quite communicates that sensation of transience like early 90s rave culture. When I look back at pictures from those times, I don't see people posing or acting. They just seem lost, dazed, like they've fallen outside the realms of time and space, at once overwhelmed and completely at peace, like nothing exists outside of that little world they've created. I dare say, it's dreamlike.
It had a real trance-like element to it. And I think it was that sort of extra dimension that you got into. You went somewhere else in your head. People did believe that their consciousness was being expanded.
Their music still sounds like it came from some distant future, while also being made from fragments of the past, transformed, adapted, and evolved in ways that just weren't possible at any earlier point in time. Nobody owned music back then, it seemed. It wasn't uncommon for a single hit track to spawn 5, 10, 20 remixes overnight, each artist imbuing it with their own voice and spirit. They'd borrow hooks and vocals from the pop, rock, and soul tunes of old, then take them to this serene, futuristic place, using technology that nobody could even begin to understand or quantify. Just as Sonic held the fate of Little Planet in his hands, the MC would hold the fate of each record in his hands. Would he massage that piece into something even more chill and magical? Or would he twist it, mangle it, and contort it till it was a shell of its former glory? A broken, sick, nasty techno nightmare, one that assaults the listener with sheer discord and defiance.
the light speed.
My bad.
But if you could handle the heat, on just the other side of those oppressive industrial meltdowns, there was an oasis, where past, present, and future intermingle and coalesce into something entirely new, where the sounds and feelings of yesterday are taken to even greater heights than previously thought possible. Because the future doesn't just destroy. If we put in the work, it evolves and transforms that which we loved before into something even more complex and sublime and ethereal. Old things and new things coming together to achieve something truly profound. And that something is harmony. So now we've got the basic cultural and emotional groundwork for Sonic CD's music. Let's get into the actual theory and execution. Oshima was absolutely sold on Hataya and Ogata's musical concept, and saw the potential in it to bring his vision to life. But that didn't make him any less ruthless. He absolutely worked those suckers to death, demanding revisions again and again until the score perfectly matched his thesis for the game. And as much as I'm sure this frustrated them, the sound team found themselves falling in love with the project, new ideas constantly filling their heads even off the clock, while also being careful to never push their work outside the realms of what was acceptable for Sonic. And I think that really comes through in the opening piece. Palm Tree Panic is a track that's definitely souped up, but is still decidedly familiar for the character. Cram this melody into a 16-bit FM synthesizer, and you'd have a tune that'd feel right at home alongside Masato Nakamura's compositions for Sonic 1 and 2. Hit one of those future signs, however, and things take a turn. All that was familiar is now completely alien. Everything that was once so lively and tuneful is now broken and false, a shadow of its former optimism. The playful cheering of children is twisted and warped into something not of this earth. It's like the game is breaking itself. The voices that once encouraged us are now haunting us, burdening the player's conscience, lashing out because of what we did to the planet. It's a merciless musical assault that defies everything we expect from an opening stage of Sonic. And then, the beat drops. Meanwhile, the Good Future variant ratchets the feeling of triumph through the roof. Even more lively, even more playful, even more Sonic. It's a feeling of euphoria, telling you that you've truly achieved something. It's a brand new track made from pieces of all the old tracks, from the chord progression in the Bad Future, to the improv solo from the past. The happy children that made sporadic appearances in the present theme are now a constant presence. It's like a birthday party, a full-on celebration of the player. Liam Triforce hit the nail on the head with his assessment that Sonic CD punishes and rewards the player with its music based on their ability to perform on the stage. It's like the game world is alive, constantly responding to and interacting with you. Hell, there are moments where the game actually speaks to you, and it doesn't always have nice things to say. But my favorite thing about this game's dynamic music is its uncanny ability to tell stories, not alongside the gameplay and visuals, but in perfect tandem with them. That's what's so great about this game. It's impossible to praise one aspect of Sonic CD without praising all the others at the same time, because they're all fueling each other, working in perfect harmony to support a singular, unified vision. To give you an idea of what I mean, let's do a deep dive into one of my favorite tracks, Quartz Quadrant. Now, I'm no 8-bit music theory, and I'm certainly no Alex Yard and Knuckles, so if you're looking for someone to unpack these tunes from a place of talent, you might do well to go check out those guys instead.
Isn't it strange that this first phrase ends on the 1, but it doesn't feel like home base? Probably because the consistent ninth chord shape primes our ear to experience the note through the prism of it being adjacent to the chord's root.
I didn't get a word of that.
However, I'm still gonna try my damnedest to say what I feel, so if you'll permit me, let's just pretend I know the first thing about music theory. We open in this sprawling mining facility, greeted by a percussion intro that foreshadows the adventure to come. It slowly builds in intensity, before erupting into one of the most energetic musical phrases in classic Sonic. That snappy percussion, that infectious piano motif, the rapid back and forth with the horns. It's the perfect musical embodiment of an assembly line or printing press. Remember those old Looney Tunes gags with the conveyor belts? This track sounds culled directly from one of those. It's so boisterous and perfectly on beat, but not so much as to be oppressive. There's just enough humor and melody for it to stay fun and exciting. Like, men are at work here, and they might lose a finger, but who knows what kind of amazing and exotic things they could find along the way. The thunderous clap of the drum set really evokes the image of mining equipment stabbing away at the land, giving the piece this marching, frenetic quality. But just as the horns reach their peak, there's a change. Out of nowhere, we get this lush, gorgeous accordion solo. Around this time, you've probably ventured outside and realized how utterly beautiful this environment is. That picturesque sky, the dense forest, the gentle waterfalls, the shimmering crystals. And to highlight this, the song slows down, focusing on that inspiring acoustic melody, dressing it up with soft chimes and a gentle guitar motif. It's like the voice of nature, breaking through the industrial shell that's been built around it. And yet the song never abandons that snappy percussion that gives the piece its energy. So far, the music is almost being used like a film score, fleshing out the identity of Quartz Quadrant. This isn't just a one-and-done level motif, it's a real environment with a real plight. And through music, we've established the game's fundamental dichotomy, two distinct musical spirits that are battling for dominance. The final stretch of the song then needs to bring together and reconcile these two qualities, and the result is that utterly iconic climax. The righteous horns, the buttery woodwinds, the thunderous percussion. Quartz Quadrant has come full circle, with both its industrial and naturalistic qualities colliding and ultimately reaching a stalemate. It isn't quite harmonious, you still get the vibe that these two spirits are crashing into each other as they attempt to perform on the same stage, but for now, it's in a state of balance. That is to say, equal parts mined and exploited by Eggman, and equal parts panoramic vista. The task of the future variants then is simple. Crank up one half of the stage and bury the other. In the bad future, it's endgame for Quartz Quadrant. That piano motif that was once quite bouncy and playful is now desperate and grating. That twangy, affected bass line is a constant imposing presence. Everything's faster and more intense, there's less room to breathe. The percussion has been cranked to something so abrasive and distorted, it's like the game is bludgeoning us with its drum kit. All of the quartz is gone, and the acoustic instrumentation is gone with it. There's this mocking, digitized voice harassing us with its presence. And then, all of a sudden, the whole thing kicks into overdrive. The already malfunctioning machine has gone completely haywire. The stress levels are through the roof, the melody starts interrupting itself. It just gets more oppressive, more cynical, more unstable, until you feel like a lab rat stuck on a treadmill that just keeps getting faster. But then, there's the other side of the coin. If the player triumphs, and Quartz Quadrant perseveres, we're treated to one of the most harmonious, celebratory anthems in Sonic, nay, gaming history. We hear the scattering of wildlife, the familiar guitar motif, even the faintest hint of an angelic choir. It's like nature's lullaby. The whole world has sprung to life and is cheering us on. Everything's been slowed down and smoothed out, giving those lush acoustic melodies room to breathe. We've got creamy accordions, twinkly wind chimes, angelic harmonies, and best of all, the return and evolution of that legendary chorus. This isn't just a victory, it's paradise. What a journey this composition has been on. And what's so impressive is that both these arrangements were built from elements already presented to us in the root track, introducing very few original elements of their own, but rather carefully emphasizing and de-emphasizing its existing qualities to tell a story. When I think about what makes these themes so incredible, it isn't just style or scope or even sheer grooviness, it's depth. Once again, it's the entire thematic arc of Sonic 1 explored through a single fleshed out environment. Using thoughtful sound design, the composers gave depth to the setting, as well as the art design and gameplay loop. These weren't just tunes designed to sound nice while you play, like most video games of the time. They were designed to support and contextualize the unique play experience that is Sonic CD. This formula of the bass track introducing us to the two conflicting identities of the stage, which the future variants can then elaborate on, is one that CD gets a shocking amount of mileage out of. Take this beautiful motif at the midsection of Collision Chaos. Which is given a glorious, idyllic interpretation in the good future. And this warped, gnarly interpretation in the bad future. The heart of the composition remains the same, but it manifests itself in totally divergent directions. It's the past tracks then that I feel needed to get the most creative, since they exist outside of this dynamic. Gameplay in the past is much more leisurely and player-driven, so the pace of the music shifts to accommodate this. The past tracks are broadly more understated, subdued, and inquisitive. It's a scaled-back, wilder take on the more robust, fully realized present mix. Even when the composition is near identical, the past is malformed and fragmented, not quite ready to take its final form. The past doesn't really have a moral character to it. It's just different. Untouched by progress, positive or negative. Rather than emphasizing the drama or excitement of the stage, the past evokes a feeling of wonder and curiosity as you interrogate these more open stage designs. Listen to how the melody of Tidal Tempest sort of upticks here. It draws you in, almost like it's asking the player a question. It's so inquisitive, the song knows that it's incomplete, and musically invites the player to help resolve the melody. Whereas all the other pieces in the game are streamed as standard audio tracks, the past tracks have a crunchy, analog warmth that's nostalgic from the moment you hear them. Rather than pristine digital workstations, these past tracks are more like aged cassettes or vinyls, further enhancing that feeling of thematic storytelling. In place of a moral conflict, the composers imbued these tunes with an excellent sense of culture and historicity. From the pan flutes of Collision Chaos, the calypso steel drums of Tidal Tempest, and the awesome marimbas of Quartz Quadrant. And while tunes like Palm Tree Panic and Collision Chaos evoke an almost primordial ambience, Wacky Workbench and Starter Speedway have these incredible lo-fi funk vibes to them. We also hear a lot more of these dynamic solos in the past, giving them a wild, almost improvisational tone. Love how that solo from the past is revived and expanded in the Good Future mix. Just like that waterfall I discussed earlier, which was later repurposed into something functional, it's a case of something primitive from the past being adapted and improved by the progress of time. The music is flawlessly telling the story of the game. In total contrast to this, the Bad Future themes are pitch-perfect musical embodiments of discord. They choke the life out of melodies that were once so rich and hopeful. They're warped, grating, malfunctioning, often stress-inducing, simultaneously mocking the player and crying out for help. It's in these tracks that Sonic CD wears its club influence most proudly, but this time the vibe is less transcendent than it is overwhelming. You can really feel through the music that Little Planet is being tortured, abused, and exploited. There's no wiggle room, no space to breathe or think. Nothing but black skies, sick beats, and a world that hates you. But more than anything, these tracks communicate the feeling that Sonic doesn't belong here. He's out of his element and fighting a losing battle. The only hope he has of winning the day is to prevent any of this from ever happening. But one thing that's continued to floor me over the years is how deftly the composers weave in and out of so many different genres while still maintaining a consistent voice. They can play the same melody 4 different times through 4 different genre lenses and still make for a compelling narrative evolution. Or how about all of the mileage that Wacky Workbench gets out of the singular concept of an augmented dial tone? It's like a whole concept album performed by an old modem. And Metallic Madness? Jesus Christ. How did they take a hook so blatantly sinister and menacing, and with just a few careful tweaks, completely transform it into this sublime 90s bop? This piece, as well as Tidal Tempest, evoke the incomparable New Jack Swing soundscape of Michael Jackson's Dangerous, which might just be my favorite album of all time. I very much appreciated these parallels back in 2010 when I couldn't get enough of this stuff.
Stern! Turn off that noise!
Chill out, boy.
The G-mix of Tidal Tempest, however, crosses the line into straight-up Golden Age hip-hop. The second that beat drops, you are dragged kicking and screaming back to the streets of the 90s. How can something be so dated, and yet so timeless? Then there's the sparkling synth masterpiece that is Collision Chaos Good Future, which somehow evokes the dreamy trance vibes of the Invincible album, released nearly 10 years later. These really were the sounds of the future. The tonal conveyance here is just on another level. How Tidal Tempest lures you in with that unbelievable 30-second build-up, all at once communicating the danger, beauty, culture, and mysticism of the setting with unparalleled atmosphere. Like, how amazing does one song need to be? We're in love before the lead melodies even started. I love how evocative these themes are of their stages. The pulsing instability of Wacky Workbench, the dingy, filthy bass line of Collision Chaos Bad Future, the haunting, moody ambience of Stardust Speedway Past, rich with the echoes of some lost gothic civilization, contrasted with the present theme, which perfectly captures both the energy and transience of an endless rave. It's just outstanding. Now, all of this is great, to say the least. But if I had to pick my absolute favorites, it's those Good Future themes, man. I mean, from the very first time I heard these tracks, they just did something to me. I suspect Oshima's big contribution to the score as a director was keeping the evolution of the stage themes in line with his storytelling. The Good Futures especially are the essence of Sonic as a character, so their music needed to properly convey that. And that's what makes these arrangements so incredibly effective. They really leaned into that pristine, Frankie Knuckles energy in service of tunes that are just so emotionally satisfying. They're the conclusion to the story, the light at the end of the musical tunnel. These tracks glimmer and sparkle with the magic of a bygone era, or an era that's yet to be. They speak not only to the appeal of that unique cultural scene, but cut straight to the heart of Sonic himself. This champion of life, optimism, and modernity, built from the past, adapted for the present, and offering a guiding light to the future. If you put in the work to cultivate a truly harmonious future, the results are simply magical. As I'm sure you can tell, words fail me to adequately convey just how sensational this music is. It's my favorite video game soundtrack of all time, and it has been from the moment I discovered it. Great music is an understatement. This is a stunning piece of design. It's the product of inspiration, hard work, and careful adherence to a unified vision. And I think the greatest testament to its worth is the effect it still has on listeners today. If you go check out the comment sections of this game's music right now, you won't just find people reveling in how awesome it is. You'll find people telling stories, painting these vivid, abstract pictures, describing the unique emotional place this music takes them to, and carefully analyzing what it all means. What were they trying to say with this choice? What does this instrument represent in the song? Just like with the art direction, the sound team leaves just enough to the listener's interpretation to set our imaginations on fire. And while some of these interpretations are abstract and implaceable, it is absolutely to the composer's credit that so many people were taken to this place of raw emotional conveyance. audience. This is, in its own way, storytelling, presented with a depth and breadth that invites the audience to decipher its true meaning for themselves, and even pick up where the composers left off. This music inspires people. It brings out the artist in people. I couldn't even tell you how many folks I've come across over the years driven by this soundtrack to produce their own Sonic CD style tracks or learn more about its lineage. This is no doubt why Sonic CD has proven itself to be possibly the most popular Sonic game for fan covers and remixes. These melodies were always designed to be transformed, adapted, and rearranged to create new, interesting meaning from their parts. It's no wonder a single motif can be covered again and again, and I never get tired of listening to it. This was definitely the game that opened my eyes to just how much music can change the experience of a video game. And the same was very much true for Naofumi Hataya. He regards Sonic CD as a seminal moment in his evolution as a musician. This was the work that gave him perspective on just how big a role music can play in strengthening the concept of a game. He seems to have shocked even himself with just how much they were able to accomplish with the project, and went on to apply much of what he learned to Nights into Dreams and Burning Rangers. In 1994, both composers returned to Sonic CD by way of an honest-to-goodness club record. This album takes the familiar anthems and leitmotifs and pushes them to their furthest acid house and techno extremes. This is really beyond the scope of traditional video game music, but if you're a fan of the Sonic CD soundscape, you owe it to yourself to check these tunes out. But you probably did that already. The game closes with an appropriately glorious number that cuts directly to the appeal of the character. And with that said, I'd like to touch on something that I don't think gets a lot of attention in Sonic CD discussion: the characterization of Sonic himself. Characterization is an interesting topic to broach in a 16-bit side-scroller. After all, it's the abstraction inherent to these ancient games that gives them that unique, charming quality. Within the confines of their obvious limitations, characters are brought to life through loud, broad expression, rather than subtlety or nuanced detail. And yet, Sonic always seemed to be pushing the boundaries of expressiveness and personality. Even today, many would argue the character's effortless charm and aesthetic allure hit its peak in those early wordless adventures. And few would challenge the assertion that the legendary work of Studio Junio represents classic Sonic's finest hour. This is maybe the only truly uncontested talking point of Sonic CD. The character's portrayal here is simply flawless. And yet, I actually don't just want to solely focus on these cutscenes, but rather how Sonic is characterized throughout the entirety of the game. The first important thing to establish here is that Sonic CD is not a character-driven game like most Sonic titles. This is a game driven by its themes, setting, and broader concepts. If the main characters of Sonic 3 were Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Eggman, the main character of Sonic CD is unmistakably Little Planet. Everything the game has to say, narratively, thematically, and emotionally, is expressed through the many faces of Little Planet, so the devs didn't let anything get in its way. As such, we get a slightly more subdued take on Sonic. Even the title screen is quite restrained and amicable, compared to the usual bombast and personality. Most of Sonic's new stylized animations are more focused on reacting to the wackiness of the game world, rather than coming from a place of innate character-driven expression like we saw so often in Sonic 3. Now, the gullible among you might think I'm criticizing the game for ostensibly nerfing Sonic. In truth, I think this was a very smart move, and showcases not only restraint from the character's creator, Naoto Oshima, but also very thoughtful storytelling. Consider the experience of this game for a moment. As Sonic undertakes this truly insane journey, tearing through time and space, slipping in and out of dimensions, powerlessly swung back and forth by unseen forces of perpetual change, the only true constant is himself. A lesser hedgehog might completely lose themselves to the mental strain of this waking fever dream. Only Sonic is sober enough, in both mind and body, to keep himself together and never lose sight of his goal. As a result, we get a slightly quieter Sonic, more reserved and dutiful. He's far from unemotional, but those emotions come through in more subtle, understated actions and expressions. Far from making the character less engaging, this actually makes him substantially more so. No longer is Sonic only a character defined by style and attitude. He's a character who's motivated, a character on a mission, a character who helps people when they need it. Not because he has to, but because he's a hero and that's what heroes do. He's having a great time and pulling it all off with style, but that style never comes at the expense of those core principles. And I think that's the word I'd best use to describe the Sonic we see here. He's principled. Every single action he performs on screen is in service of the mission. Stop Robotnik, save the planet. No matter how dazzling or spectacular the situation, Sonic's character remains firm, grounded, disciplined. There is no pomp here, no sarcasm, no winks and nods to the audience, no extreme sports. They were going for something different this time with Sonic. This isn't the same happy-go-lucky company mascot from Japan, or the too cool for school edgelord from America. A quick glance at the game's key artwork reveals Sonic CD to be perhaps the only game in the series totally devoid of the famous snarky grin that's become such a trademark of the character. In its place, we have determination, resilience, duty. I love this little moment here with Amy. After Sonic safely extracts her from the most bizarre weekend of her life, he sets her down, makes sure she's okay, then immediately takes off to deal with Eggman. He doesn't want to make friends, he doesn't show off how cool he is for the audience, he doesn't even want any acknowledgement for the things he's done. All that ever mattered was keeping her safe, and once he achieves that, he leaves without another word. There is a level of restraint here that frankly makes some of the newer games look cloying and desperate in their attempts to make this character cool. More often than not with cartoons, truly great characterization is almost invisible. I know it's a cliche, but you really can communicate so much more with the smallest of gestures and details. Sonic's portrayal here is so wholly, effortlessly appealing that it captures the hearts of just about everyone who sees it for reasons that they can't even really explain. If you ask most people what makes the anime sequences of Sonic CD so good, they'll typically say something to the effect of, "It's so cool, it's so anime, it's so 90s, Studio Junio have such an awesome style." And of course I agree, the sheer splendor of the production value here does a lot of the heavy lifting to elevate these cutscenes. But to put the emphasis on that too strongly is, I feel, a disservice. It takes a lot more than a rad character design to truly make a piece of animation iconic. It was the underlying concepts and details behind those production values that made them such a resounding success. While Sonic may have been the baddest of dudes in the West, this wasn't entirely the case in his homeland. Naoto Oshima always wanted Sonic to be an aspirational figure, someone the audience could look up to and be inspired by, especially children. The Japanese box arts of the game would come with these little messages from Sonic, telling them to seize the day, believe in their values, and help people whenever they can. They're hilariously corny and ridiculous, but the sentiment comes across clear as day. Sonic is a character that wants you to be at your best, to grow and better yourself. CD goes so far as to bake one such message directly into the game's logo, further cementing the idea that they're an important part of Sonic's character. Cosmic Eternity is basically what happens when you take one of these silly messages and mold it into an entire song. A joyous, feel-good anthem built on encouraging, aspirational sentiments. A perfect fit for this particularly aspirational take on the character. When I think about some of my favorite characters in the history of fiction, this is the version of Sonic that comes to mind. And it's a shame we never got to spend more time with him outside of this one title. This character right here is a 90s badass, defiant and rebellious. This character is an upbeat classic cartoon, tuneful, fun-loving, and something of a prankster. This character is a hero, plain and simple. And Cosmic Eternity speaks to the hero in all of us. Listen to those lyrics again, and realize that they aren't singing about how cool Sonic is, they're singing about how cool you can be. Sonic CD doesn't emphasize characterization, but rather it uses the characters as symbolic vanguards for the game's true themes. Earlier, I alluded to the significance of the color blue. Sonic is blue, the good futures are blue, the sky is blue on its happiest days, and humanity's favorite color is overwhelmingly blue. In 2003, Joe Halleck published a psychological research project on color assignment, polling hundreds of people from various backgrounds and cultures on their color preferences and associations. In doing so, he proved an overwhelming propensity for the color blue, with a distant second being green. This sweep is so staggering as to suggest that we as humans never really had much say in this outcome. Stretching back to the early ancestral environment our brains were evolved to contend with, blue and green were the colors that were generally a sign that you weren't going to die. No matter how many years come between us and our small-scale tribal roots, I think we will always be drawn in by the allure of a blue sky. It's the promise of better days ahead, a more prosperous living, a chance to do things better than we did them before. It awakens something in us and compels us to run, jump, build, sing, love, grow. Basically, live. That blue sky speaks to an ocean of potential. A potential that exists within us, but still needs to be manifested through action. What could each of us achieve if only we too lived like Sonic? This symbolism was always at the heart of the character, even on the conceptual level. Sonic was always supposed to represent the best of us, the potential that lies within us, a steadfast reminder that even the smallest creature can make a world of difference. He's a guiding light of freedom and optimism. And that light shines brighter than ever in Sonic CD. If ever there was a message to this character, this game communicates it more clearly than any other, through the wordless act of filling a broken, dying world with potential. Circling back to Sonic Team's brief fling with psychoanalysis, if Knights is the Jungian shadow, our repressed jubilant inhibitions, then I believe Sonic is the ideal, that which we should seek to become. It's fitting then that he's almost portrayed like a superhero in Sonic CD, launching himself into the heart of evil with zero doubt and zero fear, always doing what he can to influence the world in a positive way. Sonic exists in harmony with his world. He lives for himself, but he also lives for others, using his gifts to make life better for everyone. In that way, freedom is his superpower, but it's also his burden. He's at once carefree and deeply principled. There is no hesitation in this character. He doesn't question who he is or what he should be. Doing the right thing is as natural as breathing for him. Sonic is completely resolved in his values, and wholly bereft of sin or temptation. He's too strong to lose himself. And all of this is front and center in these animations. No one-liners, no showboating, no 90s tood. He does what needs to be done because he's a hero. And that's what heroes do. He isn't relatable. He isn't attainable. He's ideal. This, to me, is the single most robust and complete portrait of Sonic the Hedgehog ever realized. Not just as a character, but as a symbol. Sonic CD is a work that takes a complex form, but offers a deceptively straightforward message. If you believe in yourself, you can do anything. If we put in the work to manifest it, the future is good, and we're all heroes like Sonic. Simple, corny, perfect. So yeah, I more than appreciate the production values, but what really makes these cutscenes such a triumph is that same quality which is consistent in every facet of Sonic CD. They understood what makes this character special, what makes his world special, and what makes his conflict so compelling. And they rendered that appeal on screen with exceptional finesse. I really believe that's why audiences fell so deeply in love with these animations and continue to champion them as the absolute best take on the character. Even if they may not grasp that consciously, they absolutely do emotionally. And that's what matters in art. The game ends just as Sonic 1 did before it, not with a Super Saiyan, but with a hopeful sentiment. And one last corny message from whom I can only assume is Sonic. Unfortunately, we would never quite see this take on the character again. As usual, the series followed the lead of Sonic 3, and that was the version of the character that went on to be developed moving forward. Even the animations associated with Sonic Mania, despite clearly taking cues from CD's production, showcase a more generically expressive and tuneful take on Sonic that's much more in line with his broad Japanese characterization from the early 90s, while bearing little resemblance to this more stoic and tempered depiction. Don't get me wrong, I love these cartoons, but it's just not the same. Despite the surface level similarity, this Sonic may as well be a totally different character to this Sonic. Even the later cinematics that I do enjoy never quite measured up to the unbelievable heights of Sonic CD. All the spectacle in the world just can't make up for what we lost in characterization. And yet, the fact that we would never see this more grounded take on Sonic again kinda just makes this game all the more special. It really is a one-of-a-kind piece of work. This box art right here is definitely in the running for my all-time favorite in video games. The dazzling colors, the pop art logo that leaps off the box, and best of all, the minimalist conveyance. defiance. Everything that this game is, so beautifully communicated in this simple, iconic image of a defiant Sonic standing in perfect opposition to his mirror image, Metal Sonic. I love that Sonic is always shown to take the threat of metal seriously. It makes both characters seem so much more real and important. Sonic almost shows him respect in his willingness to meet him on his own terms, and I think that played a huge part in cementing their rivalry as a thing of legend. But if anything could dethrone the original artwork, it's the Japanese PC release. Oh my goodness, have you ever seen something so phenomenal? Both artworks are consistent with CD's tone and characterization, but they take different routes to reach the same destination. Which one do you think embodies the game best? Personally, I feel the original ever so slightly has the edge in terms of sheer iconography, but there's no denying the incredible character work and symbolism on display here. Sonic standing righteous and determined as he recruits the player to the cause, all congruent with his depiction in game. The icy, detached glare of Metal Sonic, lacking all the warmth and familiarity of the real deal. The gentle Amy Rose, trapped between the two hedgehogs that hold her fate in the balance, all framed within the mighty shadow cast by the soulless Dr. Eggman. One hand claiming Little Planet for his own, the other clutching the chains of time that bind this saga. The game's themes are so hypnotic here, that unsettling image of Little Planet being terraformed in real time, all the while subtly coaxing us with that tantalizing glimpse of untold fifth-dimensional beauty, an oasis just waiting to be tended to in some great cosmic beyond. This illustration is a work of brilliance in its own right. I don't know who drew this, but I nominate them for a long overdue star on the Gaming Walk of Fame. Let's see how the artists interpreted these ideas in America. Oh. Okay. Where do I begin? I've had a distaste for this game's US box art for a long time, and for a while, I didn't really know why. Now I do. It sucks. This artwork bears zero resemblance to Sonic CD's design sense. Instead, we have that homogenized Greg Martin style that does a poor job cluing us into the actual contents of the game. This is a real missed opportunity, considering that the whole airbrushed CG concept was the initial seed from which the rest of the project bloomed. The symmetry between the lead characters is broken, and as such, we've lost the symbolic and thematic through line that defines the game. Most inexcusably, Sonic's characterization here is completely off. Like, you probably don't even need me to explain why this portrayal isn't quite in line with the depiction we've discussed. Far from respecting the threat of Metal Sonic, you almost get the vibe that he's dunking on him, Michael Jordan style. There's that cheeky grin again, making its triumphant return. It seems quite familiar, almost like it's the exact same expression Sonic sports in every single one of these illustrations. I cannot overstate this point enough. All of the depth, detail, and appeal of Sonic's aesthetic persona in CD is completely absent here. The only things ostensibly tying this box art to the actual game is the presence of a UFO and time stone, but those are much smaller details. They don't really have anything to do with the broader themes and concepts of Sonic CD. In case you were confused as to why Little Planet is suddenly in space, despite that very much not being the case in gameplay, this image is actually a depiction of the first special stage arena. So if you were a fan of those backgrounds, neat. But again, I feel like that one setting detail didn't have to come at the expense of the actually important thematic and aesthetic elements that define this game. We've lost that dazzling logo, replaced with something so hopelessly bland and generic that I probably could have made it. This box art drops the ball in the most fundamental way. It fails to communicate the spirit of Sonic CD. If I saw this game on the shelf, just based on the box, I'd have no reason to think it was any more special than Sonic Spinball or Sonic Chaos. It's so homogenized and indistinct, just another Sonic game. I guess Metal Sonic looks okay. But he looked better before. Much better, actually. It's such a disservice. I'd be shocked if Greg Martin had actually played the game before drawing this. Maybe you're confused as to why I'm lingering on something as trivial as a crummy box art. It's hardly important to the overall package, right? If only that were the one thing Sega of America got wrong. Now, before we proceed, this is your guilt-free ticket to exit the ride with no shame and no judgment. If you've been enjoying the positive, emotional, happy-go-lucky nature of this video so far, this might be your cue to kind of mosey on out of here, because things are about to take a turn for the stupid and the tragic. Yes, folks, Sega of America did the unthinkable. They ruined the manual. Now, if you've read a Sega manual before, you know that basically all of us Westerners got screwed over. Japan sprung for these lovely, full-color booklets, complete with unique illustrations and art styles on almost every page. There's even developmental sketches reworked as tutorials here. They really felt like perfect companion pieces to the games. Americans got the short end of the stick in this regard, nothing but low-quality screenshots in black and white. It'll do, I guess. It was the Europeans, like myself however, that really got force-fed some shit. We had to share the page with like 5 other languages, basically making the whole thing completely unreadable and worthless aesthetically. Which is weird, because Nintendo manuals were pretty much excellent from day one, regardless of region. But I digress. So why am I singling out Sonic CD? Well, the issue isn't the presentation or the format, it's the content. And I'm not just talking about that ridiculous Princess Sally flub. Let's just put that aside for a moment and focus on the other tangible details. The narrative of the game is presented as such. Sonic and Princess Sally run into each other on the way to Never Lake and strike up a conversation. It's made apparent that the two of them know each other, and their back and forth has a slight undercurrent of romance, which directly opposes how their relationship is depicted in game. Moreover, in the manual, it's explained that the duo are traveling to Little Planet together, despite the fact that we literally watch Sonic arrive at Never Lake completely alone and find Princess Sally waiting for us in Palm Tree Panic. In the original story, it's explained that Amy predicted her encounter with Sonic based on a tarot card reading, hence how she managed to get here before the player. The manual goes on to describe Princess Sally getting rushed by Metal Sonic the second she and Sonic arrive at Never Lake, again contradicting the fact that we watch her get kidnapped in real time at Collision Chaos. So in other words, basically everything this little summary has to say directly or indirectly contradicts the actual contents of the disc. Most notably, Sonic and Amy's relationship has been mangled beyond recognition. The dynamic between these two characters was considered quite subversive in its own time. The idea that an action game hero wasn't particularly interested in the affections of the damsel he was saving was a totally fresh idea. None of this characterization made it stateside, at least not in Sonic CD. It's Amy's very first game, and the manual is going out of its way to rob her of the qualities that made her distinct and interesting. Basically, this prologue is a bunch of nonsense, and reads like it was written for an entirely different game. Now I can hear you screaming into your monitor from here, so let's address the question. Why am I putting so much attention into nitpicking a lame box art and a manual prologue that was probably written in 10 minutes? In and of themselves, these are relatively innocuous changes that have little bearing on the actual quality of the game. Usually I would agree, but in this instance, I'm highlighting these decisions to build a case. This box art and this prologue communicate to me that SEGA of America didn't really understand this game, or at least they didn't fully grasp what made it special. And when you don't understand the appeal of the product you're selling, it stands to reason that you might make decisions that actively work against that appeal. And I'm sad to report that this is exactly what happened with Sonic CD. Now, the specifics are a bit murky and contradictory, but if we look at all the facts and read between the lines, we can pretty reliably piece together what was going on in Sega's heads that ultimately led them down the path they took. The first thing to consider is the appeal of the Sega CD. I think Sega of America realized pretty early on that the Sega CD really wasn't the massive leap forward a lot of critics assumed it was. It could scale some sprites and run things a lot faster, but at its core, you were playing the same games you'd enjoyed on the Genesis. They were just bigger. As a result, most developers didn't exactly feel emboldened to shift their 16-bit production away from platforms people actually own to hardware that barely offered anything new to the act of playing games. The real selling points that Sega used to differentiate the console in the market was full-motion cutscenes and CD-quality music. That was how you justified your presence on the system. If you listen to some of the early Red Book audio soundtracks from Japan on, say, the PC Engine CD, you'll hear composers that are generally content with evolving the synthy, digitized styles they were familiar with. This was very much the case for Mega CD games as well. But for the American market, Sega wanted to tap into a different sort of appeal. If CD quality music was one of the only real USPs of their new platform, they were going to get as much mileage out of that venue as possible. They wanted to explore a sound that simply couldn't be done on other hardware, while also bolstering their image as the hip, urban alternative to the safe traditionalism of Nintendo. Sega of America defined the console's reputation with real, authentic, live-sounding audio, Specifically, they wanted to evoke the feeling of a live rock show, and this is on full display in most of the console's output in the West. Despite being a Japanese piece of hardware, I think this is the image most of us associate with the Sega CD. And that's not entirely a positive thing. Nowadays, there's nothing particularly exciting about live-sounding music in video games, so a lot of these titles come off more as dated novelties than truly excellent works of video game composition. It often seemed like Sega of America prioritized in-game movies and sound over any of the console's actual hardware capabilities, leading to a lot of games with very modest to non-existent improvements aesthetically compared to what could be done on base hardware. I mean, which of these games looks more appealing to your eye? But like I said, one moment please, give me a sec. Here we go. But like I said several thousands of hours ago, I'd be remiss to discount the moments of real invention and ingenuity on display at times. There is something really compelling about the feeling of a live band accompanying your 16-bit games. Tom Kalinske himself spoke directly to the console's rock and roll concert sound as crucial to its identity in the marketplace. In the early 90s, the Sega CD was the only way gamers could experience a live, playable rock show in their living rooms. And when I say rock, I mean full-on headbanging rock. This was the sound Sega wanted for their platform. The sound they associated with their hip, young American audience. A sound that was, unfortunately, nowhere to be found in Sonic the Hedgehog CD. For all the styles and genres and influences weaved into that masterful soundtrack, live rock music just wasn't one of them. Sonic is the face of Sega. He exists to represent what this company is and the role they play in popular culture. And his hot, new, cutting-edge CD game is actively working against the business interests of the company. Sonic CD is unmistakably the most important release for the console. Sega expects it to do for the Sega CD what the original game did for the Genesis. And yet, not only is its emphasis very clearly not on FMV cutscenes, it doesn't even have the signature sound that Sega of America is convinced people need to hear coming out of their Sega CDs. Both of the console's unique selling points were almost entirely averted by Sonic CD. I get the vibe reading through a lot of these old materials that Sega of America really didn't have a lot of faith in this title. They didn't understand what it was going for or what made it special. All they knew is that it was failing to be the flagship Sega CD game it needed to be. American executives gave one listen to CDs, synthpads, and digital workstations, and they turned their noses up at them, woefully ignorant to the fact that the game sounded the way it did for a reason. In fact, Spencer Nielsen speaks to this directly in podcasts and interviews. He takes a lot of pride in the authentic, live instrumentation of his work, and considers the original soundtrack to be inferior specifically for how it lacks this quality.
And I'm totally speculating here, but I don't think that the Japanese team were given the same freedoms that we were from a musical standpoint. Because I think it's just my sense that they were held with a fairly tight range musically and creatively, and had to create with keyboards and synthesizers because there's no live tracks.
Right.
Either it was by design, where they said we want a fully dance electronic score. Or it was predicated on schedule and budget and all the other things that we have to deal with.
In the blink of an eye, Sonic CD's soundtrack was deemed unworthy for the American market. So how did Sega reconcile this? Did they maybe have a conversation with the director and composers who could perhaps sell them on the concepts they were going for? Maybe they could all work towards some kind of solution, coming from a place of mutual respect and compromise. Combine this with the fact that Sega America had just a year prior pumped a ton of money into their own multimedia sound divisions, complete with in-house musicians and state-of-the-art recording facilities. Sega was longing to participate in the big multimedia revolution, and yet their in-house talent spent a lot of their time twiddling their thumbs waiting for something to work on for the anemic Sega CD library. If those guys are already on the payroll, why wouldn't you get some use out of them?
And then when Sega of America saw it, they're like, well, we're going to spend money and...
Well, they had already invested in me.
Yeah, that is one of those great great self-fulfilling prophecies of like, well, we built this studio.
Build it and they will come.
We have to use it now.
Yeah,
And
right,
you're like,
exactly.
You're gonna make me waste all this money I spent?
Exactly. It was good for me. It was job security.
That's great.
It's a perfect storm of circumstances that spell doom for Sonic CD's original soundtrack. Another thing to consider is that while that house and techno sound was all the rage in Europe and Japan, there was some very ugly stereotypes and connotations associated with this kind of music in America at the time. I'm sure there was a very real fear that the dyed-in-the-wool rock and roll fans that Sega had been courting up to this point would dismiss or look down upon this kind of music. This was a subculture that a lot of American media did not want to be associated with. And here comes Sonic the Hedgehog, perhaps the single most popular character in the country at the time, blaring these warehouse tunes from his boombox like it's AC/DC. Sonic CD was far from the accepted sound of the mainstream, but then again, it wasn't trying to be. By design, it was underground. And in associating Sonic so brazenly with the underground, with the genuinely subversive and transgressive links of culture and society, they were potentially harming the character's utility as a corporate asset. I can't imagine how off-put those businessmen must have been as they watched the company Golden Boy, their own personal Mickey Mouse, associating with the likes of Frankie Knuckles and the KLF. From a corporate perspective, Sonic was supposed to act edgy, not legitimately be edgy. He was the face of a multi-million-dollar juggernaut, and his image had the potential to make or break the company moving forward. So they for damn sure weren't about to let that image be sullied by people that look like this. Or this, and especially this. Things are not looking good for Sonic CD's music, and Sega's solution to this problem is quickly becoming an inevitability. With all of this considered, rather than potentially alienating their audience with the fruity club beats of a foreign subculture, Sega of America made what probably seemed like an obvious move to swap the soundtrack for something more familiar and established. This is what I believe their thought process was, based on the available evidence. Of course, all of these concerns were eventually proven to be baseless and completely ridiculous. American audiences absolutely loved Sonic CD's original soundtrack on the rare occasion that they were allowed to hear it. Moreover, house music did eventually make its way stateside in a big way in the mid-90s, almost immediately following the release of CD, which is to say the game might have been considered bold and ahead of its time had it been allowed to exist in America. But hindsight's 2020, and nothing can change the decisions made in 1993. Sega of America opted to Thanos snap the entire soundtrack and cobbled together a pastiche of contemporary rock tunes over the course of about a month. Simply replace one set of MP3s with another and it'll be like they never existed in the first place. And with a single phone call, the deed was done.
Sonic CD, last minute project for me, meaning that it was never intended to have a second soundtrack for the American market.
Right.
That was never part of the original design, probably 3 years before that project hit the streets to be part of it. So here I am, woken up at 5 in the morning by someone calling from Tokyo saying, guess what, Spence? We got to get going on a soundtrack like yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Give me a budget and let's go. So that's what I did.
Finally, really did it. You maniacs! You blew it up! Oh, damn you! God damn you all to hell!
At times like this, I guess all you can do is laugh.
It's okay. We'll get through this together. Because Sonic CD's music was such a core part of the game's DNA, the consequences for changing it are vast and wide-reaching. For example, I made a point earlier that Stardust Speedway is supposed to be a rave. This is key to the stage's narrative evolution, and a large part of that identity is informed by music. Through the use of pops, record scratches, and endless vocal samples coming at you from all angles, the composers create the illusion of a vibrant sea of young people partying the night away just beyond the borders of the screen. This is no longer the case in the American Sonic CD. In removing the samples and club music, Stardust Speedway isn't a rave anymore. It's something else. I also mentioned how the boss music bolsters the characterization of Eggman. He's this pompous blowhard that exploits everything around him and drains it of its utility. The boss theme almost sounds like a mixtape he plays to psych himself up to face Sonic. The thing is, Eggman's pretty grabby when it comes to beats. Virtually every piece of his theme song is swiped from the charts. The percussion, the vocals,
Work that sucker to death. Come on now, work that sucker to death.
the bass line, even the little ad-libs. All crammed together and thrown in a blender, only to be spat out during these crazy boss fights. Just like the bad futures, the theme here is discord. But whereas those tracks are actually intimidating and stress-inducing, this theme is just completely ridiculous. It's so goofy and bouncy with such on-the-nose sampling that you just can't take it very seriously, which is congruent with Oshima's depiction of Eggman in-game. The consequences of his actions can be terrifying, but the man himself is a blustering fool that you can't help but laugh at. Once again, none of this is the case in the American Sonic CD. The boss theme is now deathly serious, despite the fact that our actions in these boss fights are anything but. Those are just a few examples of how tone and meaning can be informed through music, and how totally changing a game's music is tantamount to essentially changing a game. And change the game they absolutely did. All of that musical theory and context I outlined earlier is completely gone, replaced by something entirely new produced moments before the finish line. Now, some of you may hear that and think it's sort of a blessing in disguise. 2 different soundtracks is just twice as much music to enjoy, and twice as many ways to appreciate Sonic CD. You may even subjectively prefer this new interpretation of Stardust Speedway and the more sinister framing of Eggman to how they were depicted originally. In that sense, it's really just a case of preference. On its face, that's a perfectly logical conclusion. But let me ask you something. Which soundtrack do you think reflects Oshima's vision of Stardust Speedway? Which song best communicates Oshima's characterization of Eggman? How about the art directors, the landscape designers, the programmers, everyone who was actually making this game? Which set of songs speaks to their vision and intentions for Sonic CD? The answer is unquestionably the original. To suggest that they're totally interchangeable from an authorial standpoint is a giant fallacy. You'll notice that I haven't actually spoken to the quality of the game's American soundtrack, and that is entirely intentional. I'm not going to get into my subjective opinions on which songs I do and don't like, because frankly, that isn't the point. This isn't a conversation of good music versus bad music, and I think it's disingenuous to frame it that way. This is an issue of artistry and intent, and that's the angle I want to approach this topic from. With that being said, I cannot overstate just how much I despise this sort of practice from an artistic standpoint. It demonstrates a shocking lack of respect for Oshima as a creator, and is a slap in the face to not only the original composers, but all of the in-house talent that made Sonic CD the incredible game that it was. Now, that might sound harsh as shit, but it's a stance I've only grown more resolved in the more I've learned about the situation. Sonic CD wasn't redesigned by SOA, it wasn't rethought or re-illustrated, a third party simply bolted their own ideas onto an already fully realized work. This wasn't an artistic decision, it was always a political decision.
It was all political. Oh. It was, they, from what I understood, they demanded to be part of the soundtrack, right, even in America.
I mean,
I totally can too. Yeah. And again, I didn't get involved in the politics.
Right.
My job was to write music and produce music, and that's what I did. It did get political sometimes, and that's just part of business.
Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
Now, before you type up that mammoth of a comment defending the necessity of localization practices, let me address a common talking point right now. One that is accurate and worth exploring. Sonic the Hedgehog as a brand was conceived from the ground up to be adaptable. SEGA intentionally designed the series' lore, tone, personality, and even aesthetic to be malleable for different regions and audiences. This has been the case since the inception of the original game, and you could make a great argument that this is a core part of the franchise's enduring appeal. In fact, many fans have done just that, and I'm inclined to agree with them for the most part. Now let me explain why this philosophy is completely incompatible with Sonic CD. First and foremost, the original Sonic the Hedgehog was designed by a committee from day one. The input from SEGA of America was shaping the game's evolution throughout every step of its development. Meanwhile, Sonic 2 and 3 were the product of straight-up collaborations between SEGA's Japanese and American software divisions. Sonic CD, in stark contrast, was conceived and executed entirely by Oshima's team in Japan, with, as far as I can tell, zero input from suits overseas influencing its design. In fact, SEGA of Japan seemed to give the devs an unusual amount of space and consideration in producing the game. When they said they wanted the Dragon Ball guys to do the cutscenes, SEGA made it happen. When they asked to delay the game twice on the grounds of quality, SEGA made it happen. For whatever reason, SEGA gave the devs the freedom and budget to pursue their every creative impulse, resulting in a final game that was shockingly, boundlessly creative. It was a finished product, which SEGA of America chose to tamper with literal moments before launch, with zero involvement or even communication with the original staff. Sonic CD's music was so baked into the game at a conceptual level that it's right there in the earliest beta builds almost a year before launch. Even the Super Peel-Out is predated by CD's original soundtrack. But even more important than that little history lesson is something a bit more intangible. It's the simple reality that Sonic CD was a very auteur project, unusually so for a 90s side-scroller. Naoto Oshima wasn't just the leader of the project, he had a hand in every part of its creation and conception. Its level design, its art direction, its cutscenes, its storytelling, and especially its soundtrack. I want to read you a quote from composer Naofumi Hataya, which sheds a little more light on something we discussed earlier. SEGA was keen to capitalize on CD functionality, and allocated generous budgets for the sound on those Mega CD games, aiming for CD-level quality far beyond normal game music. While we eventually reached a very high level of quality, the road was a rocky one. As you can imagine, creating the music for one of SEGA's flagship titles was nothing to take lightly. The director for Sonic CD was Naoto Oshima, the man who created Sonic. A passionate person, he could also be a huge stickler when it came to conceptual integrity and his vision. At first, co-composer Masafumi Ogata and I submitted a demo tape with several songs on it, but it was a miserable failure. It didn't match Oshima's vision. Exactly what he had told us to do, I don't remember anymore, but I guess we got the wrong impression. In pursuit of music that matched his concept for the game, Oshima was merciless in the revisions he requested. Now that I think of it, it probably was Sonic CD that really marked the beginning of my appreciation for how important it is that game music be tightly woven into the underlying concept of the game. It was a lesson I never forgot afterwards. And there it is, friends, in no uncertain terms. Oshima didn't just approve the soundtrack for this game, he basically molded it right alongside the composers themselves. You could make the case that he was just as responsible for its exceptional quality as they were. Sonic CD wasn't just a game that Naoto Oshima worked on, it was his game. And I'm sure this was a tough concept for people to wrap their heads around in 1993. With very few high-profile exceptions, game developers really weren't regarded as artists. As the industry has matured, certain works have continued to shine with a certain vitality that can be traced back to individual artists and creators. And Sonic CD is absolutely one such case. For this reason, the game doesn't lend itself well to this business-oriented approach to localization. It was not conceived by a committee like Sonic 1, or a ragtag group of programmers and developers that could barely understand each other like Sonic 2. It was designed by a team under the careful leadership of one man and his vision. It was deliberate, focused, purposeful, and non-negotiable in its artistic intent. It had something to say and a very specific way of saying it, and music was an indispensable part of that. When I call Sonic CD a masterpiece, it's not just a hyperbolic statement of how much I enjoy the game. What exactly have I been praising over and over again in this video? It's not about one element, it's all of them. Even when I tried to compartmentalize the video and analyze the game on a topic-by-topic basis, the praise inevitably ends up bleeding into other aspects. Narrative, mechanics, level design, art direction, tone, theming, and music, all marching in lockstep to provide a tight, focused, unified experience. It's a goddamn Gesamtkunstwerk, and Oshima knew what he was doing when he made the decisions that he did. In the words of one of my all-time favorite YouTubers, when all of the elements of the Gesamtkunstwerk work in harmony with each other, the end result will be more than the sum of its parts, and removing or replacing any of these parts will diminish the whole. That is the American Sonic CD. With one reckless change, that synergy of the arts has been broken. It's like one part of the game's voice is speaking an entirely different language from the other parts. All at once, the vision is diluted and the work is irreparably compromised. Note that I didn't say bad or ruined, I said compromised. You might absolutely adore the American Sonic CD, or even prefer it to the original, and that's totally legit, but it isn't Oshima's Sonic CD anymore. It's something else. Even that simple designation of Japanese soundtrack and American soundtrack is erroneous to me. It implies that these scores are just two sides of a coin, two equal and opposite ways of experiencing Sonic CD, flagrantly disregarding the facts of what transpired behind the scenes. I mean, the game doesn't have Japanese level design, it doesn't have Japanese backgrounds or Japanese sprite work. Those composers were just as much a part of the team as anyone else working on the game, and they all took pride in its music. They were all excited for people to hear it. It's not the Japanese soundtrack, it's just the soundtrack. It isn't their fault that it basically became a lost footnote in Sonic history for over a decade due to half-hearted business decisions completely out of their control. A more accurate description would be the original soundtrack and the replacement soundtrack. 'Cause, you know, that's what they are. Things go from cockeyed to pear-shaped, however, when you consider that Spencer Nielsen did not compose new themes for the past variants of the stages, meaning that those tracks are the one remnant of the original score that survived in the American release. This is a pretty big deal, considering exploring the past is sort of a focal point in CD's gameplay. And spare me the old line about how it was impossible to replace the past tunes because they were hard-coded into the game, because that's a load of malarkey. The past tunes were sequenced PCM tracks generated by the internal sound chip. It was just as possible to replace them as replacing songs on the Mega Drive, which happened all the time for licensing reasons. It just would have taken some effort and time that Sega of America clearly didn't have, because having 3 new Sonic games to sell at Christmas was more important than fully committing to their bold new vision for a soundtrack. So beyond being a corporately mandated replacement, it's also incomplete. A regular playthrough of the North American Sonic CD completely lacks musical cohesion for this reason. Never mind Oshima's vision, the game isn't even consistent with itself. I know people that greatly prefer Nielsen's take on the game, but still play with the original soundtrack just for the sake of consistency. Moreover, those untouched past tunes which I considered so brilliant in the original game don't really work anymore in the US score. These were supposed to be recontextualized versions of melodies that the player was already familiar with. That was their storytelling function in the game. When ripped from that context and surrounded by these totally foreign compositions, these otherwise great songs lack any sense of meaning or synergy. You see how it's this death of 1,000 cuts? But we're not done cutting corners. The original game had a distinct title theme jingle. The American game is a simple snippet repurposed from Sonic Boom. The original game had a totally unique Little Planet theme in the DA Garden, and it was incredible. The American Little Planet theme is, again, a repurposed Sonic Boom without its lyrics. The original game, like the other classic Sonics, had a special final boss theme called Final Fever. It's this crazy opera piece that sounds like Gurren Lagann fused with Castlevania. It's awesome, and the perfect final statement from this particularly kooky interpretation of Eggman. The American final piece is just the regular boss theme again. Of the 39 total tracks that comprise Sonic CD's original soundtrack, the US soundtrack offers 28 replacements, leaving a staggering 11 compositions, a little over 1/4 of the score, completely unaccounted for. Again, I haven't offered a single opinion on the quality of the music at all. I've just stated a bunch of facts. And the fact is, one of these is the original, intended, approved, complete soundtrack, and the other is the rushed, third-party, incomplete replacement soundtrack. And before anyone aggressively misinterprets what I'm saying, none of this is a negative reflection on Spencer Nielsen. He performed commendably under the circumstances, and the fact that he managed to finish the job at all is honestly a small miracle. The blame falls squarely on the heads of SEGA. It was their incompetence and stupidity that led to these inevitable compromises. But we're not even done. There are a lot of other discrepancies to address. In the race with Metal Sonic, the original game would always default to the Bad Future theme, regardless of whether you were actually in the Bad Future or not. This was a deliberate choice for the sake of tone and characterization, and that choice clearly paid off. Even 30 years later, that song is still the de facto Metal Sonic theme in the eyes of SEGA and the fans. In the US, this detail was not replicated, leading to potentially very unfitting music accompanying your climactic race to the death with the game's headlining threat. This image hidden in the game's sound test is really interesting. MC Sonic and friends are about to spit some fire in the club. This illustration is an obvious tip of the hat to the musical scene that inspired so much of Sonic's CD. Its inclusion really brings the whole tribute full circle. In the US version of the game, totally devoid of techno and club music, this image of Eggman sitting at a turntable with a Rasta cap kinda makes no goddamn sense. And you're howling at your monitor right now. Who cares about the damn MC Sonic image? It's just a tiny detail. Well, I don't know if you've noticed this about me, but I kinda care about tiny details. And so did Oshima. SEGA of America, in their infinite hubris and ignorance, contorted his work into something that was less than the sum of its parts. The man who created Sonic, a legend in his own right, had his very first project as a director compromised in its most crucial market through no fault of his own and for no good reason. Upon hearing this, you might be wondering, as I have, how did Oshima react to these changes? Did he dig his heels in? Did he try to reach some kind of compromise? Was he outraged by the very suggestion of changing the soundtrack? The answer might shock you. They didn't tell him. I shit you not, this is straight from the source. In a recently translated interview from a Phantasy Star doujinshi of all things, Oshima reveals that he only learned in very recent years of the existence of CD's American soundtrack at all, with a tone that I can only describe as snippy. Like, bro, could you imagine the audacity of SEGA of America? Even I would never think so little of them to sneakily swap the soundtracks without so much as a conversation with the person who created the brand that gave your company legs. Now, of course, there's a chance that Oshima is being facetious here out of spite. Other CD team members have spoken on how frustrating it was to watch the soundtrack be changed against their wishes, so I have a hard time believing the game's director was the only one in the dark. But which reality would you rather live in? The one where SEGA completely screwed over Oshima behind his back, or the one where he's still so bitter about the situation that he's clearly still ticked off even after all these years? Either possibility is equally hilarious to me. Fun fact! Did you know that something similar actually very nearly happened with Sonic 2? In the wake of the original game's release, SEGA of America was struggling to justify the ballooning costs of Masato Nakamura's services, so instead had one of their own in-house musicians program some demos for the sequel. At this point, Naka and his team had moved to the States to work with the Sega Technical Institute on Sonic 2, and when they caught whiff of this new Western music, they had opinions on it.
Turn it off! Turn it off!
STI's Sonic 2 music was rejected with the fury of 1,000 suns, all but forcing Sega to pony up the dough and recontract Nakamura like Naka wanted all along. Beyond just thinking the compositions were shit, they specifically criticized them on the grounds that it didn't fit their image of Sonic. The exact same thing Oshima told Hataya back in Japan. And because the Sonic 2 staff were right there in California, very vocally asserting their opinions, Sega had no choice but to comply with their wishes. I guess it's a lot harder to blatantly ignore someone when you have to look them in the face. Now, judging by the fact that I've never really heard anyone address this topic from this angle before, I think it's safe to assume that most people really don't give a shit about this kind of thing. I'm sure for some of you, this all sounds like a bunch of ridiculous hyperbole and exaggeration. Maybe to you, the vision and intent of Oshima as an artist just isn't very important. All that really matters is listening to cool music and a fun side-scroller. And that perspective is totally valid. It's a perspective I firmly disagree with and don't really understand, but it's not one that I feel the need to change anyone's minds about. I'm not the kind of guy who will tell you to enjoy things correctly. I'm not trying to criticize the players, and I'm certainly not trying to criticize the talent. In fact, you may be surprised to learn that I actually consider Spencer Nielsen to be something of a genius, or at least one of the finest video game composers of his time. As far as Sega's in-house talent goes, Nielsen represents the absolute peak of what the Western musicians had to offer. The distinct rock texture he brought to the Sega CD often reached far beyond the scope of what anyone expected to hear in their video games. There is so much depth in his tracks, so rich and detailed and emotional. Hearing that hypnotic music streaming out of these old Sega games really enhanced that alien feeling the platform was going for. Echo the Dolphin and Batman Returns. These right here are two of the finest soundtracks ever composed for a 16-bit title, and are mandatory listening for Sega fans. Get this man on the right project, and his output was simply beyond compare. However, I think it's pretty telling that Nielsen almost exclusively composed for Western-developed games with slower paces and moodier atmospheres, and generally not lightning-fast action games from Japan full of saturated colors and bouncy, ridiculous gameplay. It's like the universe was working against every logical choice to contrive this new soundtrack into existence. The fact that Nielsen was able to not only get the job done, but also produce a score that tons of people really love is a testament to his exceptional talent. He takes a great deal of pride in the soundtrack to this day, and he totally should. Like I said, a lot of Sonic CD fans, probably most of them in fact, have love for both soundtracks and have learned to accept them as equally valid and interesting. That's probably the best outcome, honestly. And I do wish I was one of those people. But personally, knowing everything I know about the situation, I just can't bring myself to feel the same way. And it's not just a thing of principles, it really is a giant disconnect that I can't overcome. To give you an idea of where I'm coming from, I'd like to take you on another one of my famous tangents and briefly discuss something entirely different. So, who remembers The Thief and the Cobbler, the mythical holy grail of cartoon history? The Thief was an independent animated feature being produced and directed by a man named Richard Williams. If you're unfamiliar with his work, I'll spare you the history lesson and simply state that, for my money, as a guy who's seen literally thousands of cartoons from all over the world, Richard Williams was perhaps the single greatest animator in the history of the West. His work is world-renowned for its lavish, uncompromising detail and fluidity. The handful of projects he actually saw through to the end are among the most stunning pieces of animation in existence. They need to be seen to be believed. Richard Williams took the concept of auteurism to the point of absolute insanity. The Thief and the Cobbler wasn't just a pet project of his, it was a feature approaching 30 years in production. Williams wasn't interested in making a solid movie. He wanted to make the greatest animated film in the history of man.
The thing with The Thief that I'm just trying to do, what they call a masterpiece, when you master a medium, in the old days, if you were a master painter, then you did your masterpiece. Well, this is an old-fashioned that I've mastered this medium at last, and I'm going to do a masterpiece, I hope, if I can ever finish the thing.
This was a work of zero compromise. Nothing mattered but the movie. Not money, not scheduling, not business relationships, not the realistic management of goals, nothing but sheer reckless artistry. If that meant you spent a decade or two drawing each brick of a 6-story tower during a wraparound shot, then that's what you did. If it meant animating an entire deck of cards flying around at 24 drawings per second for 15 unbroken seconds of film, then that's just what had to be done. This was the single most laborious, unreasonable production in the history of cartoons. It was an amount of grind and labor that can only be described as deliriously obsessive. So much work, so much sacrifice, but it would all be worth it when they finally crossed the finish line and an audience could sit down and watch Richard Williams' masterpiece. Well, as we've established, dreams don't always come true. Turns out, Dick accepted some money from people he shouldn't have. Warner Brothers. Eventually, the suits came knocking, and right there at the 5-yard line, after 30 years of back-breaking labor and creativity, Richard Williams was booted from the project, along with all of his animators. A gaggle of corporations came to loot the film's corpse, and it ultimately found itself reduced to a soulless, celebrity-filled Disney musical wannabe. Audiences hated it made nobody any money, and Richard Williams would never participate in the industry in such a capacity ever again. Am I actually comparing Sega of America to the Warner Brothers and Harvey Weinsteins of the world? No. Are these two situations even remotely comparable? No, not really. It's just a fascinating look at how brutal the art sector can be for creatives. This may be a particularly egregious case, but it's one that I've always remembered. I mostly bring this up to make the following point. Many years down the line, a version of the original Thief and the Cobbler did eventually see release, pieced together by an obsessed, dedicated fan from what little of the project existed in the wild. The goal of the restoration was getting the film as close to Williams' original intentions as humanly possible. And he got close. Really, amazingly close. It's pretty incredible that a lost movie could be brought back from the brink of death in the first place. But as amazing as the individual moments and scenes can be, there's still this feeling that the whole project isn't quite what it should be. I get a similar vibe watching the recobbled Thief and the Cobbler as I do when playing the American Sonic CD, the vibe of a work that's less than the sum of its parts. I can feel the hand of multiple creators pulling the works in different directions. They're both riddled with this inescapable feeling of compromise. Everything is just slightly askew, slightly awry, slightly off. The Thief and the Cobbler wasn't just supposed to be a good movie, it was supposed to be a masterpiece. And this is not that masterpiece. And it's so frustrating because it's 95% of the movie Richard Williams wanted to make. But that missing 5% is enough to make me not really enjoy it very much. It isn't what it should be. It isn't a masterpiece. Obviously, things aren't quite so dire for Sonic CD. That game was at least allowed to exist, but I think that core problem really comes through in both cases. Whenever I sit down to play the American Sonic CD, it feels like 80% of a masterpiece that's held back by the 20% that's doing its own thing. North American audiences simply didn't get to experience the Sonic CD that Naoto Oshima and his team worked so hard to produce. They experienced something else. It was still a good game, one that gave people a lot of great experiences and memories, but it was a different game. You might think that's an exaggeration, but just like Ataya said, one cannot overstate the role of sound design in communicating a game's concept. If Sega took Nights into Dreams, deleted its legendary soundtrack, and replaced it all with an equally good dubstep score, is it really still Nights into Dreams? I'd argue, no, it's not. Can you really tell me with a straight face that Mario 64 is the same game if Nintendo of America swapped all its classic melodies with progressive rock? You probably couldn't. Let me remind you that when I rediscovered CD in 2010, I didn't feel like I was gaining new appreciation for the game. I felt like I was playing it for the very first time, and I've heard the exact same testimony from countless others over the years. Sega, in their clueless corporate attempts to improve a project they didn't understand, ultimately ended up cheapening it. Maybe that's an unpopular opinion, but that's my 2 cents on the issue. And yet, surprisingly enough, it turns out a good amount of people back in 1993 actually agreed with me. In what I imagine came as a pretty big shock to Sega, the decision to change Sonic CD's soundtrack was met with swift, resounding criticism and backlash from the very same stateside press they were attempting to placate. Many outlets and magazines had spent months hyping people up for the game, particularly on the basis of its amazing rave-style music. It's pretty hilarious looking back at these American publications and watching them advertise a soundtrack that will never be released to an audience that may very well have picked up the game based on these recommendations, only to receive a totally different product. The true identity of Amy Rose would also find its way into magazine coverage throughout the year, again suggesting the whole Princess Sally meme was a last-minute pivot. When the game finally launched towards the end of the year, it received exceptional critical acclaim, but with a twist. Looking at these reviews today, it becomes clear that almost all of this coverage was based on the Japanese game, leading to some discrepancies in their analysis. When the revised music hit the scene, the response from critics was one of frustration and bewilderment, with the single harshest feedback being found in the pages of GameFan. In their original November issue, the magazine treated Sonic CD to a frankly glowing appraisal, heaping praise on virtually every facet of its design and presentation, with special attention paid to the phenomenal music. All 4 critics gave Sonic CD an utterly flawless score for the first time in the magazine's short history, dubbing it the perfect action game. And flipping through this multi-page article today, the passion is palpable. You can tell these guys really understood Sonic CD. Find the game within the game. Man, that's a great line. I wish I thought of it. Everyone on staff voted CD Game of the Month and pleaded with SEGA of America to go easy on the changes. They knew some change was coming, but the gravity of those changes clearly hadn't been made apparent. 2 months later, in the January issue, Sonic CD would be reviewed again, but with a drastic shift in demeanor. The game's scores were adjusted downwards by an average of around 20 points for each reviewer. Editor-in-Chief Dave Halverson had the following to say: "I was not aware of the drastic changes that were to take place in the soundtrack for Sonic CD when we reviewed it back in issue 11. The incredible soundtrack is what really got me into the game. It was perfect. In fact, it was the best BGM I had ever heard. The new tunes just don't go with the game. It's a shame that US gamers will never get to experience the feeling the original developers intended. It was really something special." You tell him. Brody had this to add: "I wasn't here when the original Sonic test version came in, so I had not heard the original music. I loved the US game when I played it, although the music didn't strike me as particularly awesome. Later I was able to play the original, and that's when I realized what everyone at Game Fan was freaking out about. That was incredible music. Changing it was a mistake. SEGA doesn't make many, but no one is perfect. Still a great game." It's pretty interesting watching these writers reconcile with this decision as it's happening, knowing full well the gravity of the effect it will ultimately have on the game's legacy. They were watching Sega shoot themselves in the foot in real time, but were powerless to do anything about it. All they could do was sing the virtues of a soundtrack that nobody in America had any reason to be emotionally invested in. There was no YouTube or streaming sites for people to compare and contrast for themselves. This theoretical soundtrack may as well have not even existed. Was it harsh to dock the game points and so publicly slam its music? For sure. Do I understand where they were coming from and empathize with that feeling of injustice? Absolutely. This was an act of protest more than anything. And while it ultimately fell on deaf ears, this did mark the last time SOA would try something like this, so we can at least move forward with the knowledge that something was learned from this ordeal. Speaking in defense of his work, Spencer Nielsen had this to say: "I think it's a ridiculous argument. Again, I think critics were looking for reasons to bash the game, and so many critics are hardcore loyal fans, so they're not very objective. And they had all been playing the Japanese version for weeks or months before our version hit the streets, so it was like we replaced the music to Star Wars after the movie had been out for a while." That's an interesting comment. Personally, I think if someone tried to change the music to Star Wars back in the day, the streets would run red with blood and the people responsible would be executed via cannon. I'm not too sure what he's trying to say. Maybe the implication is that Star Wars is more worthy of debate and criticism than Sonic CD. To which I would respond, "Fucking bullshit!" And while Nielsen is certainly right that the critics aren't objective, neither am I, neither is he, and neither is anybody. There is no such thing as an objective critic. He doesn't exist, and aspiring towards such a standard is a fool's folly that only leads to hypocrisy and contradiction. Moreover, being obsessive video game fans isn't a mark against one's journalistic credibility. It's the very thing that makes their analysis worth reading in the first place. Nielsen goes on to say, "It's only a game." Oh jeez, give me strength, Haruhi. You know, I totally empathize with Spencer Nielsen in this situation. He isn't responsible for any of SEGA of America's stupidity. He simply did his job and did it exceptionally well. But I'm not about to entertain this "it's only a game" rhetoric. After all, I've been talking about only a game for like 3 hours now. I believe video games are just as important and valid as any other form of art. And I believe the people creating those video games are every bit the brilliant artists as those working in other mediums, and should be treated as such. I'd like to think that a person who built his name on incredible game music would agree with me on this. And while back and forth forum flame wars are indeed pointless and stupid, hidden deep within those same forums are the very people who will ultimately go on to write the history of these games. People just as creative and insightful and talented as the creators who brought us these titles in the first place. More important than journalism, more important than academia, is good old, regular discourse between regular guys and gals with regular opinions on silly things like video games. I don't think that's something to be dismissed flippantly. So here's my silly opinion. I believe changing Sonic CD's music was a mistake, plain and simple. If they had just changed the theme song, it wouldn't have been ideal, but it at least would have been a small change, one that didn't come at too great an expense to the game's identity. But to trash the entire soundtrack so flippantly is just inexcusable. The game deserved better, and the team absolutely deserved better. It cannot be overstated just how much damage this decision did to CD's legacy moving forward. Not only was the original score largely excluded from the conversation among Western Sonic fans for decades, but even regions that did get the soundtrack eventually lost it over time. Beginning with the PC release in 1995, the American soundtrack somehow became the default pack-in regardless of region. When Sonic Gems Collection released in Europe on consoles people actually own, Sonic CD was presented with its revised American score, despite the fact that the Mega CD original was not. In case you've forgotten, I live in the UK. You know, the country entirely responsible for the musical subculture that Sonic CD pays such passionate homage to. I shouldn't have had to swipe a ROM from a file sharing site to finally experience Sonic CD for what it really was, a title that ended up being my very favourite game. Even to this day, consequences for this decision continue to rear their head. In Sonic Origins, Sega opted to default to the American soundtrack for almost every region, again regardless of how the game was originally presented. You have to go on a full-on scavenger hunt to locate the original score. For new players unfamiliar with Sonic CD who aren't privy to all this discourse, they're probably just going to go with the default. And if the kids of today are anything like I was growing up, they're not going to waste time digging around in menus to change something that didn't even strike them as a problem that needed fixing. The result of this is potentially thousands of kids just now getting into Sonic, likely never hearing the game's original soundtrack. It all just leaves a bad taste in my mouth, a feeling seemingly shared by the developers. As if Sonic CD wasn't misunderstood enough, here's that extra ounce of frustration to complicate things. So what can be learned from all of this? First and foremost, I think, one does not simply change a soundtrack. When you start tweaking a Gesamtkunstwerk, you don't just harm one thing, you harm everything around it. Secondly, when a creator speaks with conviction about what's best for their work, consider listening to them. He probably knows something that you don't. Third, to change a game's soundtrack is tantamount to changing a game, just like changing the soundtrack of a movie is tantamount to changing a movie. This is not in and of itself a bad or damaging thing, but it is the truth. Fourth, and this one's really important, don't make sweeping assumptions about what an audience will or won't enjoy based on nebulous, unprovable data. You might find yourself pissing off the very people you're trying to impress. Another lesson that the dullards at Sega consistently failed to learn. And finally, working against the interests of the artists making your games is bad business, and will inevitably sow the seeds of resentment if allowed to continue. And believe me, resentment is a word that the folks at Sega are all too familiar with. I mentioned Nights into Dreams earlier, but maybe that game's a little too niche to really get the point across. So let's go with something more mainstream, Donkey Kong Country. Imagine if Nintendo of Australia decided to trash DKC's iconic score because they felt the Australian youth weren't quite ready for the sounds of David Wise. And you know, Ocarina of Time has an okay soundtrack, but do you know what the kids would really respond to? A little bossa nova. We'll just delete the parts we don't like and whip together something fresh and hip for those fickle Westerners. Can you imagine a reality where Reggie Fils-Aimé calls up Miyamoto in 2007 and says, hey, I know you're really excited about this hot new game of yours, but I'm not too sure this whole orchestral music thing is gonna jive with the American kids over here, so we're just gonna swap it with more of a drum and bass thing. And you guys can have your Japanese soundtrack. Is that cool with you, Shiggy? Can you even picture that conversation taking place? Of course you can't, because Nintendo doesn't do business like that. They had their problems then just as they do now, but sabotaging the intent of their artists is not one of them. If Reggie even suggested something so ridiculous to Miyamoto, I guarantee he'd be packing his shit by lunchtime. Even back in the 90s, Nintendo maintained the utmost respect and consideration for the people making their first-party games, because they knew that the vision and passion of their artists was by far the company's most valuable resource, something that has remained the case to this day. Compare this to Sega, who spent decades bleeding away 95% of their talent until they were a dried out husk of their former greatness, repeatedly trying the goodwill of their most loyal customers. That's what I'm criticizing here. Not the players, not the artists, but the business. If Sonic CD's original soundtrack was so inappropriate for the Western market, a soundtrack that existed nearly a year prior to launch, why didn't SOA get going on a replacement months in advance? Why is Spencer Nielsen being called at 5 AM to crank out a ridiculous amount of material in 30 days? The American soundtrack wouldn't have had all these giant holes in it if it wasn't rushed. If you love this soundtrack, or even prefer it to the original, think of how much more you would love it if they were able to finish it. This wasn't allowed to happen, because Sega of America didn't care about making Sonic CD a better game, they only cared about making an easier to sell product. And I think that sucks, especially when Nintendo was capable of putting out better selling products with none of these compromises. It highlights some very frustrating realities about how Sega did business, realities that inevitably contributed to their downfall. And what's really funny is that when considering the totality of the company, Sonic CD may have gotten off easy. Streets of Rage 3 and Dynamite Headdy are two excellent titles that were subject to massive and reckless changes to their core game design by Sega of America on the grounds of localization, resulting in vastly inferior products when compared to their original Japanese counterparts. Two games that were finished and excellent, reduced to shells of their former quality by the whims of complete idiots. To this day, these games are sources of contention among gaming circles through no fault of the developers, their legacies permanently damaged. Perhaps if SOA spent less time graffitiing other people's games and more time polishing their own, titles like this may have ended up remotely playable. It could often feel like Sega was exploiting the trust of their audience to peddle undercooked products, a practice you can only get away with for so long before the value of your brand starts to buckle under the weight of your repeated incompetence. And don't even get me started on the Sega Saturn, we'll be here all evening. Sega as a company might just be the ultimate example in business of the right hand not knowing what the left is doing, or occasionally the right hand actively working against the interests of the left hand and both right and left legs. It could honestly feel like Sega spent more time at war with itself than with the actual competition. Now, am I trying to imply that Sega of Japan was some paragon of artistic virtue and razor-sharp business acumen? Hell no, they could be just as draconian and incompetent in their own ways, something that would really manifest in the mid-90s. But there was clearly a difference in culture at the time. Sega of Japan prided themselves on quality. Even when there was a slim to zero chance of a game succeeding domestically, they still broke their backs and spared no expense to make the best product they possibly could. Even if it takes years of redesigns and experimenting with concepts, the final game will speak for itself. Sega of America's priority was getting Sega products into people's houses, and for a time, they achieved that goal more effectively than the Japanese division ever did. But there are seriously diminishing returns when you repeatedly screw over your customers with half-baked, cynical dogshit. In 1993, Sega went to Congress to take a stand and defend the artistry of video games against the censorious boomer thugs of the United States Senate, a gesture a lot of people interpreted as noble. But all too often, their actions painted a different picture. They crammed Sonic CD with rock music, in total disregard of the developers' wishes because they thought it would make them more money. They ruined Streets of Rage 3 and Dynamite Headdy because, in some roundabout way, they thought that would make them more money. They plopped the Saturn on store shelves prematurely, nuking the console's prospects and pissing off the entire industry because they so desperately wanted people's money before Sony could get it. Mind you, that one was Japan's call, but you get the picture. It's all a pattern of impulsive behavior that paints an unflattering picture of the company. I'm not mad at the business for trying to get paid, but some things are more important than quick cash. A lesson Sega seemed to forget constantly, then and now. The same Sega that nearly left Gunstar Heroes in Japan because, and I kid you not, the sprites were smaller than World Series Baseball. The same Sega that intentionally programmed Sonic Spinball with inferior code because making the game quick was more important than making the game good. The same Sega that left a new game in a popular series to languish in obscurity overseas for the ultimate crime of having a girl on the cover, while simultaneously polluting the American market with the foulest of 16-bit trash, and would then go on to do the exact same thing to the Saturn, flooding the library with barely functional 3D garbage while starving fans of legitimately excellent 2D software. Because there's just no chance that a 2D game can move units anymore. Except when they do, of course. The same Sega of America that had so little faith in this character that they nearly sent Sonic Team to character design school so they could learn how to do their jobs better. The same Sega of America who forced an unfinished Sonic 3 onto store shelves because selling Happy Meals took priority over making the best Sonic game possible. Decisions that will forever affect the legacy of their software made so flippantly. How much are short-term gains really worth? Is it any wonder that both Naka and Oshima outright refused to work on the series again until they were allowed to pursue their passion project? I don't mean to come off like Sega of America was to blame for everything wrong with Sega in the 90s, because they definitely weren't. But I can only play so many green dogs before drawing a line in the sand and noticing a pattern when it comes to quality. The more you dig into the facts, the more you realize that this company was just a mess, and Sonic CD was just one tiny symptom of that mess. For all their flaws, more often than not, Sega of Japan understood what their strongest asset was as a company. It wasn't their marketing, or their brands, or their endorsements, it was their artists. And every time SOA did something to undermine those artists, it makes me feel the very same thing so many employees felt over the years. Resentment. I'd never blame SEGA of America for the rapid downfall of SEGA in the gaming space. If we look at things critically, it probably really was Japan that takes the lion's share of the blame for those last few years of struggle. Really what I'm saying is that what ultimately happened was probably destined to happen. It was sad to watch the company crumble, but Lord knows it couldn't have survived long in that state. You can't build an empire on a foundation that shaky. And as for CD's US soundtrack,
そうまあちょっと難解だったかな
難解というか何も感じないっすねあんまり本気で寄ってない感じ違います
I get the distinct feeling that I'm pissing someone off right now. I feel the need to reiterate that if you're a huge die-hard fan of this soundtrack, that is A-OK by me. If you've got love for Sonic CD in any of its forms, you're good people in my book. None of this comes from a place of spite or knowing better than others. In fact, I'd be very curious to know what your opinions are on all of this. I welcome any and all feedback to the points I've made. You don't have to agree with me. I also wouldn't be so rigid if I didn't care. I hope it comes across that everything I've had to say about this game, positive or negative, comes from a place of the utmost love and admiration for what the team was able to accomplish. I have so much respect for these kinds of artistically fearless works, and I want to believe in a world where they can exist and be appreciated without compromise. But we aren't always so fortunate. Every artist eventually learns that sometimes we are limited by forces beyond our control. Business incentives and the realities of the market, things aren't always going to go exactly how you want them to. In fact, most of the time, they won't go how you want them to. The truly great artists learn to roll with the punches and adapt as best they can to the things they cannot change. It is perhaps the artist who refuses to play by any rules but their own who ultimately sabotages themselves in the long run. Who really killed the thief in the cobbler? Was it the meddling executives with all their rules and budgets and deadlines? Or was it the man who spent 30 years beating himself against a project, stubbornly refusing to make even a single compromise? Almost every great work to ever reach the finish line owes some small part of its legacy to an artistic compromise, including every one of these Sonic games we've been discussing. Perhaps instead of fixating on those few compromises, we're better off just appreciating the moments when the stars do align and the creator's voice does manage to reach the audience. For all my criticisms of SEGA of America, for a time they ultimately did their jobs, arguably better than Japan did. They got SEGA games into people's houses, and made a product viable that previously didn't stand a chance in the West. And you know, maybe Monster World 4 really wouldn't have sold a single copy outside of Japan, who am I to say? It's easy for us to judge what we perceive as boneheaded decisions in hindsight, but who among us can say we took part in a David and Goliath story of this magnitude? Some of the choices SEGA of America made were so legendary that we're still talking about them. They single-handedly taught Nintendo a lesson that they would never forget. You have to earn every second of your market dominance, lest you be dethroned by a spiny mammal most people had never even heard of. If only they saw Sonic as more than just an asset to raise their market share. Perhaps then they would have seen Sonic CD as more than just a Sonic game on CD. So here I am again, still looking at that blue sky. It sure is something. You know, I heard a rumor once that if you stand at this exact spot for a full 300 seconds, a shooting star whizzes by. Ah, there it is. Look at that. So majestic. You know, SEGA actually has a lot of blue skies under their belt. This is the best blue sky, obviously, but really, if you know this company like I do, you've probably logged dozens of these happy blue skies into your memory. I mean, it's practically a cliche at this point. SEGA is the blue sky company. No matter the genre, or the hardware, or the audience, they made blue sky games with blue sky energy. Even just looking at the logo evokes a feeling and outlook that's very specific. I can't help but wonder, if Sonic was designed to inspire hope for the future, and Knights was designed to inspire hope for the future. Is it crazy to think that this was Sega's mission statement all along? Maybe Sonic and Knights were just the perfect consolidations of a philosophy the company had right from the beginning. It's an interesting theory. I think so anyway. Like, isn't it crazy that after all this time, and all this progress, nobody else has managed to make a sky quite as blue as Sega could? In fact, the skies seem to be getting less blue each year, as Sega slips further and further from the cultural consciousness. The skies are muddy, and grey, and twilight. I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. We will have to deal with those times eventually. But man, do I miss that idealism. That naive, happy outlook of a child. That feeling of being genuinely hopeful for the future. I don't like being nostalgic for its own sake, but I just can't shake that feeling. Somewhere along the way, we definitely lost something. In Sonic CD, the future is what you make of it. That blue sky is ours to work for and preserve. It is the statement of statements, the champion among champions, the Sega game to rule all Sega games. And as irrational as it may be, it gives me hope for the future. Life may not be a never-ending blue sky, but it sure has its moments. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? I love how in Palm Tree Panic, Amy can't hug you if you happen to be wearing a shield. It's such a pointless and funny detail. In the original game, she also couldn't grab you if you were spin dashing. Isn't that funny? And I love how the water in Tidal Tempest has a distinct palette in each time period. It really adds to the vibe of the stage. And I love how Sonic breaches the surface of the water like a dolphin. And I really love how awesome it feels to run through the good futures and watch all the seeds drift down to the ground sprouting flowers. It's like the whole planet is blooming before your eyes. And don't you think the character artwork is just impossibly good? It's so polished and sleek. I love how all the badniks in this game are bugs for some reason. Such an awesome touch. I love how you can always come back from a mistake in the special stages. No matter how badly you think you're doing, there's a chance you could turn it around. And this is consistent with the game's general attitude towards fail states. Actually, I think I said this already. You know what? Never mind that last point. And speaking of the special stages, did I say enough about the art direction here? Because oh my goodness, such cool imagery and theming. Really goes to show how much this series is capable of when it's walking that line between reality and absurdity, something that would really be developed in the surreal landscapes of Nights into Dreams. And in Metallic Madness, there's all these decorative plants and crystals, and it's just... I am so tired. Really, you will never know how much work this took. How taxing it was on my mind, and my body, and my voice. And I haven't even started editing the thing yet. This video was supposed to be my summer project. It's been nearly a year of constant work. Non-stop watching Sonic CD, listening to Sonic CD, researching Sonic CD, thinking about Sonic CD, thinking about other people's thoughts on Sonic CD, obsessively analyzing Sonic CD from every possible angle, playing the game over and over and over again. My phone is a jumbled mess of notes I've been taking since last March. Thousands upon thousands of notes that have been dancing around in my head for a year. I should be so damn sick of this game right now. That would be the healthy response, right? But then I take one look at the game and I'm ready to do the whole thing all over. And really, what else is there to say? It's been God knows how many hours, and I still don't have the words. My heart is too full to properly convey how much I love this game, how much it means to me, how in awe of it I still am. There is so much worth on this disc, so much passion and love and magic. And yet, even if it sometimes feels like it, Sonic CD wasn't some miracle that descended from the heavens. It was a product of inspiration and a lot of hard work. In 1993, Naoto Oshima and his team of wizards created the strangest little art piece within the confines of a runny, jumpy action game for children. And they didn't need an 1,000-man workforce, or a $50 million budget, or a bunch of idiot celebrities to make their one-of-a-kind statement. All they needed was 2 short years, a solid team, and a vision. They proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that any canvas, no matter how small or simple or juvenile, can have something meaningful painted on it. Not everyone will understand it. Hell, most people won't understand it. But in those few who do, you will have communicated something that's simply irreducible. No matter how long I babble, its true value is beyond words. And maybe that's what's held back the conversation around this game. Maybe the way we talk and think about and quantify games just wasn't made to do right by a title like Sonic CD. You always end up losing something in the process. But damn it, I can try. I admit that I'm often vexed at the behavior of my fellow Sonic fans. Yeah, vexed is a good word. When we're not tearing each other apart over the weekly inconsequential BS, we're raining shit all over anyone who dares to say or think anything even slightly transgressive. They're the internet's favorite punchline, the guys everyone else seems to point and laugh at. There have been times when even I've turned my nose up at Sonic fans, like I was above them or something. But they're my people, and I've gotta love them regardless. For every isolated non-traversy, there's 10 times as many people showing you just how far passion and hard work can take you. Under the right circumstances, with the right support, few fandoms have proven themselves more communal, more dedicated, more utterly brilliant than Sonic fans. Kinda like the series itself. No matter how many bold and wacky ways Sonic intends to humiliate himself in the future, he gave me Sonic CD. And that is something I will always be thankful for. It's why I will continue to hold this franchise to such a high standard, and proudly consider myself a fan. It's why I still get excited watching the community keep the spirit of these games alive. And it's why I can't quite let go of the fantasy of Sega someday releasing another game that makes me feel this way. Because this is the game that showed me just how incredible video games could be. I've never forgotten that little moment when the planet zaps back to whatever dimension it came from, and Sonic takes a second to see it off. It's so funny. Even after all these years, it still feels like a dream. Some hazy, abstract fantasy that blessed the world with its presence, dazzling us with surreal sights and sounds and feelings, tinged with that fleeting, ephemeral touch that only a dream can conjure up. And just like a dream, it vanished in an instant. Forgotten by the many, but cherished by the few. Well, that's it from me, folks. Thank you for lending me your ear. Those were just a few brief thoughts I've been wanting to get off my chest. I have no clue how people will take this video, or if it might change anyone's minds about anything, but I'm also okay with the thought that maybe it doesn't do that. This video was never about making people see things exactly the way I do. These are just some things that I've really needed to say for a long time, and it feels awesome to finally say it. I used to be so bent out of shape over how circular I felt the Sonic CD discourse was. But honestly, I just don't feel that way anymore. Now that I've said my piece and that burden is finally lifted, the feeling I'm really left with is gratitude. I'm grateful to every one of those creators I've been referencing throughout this video for bringing the conversation as far as it's come, and I feel privileged to be able to contribute to that in my own way. Everything I've had to say today was building on a conversation they started. Despite my babbling, I don't actually consider myself the utmost authority on Sonic CD or anything. In fact, even during the lengthy production of this video, there's been this burst of fascinating analysis coming out on this game from completely new faces all at once. People making totally fresh points that I'd never even considered before. It's a full-on Sonic CD renaissance, and it's an exciting thing to bear witness to. That's the great thing about discourse, it's never really over. There's a chance that the conversation around Sonic CD could outlive all of us. Isn't that a pleasant thought? Anyway, I am finally done. In the words of an old friend, I'm out of here.